आपकी सोच को आवाज हम देंगे, आपकी सोच को आवाज हम देंगे, आपके ख्वाब को आगाज हम देंगे। आपके आने पर इतना भरोसा दिलाते हैं, आपके आने पर इतना भरोसा दिलाते हैं कि आपके इरादों को परवाज हम देंगे। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
We now request Rajesh Sagani sir to take over. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Useful and meaningful session because we have very distinguished panelists here. Friends, you all know that real estate sector contributes significantly to the country's GDP. It also provides almost 18% of the country's employment, and which is probably the second highest after agriculture. The housing need of the country is also fulfilled by the real estate sector. और जो हमारा रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान की मूलभूत आवश्यकताएं हैं, उसमें मकान मुहैया कराने की जिम्मेदारी रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर की है। और जिस तरीके से रैपिड अर्बनाइजेशन हो रहा है, मैं नहीं समझता हूं कि रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर के एक्टिव सपोर्ट के बिना वो अर्बन जो रैपिड अर्बनाइजेशन की नीड्स हैं उनको फुलफिल कर पाएंगे। इसी तरह with the growth in economy, the ever increasing requirement of office space is also fulfilled by the real estate sector, and I am sure this 5 trillion economy dream cannot be fulfilled without the very active support of the real estate sector. And friends, on the revenue side, we have very robust growth, very strong growth in tax recoveries. Both direct and indirect taxes are showing very encouraging growth. Both taxes are expected to exceed the budget estimate for 23-24, and we all are aware almost together, direct and indirect taxes, about 38 lakhs crores are collected, which constitutes about 14% of GDP. So friends, one side real estate sector is important, the taxation is also improving, but at the same time किसी भी सेक्टर की ग्रोथ के लिए डायरेक्ट और इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस का रोल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है. दे प्ले अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल. वी ऑल आर अवेयर अ वेरी रीसेंट एग्जांपल ऑफ गेमिंग इंडस्ट्री where GST rate is increased from 18 to 28%, and we have seen a lot of job losses and even certain companies going bust. So that is what a particular move or a particular change in direct or indirect taxes can make or mar, make or break any sector. So friends, with this background, and I will probably start with GST, we all are aware that land is not part of the GST. We have Madam Irini Garg also. Welcome, ma'am. No. You are dot on time, ma'am. We are just beginning the session. So, friends, there is a some formalities. Yes.
Now, We request CA Prakash Sharma sir, Chairman of Committee of Members in Practice, to present a bouquet and memento to Irina Garg ma'am. Thank you ma'am for joining. Over to you Sogani sir.
Thank you. So, my first question to CA Yash Dadda, GST is not levied on land. And this is also a general feeling that because of the introduction of GST, lot of transactions which were there out of books have entered into the books, have entered the formal economy. And if land is also brought within the ambit of GST, then probably the direct taxes collection through GST or through indirect taxes would increase, but probably that will also boost the collection of direct taxes also. Income tax collection would also increase. So what is the reason why land is not yet within the ambit of GST? What are the impediments and what is the position in the other developed countries in this regard? Over to CA Yash Dadda.
Thank you so much, sir. Good morning, all of you. First of all, at the outset, I would like to thank Jaipur branch for giving me this wonderful opportunity and especially to be amongst this distinguished panel. As pointed out by Sogani sir, that all of us know that as of now today, we do not have GST on sale of land and sale of completed building. Now, if we step back and look at what is the position which comes out from reading of the Constitution, and especially when GST was brought in, so all of us know that there was a Constitution amendment which was required, and we had new article, Article 246A. Before I go to 246A, we know we already have Article 246, where in specific subject matters, Union has the exclusive power to levy tax or decide on the matters what needs to be done, and then on the state list, the state legislatures have the power. When we go to state legislature, list 2, there is tax on land and building, which is within the specific and exclusive domain of state. So if one would look at it, it would come out that taxation on land and building can only be done by the states. However, 246A, through which we have taxes, which is tax called as goods and services tax, it has an overriding effect on Article 246. And it says, notwithstanding anything to the contrary which is contained in 246, in respect of matters for levy of goods and services tax, both center and state has the parallel jurisdiction basically to decide what is going to be the subject matter and taxability and so on and so forth, and making taxes on it. Now, with this, it comes out that when you look at GST, that means it needs to be identified that what is a subject matter. Constitution says subject matter is supply of goods or supply of services. There is a definition of goods which is given in the Constitution, which is material components, and all of us understand basically it is all movable in nature. Now interestingly, and that's the whole point of debate under GST, the definition of service which is there in the Constitution, it says anything other than goods. And that's where the first point or a thought process which comes in, what is the meaning of anything other than good? Does that mean anything under the sun, which is not treated as goods, that becomes a service? If that being the case, can we say immovable property would fall within the definition of service? Because if immovable property can fall within the definition of service, then one can take a view by saying that as of now, there is no constitutional embargo. Why there cannot be any levy of GST on sale of land, of sale of building. Because Constitution has worded this definition very widely, so as of now, and there is no challenge to it up till now, so one can say that constitutionally there is no restriction. And when I say this, I'm saying this on the basis of the discussion which have happened on the 5th GST Council meeting, where this was one of the agenda items, where where they have the power to levy goods and services tax on land and building through three. Because however, in the public interest, because as of now we have stamp duty, we have other taxes. So till the time we do not wriggle out, and because GST was new at that point of time in 2017 when this discussion happened, they said in the public interest we would give an exemption. And that is why today we see that in Schedule 3 we have sale of land and sale of building, which has been kept out from the statutory levy of GST. So to conclude, sir, the understanding which comes out is constitutionally there is no restriction. It's just because there are other levies which are there, that's why there is no GST as of now on land and building. But you're absolutely right. In fact, this was one of the discussion in the council which said if we'll bring land and building and there'll be a free flow of credit in that case. Only on the last point where in other countries is there a tax? Yes, in US, in Australia, Canada, in respect of sale of land and building, there is a levy of GST. And this was brought to the attention of the council. Council for the time being has parked this decision and they said we'll see it at a later point of time when this law matures.
Thank you very much, Yashji. And I'm sure we will come to Abhishek ji later on whether the real estate sector itself wants that GST should be levied on land or not. Ma'am, my next question would be to you. Ma'am, there is a general feeling amongst real estate sector that the income tax laws are very harsh to to the real estate sector. There are a lot of deeming provisions for real estate sector where the real transaction value is replaced by a deemed consideration. I am referring to section 50C or 43CA, etc. Then there is a artificial definition of transfer which many a time treats the actual transfer, the transfer much prior to the actual and effective transfer that gives rise to many a times preponement of the tax liability and also the cash flow issues to the real estate developers or a seller of a capital asset. That is another issue. Then there is a conflict of completed contract method and a percentage completion method. The law insists normally, I'm referring to 43CB or ICDS 3, where it is expected that tax would be paid on percentage completion method, that is well before the project is completed, the real profits are ascertained or the real profits are earned. So the concept of real income is given a goodbye and tax is levied under the Income Tax Act. So my question is, ma'am, why the real estate sector is strangled with so many artificial provisions or deeming provisions which hampers the growth of real estate sector and which also vitiates the ease of doing business? So ma'am, the question is, ये सौतेला व्यवहार ऐसा लगता है रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर को कि इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट या इनकम टैक्स लॉज की तरफ से एक सौतेला व्यवहार रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर को है. Your views on this?
Hello, can you hear me? So, just to get the facts straight, Rajiv ji, that were 3 questions. And okay. There has been a World Bank study which says the world over, there are 2 sectors that are most vulnerable to what in India we say as black money and accounted money, and this is the real estate sector and the power sector. In India also, all of us sitting here, if we face the facts, we know that the real estate sector is more susceptible to unaccounted money cash flow. Now, for the income taxes, the department's or income tax legislation's interaction with real estate, I'm surprised that you should say it because I've been around for 35 years in the department, and I see a process where a lot of discretion has been taken away from the department as far as the real estate sector is concerned. Things have become more firm, more defined for the people. For example, 50C. Closer, okay. So when we talk about 50C, what it says is that the value decided by the DLC, now who decides that DLC, the circle rate? It's not the department. It's the local body, I believe constituted of an MLA and the collector. So, but once that stamp duty is decided, all that the department is saying is that if the buyer and the seller accept that rate of land, then when it comes to paying taxes, you follow that, which is not too harsh to my mind, because if you have not litigated that value of land for stamp duty, why should you not accept it for payment of taxes? And even there, we have now just recently, if there is a variation of 110%, the department can't do much. It cannot go in for valuation. और उसके बाद भी अगर प्रॉब्लम है, you can always ask that एक बार वैल्यू करा लीजिए, या अगर आपने स्टैम्प ड्यूटी वालों के जब आप ऑलरेडी लिटिगेशन में हैं, तो हम उस चीज़ को एक्सेप्ट करते हैं कि आप लिटिगेशन में हैं और हम ज़्यादा लैंड का ड्यूटी नहीं लगा सकते. तो मेरा तो ये मानना है कि इंस्टेड ऑफ हार्श ओवर अक्रॉस द years, things, think of 20C, chapter 20C. Those were the days where the department, if it perceived that आपने undervalue किया है उसका transaction को, खरीद और फरोख्त, तो 269 UA में a department could acquire the land. I wonder whether people remember it, because it was very recently, it was only in, I think in July 2002 that it was taken off the books. So those were the days, and now just 10 years hence, we are still calling it harsh. I think let's get real about what's happening out there, because no other legislation, I think, has been kinder to the real estate sector than the department per se. If you could jog my memory about the second question.
No, ma'am, all these, the percentage completion.
Yes, I remember when I joined, that used to be such a problem, because there was so much litigation about percentage completion hoga ya final hoga ya kya hoga, and agar assessee usko percentage completion kar raha hai, so then just to show that we've done something in the assessment, we would go back to the other thing, and there would be any amount of litigation. And I'm so glad that has stopped. And very recently again, 2014-15. And I'll be happy to tell you that ICDS 3 has come after discussion with ICAI and contributions from ICAI. And we do not, see, all that we want is disclosure of right income at the right time. We are not interfering with the accounting processes per se. We are saying, disclose your income when it happens. And so my experience used to be that 5 साल चला project, 1 साल में कुछ नहीं, दूसरे में कुछ नहीं, तीसरे में, and then all of a sudden that loss, when the project is completed, there would be a huge loss or something would happen, and there would be no tax per se. So all that we have tried to do is to sort out things. A, it reduces litigation. 2, to set your minds at rest. It was done after consultation with the best brains, that is the brains of ICAI. And it doesn't interfere with the accounting practices. So we are trying to nudge people to declare their income at the right time. I wouldn't really call it harsh, but if you feel so, we can always send it forward. And the third,
No, ma'am, the definition of transfer, there is again its own definition of transfer, which is different from the definition given in Transfer of Properties Act. So many a times the transfer litigation is there, whether the department would feel that as per the definition given in the Income Tax Act, the transfer takes place in this year one, whereas the assessees would say it is year two. So that lot of litigation is there, and that is a tendency of preponing the tax recovery. That is one big issue, ma'am. That is probably not only in real estate sector, but across the Income Tax Act. There is a tendency of preponing the recovery of taxes. At the end of the day, whether it is percentage completion or a completed contract method or a definition as per Income Tax Act or a normal definition, the tax would be recovered, but it is only a point of time. So that issue is causing a lot of litigation, meaningless litigation.
I know, but then that is not there for the for real estate per se. If you go to the taxing provisions, income accrued or received, and that again cuts across all income, all sectors. So it is not that the real estate sector has been discriminated against. The department says, or why department? Legislature says, the taxing legislature says that as and when the income accrues, whether it's salary, whether it's rent, whether it's anything, it ought to be taxed. Now, so again, as I say, this has got nothing to do with real estate sector. It has to do with recognition of when you recognize income as being ready for paying taxes. So it cuts across all incomes. And yes, it is a matter of litigation. And if we feel so strongly about it, then that benefit should be given across the line. Because once you accept that line accrues, then I don't think there is a need for litigation. Aapka agreement ho gaya hai, you pay the tax. It's as simple as that.
Thank you, ma'am, for your views, but probably we all should admit it's an open secret that in spite of the introduction of the DLC mechanism, DLC rate replacement of DLC rate consideration, deemed consideration, a lot of values in real estate transactions are still out of books. I don't know whether Abhishek ji would agree or not, but still we all know that a lot of values are still out of books in real estate transactions. Madam, is there any thinking in the income tax department to incentivize the real estate players to declare more and more values in the books, that is over and above the DLC rate? So there is a provision, if I am doing the transaction at DLC rate, it's a normal thing. If I am doing it below DLC rate, there is a sort of penalty. But what happens if I do it above DLC rate? Can there be some incentive given to the players who register the transactions over and above the DLC rate? Is there any thinking on that direction in the department?
No. No. First of all, you have to be congratulated, Soganiji, for bringing, for having this very open discussion about, recognizing
No, the purpose, ma'am, the purpose would not be served if we don't accept the realities and discuss around those issues.
I am really glad that we are being able to do it in this open forum today. As of now, there is no discussion even or idea about incentivizing. See, I, at least personally, I have my reservations about it, 2 reservations. It's about the kind of people we are. One, what happens if you start incentivizing people to do the right thing? The right thing is to pay the right taxes. Now, what happens to the whole host of other assessees who are doing the right thing? Then they turn around and come to me and said, आपने सब उनको तो दे दिया कि वो झूठ नहीं, मतलब वो गलत इनकम नहीं दिखाएं, और हम जो इतने सालों से सही इनकम दिखा रहे हैं, हमारा क्या? तो आप कहाँ तक लोगों को इंसेंटिवाइज करेंगे सही काम करने के लिए? You know, it's a fundamental kind of a question that we should be asking ourselves, not only for tax legislations, for all kind of legislations and rules that constitute us as a country. I mean, it's like saying, when we were growing up as kids, I don't remember my parents ever incentivizing me for not doing drugs or steal or, no. Those were some broad rules which we were expected to follow. So why do we need to be incentivized to be doing the right thing, which we know to be the right thing? That is a question which we should be asking as a nation to ourselves. Because once you've accepted, then across the board for all laws, people will be asking, कि साहब आप जो है हमको incentivize कीजिए, कहाँ तक करेंगे? But yes, it's an idea, open for debate.
So there is no scope of that carrot and stick approach. It is only stick, no carrot approach for the income tax department. Now, Abhishek ji, you are representing the industry. You are a chartered accountant turned entrepreneur turned developer. What are your expectations, both from direct taxes and indirect taxes? What reforms you feel should be there so that further growth can be achieved in real estate sector? And what are your views about the land being brought to GST purview?
Sir, one thing as a person from the industry, I'll use this forum to raise a few points. Say we were talking about ICDS 3 revised that came in assessment year 17-18. And one challenge that as an industry member and as a professional that I सर या बिजनेसमैन की आवाज़ हमेशा दबी रहती है देश में. Sir, one thing as a member of real estate industry and as a professional, I'm using this forum to address that point. Suppose we were talking about ICDS 3 that came in assessment year 17-18. So fine, I mean, as a developer, we would always want to postpone the incidence of tax and follow the project completion method. So fine, the rule of law, the law of land has changed and now we are supposed to pay taxes based on percentage completion method. So I'm just, trying to address the problems that industry in general and, real estate also is facing. So for the projects that had started before April 2016, and in some of our cases also, and I know of certain industry members with whom I have spoken, they are also facing litigations, especially for those projects that had, say, started in 2015. Although it was made very, very clear that percentage completion method would be applicable only for the projects that are starting from 1st April 2016. And before that, if there was an accepted accounting policy that a developer was following, then, he was allowed to do that. Like in my own, in case of one of our own companies, couple of assessments also had been done in assessment year 15, 16, 16, 17. So in the same company, couple of assessments were done. There was a, accounting policy that we were following, which was project completion method. In assessment year 1920, under the faceless regime wherein we don't even have an option to approach the assessing officer and try and make him understand. And, in that transitory phase, in one of my own instant case, there is a demand of, there is an addition of 30 crore rupees. And there is a demand of 17 crore rupees on my head, standing on my head, in a company where there is an accepted accounting policy that we are following, couple of assessments have been done. So, that way, I, as an industry member, always face a challenge that, when a transitory provision is there, so, madam, in such cases, maybe the ground officers have to be, made more aware that, the idea should not be revenue maximization, because end of it, now, even when we have to approach the CIT appeal, we have to deposit, say, 25% of the, highly litigated value. In my case, I even approached the high pitch assessment committee. Now, challenge with high pitch assessment committee is that an order has been passed by their own officer. So, indirectly, I was told by a couple of officers that, we cannot pass an order in your favor, because end of it, we are jeopardizing the interests of the department by passing any order in your favor. So they have kept it in abeyance for the past 2.5, 3 years. So these are certain challenges that we are facing. Thankfully, Rajasthan High Court, in my instant case, stayed the application of demand, and, at least I have a relief wherein 4-5 crore rupees of our hard-earned money does not get parked in a litigation.
Maybe we don't need to discuss the specific instances.
Yeah,
but
because it's
Abhishek
a general instance, sir.
my view. Why not?
Why I raised the matter is that it is not my own matter, but I know of many industry members.
I can feel your pain. I can. Again, as a journey, when you are an assessing officer, you should be very, very secure, but you are the most unsecure person. And that is not in defense. You've barely been there for 2 years or so.
True.
Right? And you're not, there is a lot of pressure to do the right thing and to be perceived to be doing the right thing, but that is not in defense. As far as transition is always painful, there has been a debate about with retrospective effect or futuristic. And then there has, in this case of penalty, it had come when there is a clarificatory, it is always retrospective, and it is not clarificatory, it's from. But फिर भी हमारे यहाँ बहुत से लोग just in self-defense, they don't follow it, or they choose to follow the safer path for them. Audit है, ये है, वो है. अगर वो करके बहुत कर भी दें तो फिर ऑडिट का भी कई बार हो जाता है. Now, how does senior management handles that? Yes, high pitch committee, we don't, but that 20% demand आपको देना पड़ेगा CIT appeals के पास जाने के लिए. That is always, that is not mandatory. Instruction 1914 है ना वो, उसमें ये लिखा है in exceptional cases उसको हम waive कर सकते हैं. And in Rajasthan, ever since I've come, we have been liberally waiving it when outright we see कि वो थोड़ा सा उसमें गुंजाइश है कि शायद assessment उतना ठीक नहीं हुआ. So I take this forum to get it across to you that in matters जहाँ पे transition में इस तरीके का कुछ हुआ है, जहाँ की लगता है कि demand ऐसी है जो कि set aside हो जाएगी या ख़त्म हो जाएगी, do ask for waiver of that 20%. We have sensitized our officers to grant that relief at least. Does that help you?
Yeah, ma'am. Thanks. Sir, you had a question about...
No, the main issue still remains. The larger issue about the real estate sector itself, whether willing to have GST on land or not, whether it will boost the sector or not. What are your views on that?
Sir, as a real estate developer, if you ask me about new tax being imposed upon upon something, like in instance case you are talking about GST made applicable on land. So any which ways we are grappling with a lot of taxes. Any transaction, if I talk about Rajasthan, has an implication of around 8.8% of registration and stamp duty. then a purchaser who purchases either land or building from us is either paying 5% or 12% GST in the purchase that he is making. So, any which ways, one already is paying 13 to 19% tax. So if you get something in the ambit of GST, now in real estate, if we talk about residential, any which ways, the credit of input has been taken away many years ago. So anything that we charge from a customer eventually is the cost for the customer because he is unable to take the credit for that. And as a developer, we are unable to take credit of anything that we are purchasing or any service that we are procuring. So I look at it as an additional tax burden. Fine, it may help the exchequer, but from somebody representing the industry, I look at it as an additional cost. So totally not required. Any which ways, it is a deeming fiction under which all the real estate transactions have been brought in the ambit of GST. Because it's a real estate, it is a, then, why a stamp duty or registration is levied? Because it is an immovable property. So GST itself in the first place should not be there, but then fine, it is, as I say, the law of land and we have to follow it. But I think any additional, this thing can be avoided. A lot of authority for advance ruling across the country have been passing insane orders. In the past many years, Yash would agree with me, Gujarat AAR had followed. So many overly cautious assessees had unnecessarily approached the GST department, inviting trouble for themselves. And, like in Rajasthan also, the GST department is now following, whatever orders have been passed in their favor by any AAR, they are wanting to follow that in Rajasthan also. So, we had been selling lands without charging GST, but now we are facing challenges from the department wherein they are asking us to deposit the GST on the lands that we are selling. So, Yash can highlight more on that, but then already, sir, that area is under litigation now.
Thank you. Yes, Yash, there is a circular from CBIC that land is outside the ambit of GST, but a developed land is also now out of the ambit of GST. But probably the issue remains open. What is the meaning of developed land? A lot of facilities these days are provided in the guise of developed land. So what is that? Will it lead to a lot of litigation, and what is the scope of developed land? If you can highlight that.
I think before I do that, sir, I'll just take a cue from what Abhishek ji said. I think the major reason why he said that real GST should not be there on sale of land or building per se was because ultimately GST today except for commercial transactions. Of looking at this would be bring in land, bring building also, allow input tax credit and allow the that's land which I'm giving to the buyer. And the reason for that, one of the reasoning which came in is that before undeveloped, that portion they wanted to tax. And that's where the litigation arose. The confusion was added to it through some double ARs which Abhishek ji was referring to. And then government, department pitched in and they came in with a circular by saying, land, be it developed land or a land, it is outside GST. The problem is in GST, we do not have definition of land. In General Clauses Act, we do not have definition of land. And as far as I understand, in RERA also, we do not have definition of land. We do not have definition of building in GST. So then the question comes in, what is the difference between both of them? Because if building is also treated to be a structure, in a common parlance to say, so if let's say on a land, if I make a compound wall, will that tantamount to a building? Will it change its form and will that come into GST? The understanding which comes from through if you go to the legacy issues is that if as a seller and a buyer, both of us have agreed to something, and a consensus is there that I want to buy a land, you want to sell a land, it may have certain amenities, but that is only for the benefit of enjoying or for the purpose of enjoying that particular land. And when we go to land and we refer to some definition from other acts, like for example, we have Land Acquisition Act, which says benefits which arise out of land is also treated as land. If you go to General Clauses Act, it is in respect of immovable property, they say this, that land plus benefits arising out of land is treated as immovable property. But if you go to other acts, specifically the reference I gave of Land Acquisition Act, it also says that all these are benefits. So anything which is not fit for the purpose of using it as for a residential or a commercial purpose, but it may change form at a later point of time, all of that would be treated as a developed land. And by virtue of the circular, or in fact by virtue of the Schedule 3 entry which is there, it will still be outside the levy of GST. So if as a seller, I am giving a land along with other amenities, but I would not be able to sell the amenities. I would be allowing the buyer to use the amenities. For example, I can't sell the road, I can't sell the street light, I can't sell the clubhouse, but I would be allowing to use all those amenities. Still, the transaction per se only has the character of selling land by one person to another. Today, because it is covered in Schedule 3 outside the scope of GST, hence it would not be leviable tax. Only when it changes a form where I want to make it a structure and want to make it fit for use as a residential or a commercial purpose, with the time when I'm delivering it, then only it would come within the scope of tax.
Thank you, Yashi. My next question would be to Mukesh ji. Real estate sector has its own lot of complex accounting issues are there. We have Accounting Standard 7, we have Accounting Standard 9, we have Ind AS 115, we have guidance note issued by ICI 2006, revised guidance note issued in 2012. Then we have ICDS, we have what we say 43CB, and a lot of other income tax issues which are also affecting the accounting to some extent. So what are the challenges in accounting of real estate transactions and what are your views for resolving those challenges? Mukesh ji.
Thank you, Rajiv ji. First of all, I would like to thank the Ordering Committee to inviting me as a panelist of first technical session of this mega conference. Rajiv ji, real estate accounting is on challenges because the reason is that the revenue in the real estate transaction is normally over a period of 1 or more financial years. There is no specific guidelines available for the real estate developers for the accounting of real estate transactions. However, that construction contracts AS7 is also there. ICDS 3 is also there for construction contracts. And different companies are adopting different accounting policies for accounting of real estate transactions, due to which there is a incomparable financial statement and that users or जो भी आपका department है या financial statement है वो incomparable हो जाते हैं और वो task जो है उनके लिए difficult हो जाता है कि वो कैसे उसको अंडरस्टैंड करें. फर्स्ट चैलेंज जो है वो है कि विच अकाउंटिंग मेथड शुड बी एडॉप्टेड. देयर आर टू मेथड्स, वन इज कंप्लीशन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मेथड एंड अनदर इज अ परसेंटेज कंप्लीशन मेथड. AS7 AS9 revenue recognitions It says that when significant risk and reward is transferred to the buyer, then revenue to be accounted for, recognized. AS9, that revenue recognition. AS7, the construction contract. It says that, it basically says that key percentage completion method can be applied because there are significant risk and reward that is to be transferred over a period of time. We have issued a guidance note on AS12 in 2012 that when stringent conditions are to be completed, satisfied, then percentage completion method should be applied. They are like that critical approval is there, the cost incurred is roughly around 25% of the total cost. Then 25% of the total revenue should be basically contract of agreement or sale has been done for the total revenue to be received in the project. At least 10% of the amount is received realized from the buyer towards that contract. So these 4 conditions are satisfied, then in that case percentage completion method can be applied. Another challenge, then another challenge in AS 115. When it came, then the view came that when it is applied to basically listed companies and certain private companies where the net on fund and certain conditions are complied with. In that case, view came that only completed contract method can be applied in respect of those companies. So there now 2 accounting method is adopted basically for listed companies, other companies, they are complete contract method they are applying. Whereas in general terms, in Income Tax Department, ICDS 343B, Section 43B, it can replace regarding percentage completion contract method. Another challenge is use of, because the POCM, percentage completion method, we need use of estimates. And it's very, it's on challenge that cost ko estimate karna is very challenging task. Particularly, it can be reliably estimate when there is a robust internal financial budgeting and reporting system. Particularly in our country is not exist properly, basically. Another challenge is AS 9 says that, AS 7 says basically, जो cost है, that cost in case there is a loss in the contract or project, it should be accounted for first. And it's very difficult to estimate the cost as well as the loss in the initial period of accounting. And due to which the financial statement does not show the proper pictures. These are the basically challenge we can consider. And basically, sir, now you have already said that real estate sector's GDP contribution is more than 7 to 8%. And it is increasing, it will be more than 10% in coming 2 to 3 years. And third largest, no doubt, not sir, it is third largest employer in real estate sector. More than 50 billion workers are working in this sector. So when it is increasing, then government or ICI should come a proper, uniform guidelines for accounting of the real estate sectors.
Thank you, Mukesh ji. Another issue concerning GST, Yashi, I'm coming again to you. When a development right is given, by the landowner to the developer, maybe for plotting or maybe for constructing a building, developing the land by way of constructing a building, whether any GST is involved in both the transactions, whether it is for pure plotting or whether it is for construction of a building on transfer of development right from the landowner. That development right is of the landowner, but now that is transferred. So is it a service requiring levy of GST? What, if you can explain it?
So this is one of the most contentious issue for this industry, development rights. In fact, ever since GST came in, and especially after 2019, when the comprehensive change has been there under GST for real estate, because now input tax credit is not available for residential, so that aspect people generally do not discuss. Now, we have 2-3 types of arrangement generally which takes place between a landowner and a developer. Either it will be area sharing development agreement or a revenue sharing development agreement, or maybe a combination of both. Now in this area sharing or revenue sharing, the landowner per se is not selling the land. So when he's not selling the land, that Schedule 3 entry which we were discussing verbatim, that's not getting fit here, and that's where the interpretation kicks in. That if I'm giving a development right, does it take character or a color of sale of land, and I can still say it is outside the scope of GST or not. So there the interpretation again of these two words, sale and land, would come in. Now development rights, as we understand, and it comes from various judicial precedents also, and looking at the definition of immovable property first, there would not be any confusion to say that at least development rights do have the character of an immovable property, because these are benefits which are arising from the land. But the problem again, from where we started, is that whether immovable property per se is covered within this, the definition of service or not, is something which has not yet reached to a final interpretation, because the matter is still before the honorable courts. If one takes a view by saying, because the manner in which the definition of service is there, anything other than goods, and if we say anything other than goods, that would include immovable property also. And because only completed land and completed building is outside the scope of GST, then view which comes in is that yes, development rights are within the scope of service, and hence they would, and the supply of it or transfer of it from one person to another would be leviable to tax. At least this has been the stand which has been taken very firmly from the revenue side. And that is why we will see that there are valuation mechanism which has been given for how this development right needs to be valued for levy of GST. There is in fact a provision as to who has to pay the tax, where when landowner is giving a development right to the other person, and other person, if he is treated as a promoter under RERA, and we have a definition of promoter which is given under RERA, then the promoter would be required to pay the tax, irrespective that if that development right is for developing a residential project or a commercial project. Now, I would not touch the aspect in respect of the apartments, because we are right now discussing the issues around land. The problem with land is when the sale of land is outside GST, but because of this interpretation issue, transfer of development rights appears to not to be outside GST. Now, if that being the case, that means if I am selling land to Sogani sir, clearly that's out of Schedule 3. But if I am giving development rights to Sogani sir, and he may, let's say, convert that into a plot, and out of that some area would be kept by me and some area would be kept by him, then whatever I am giving to him may tantamount to a supply of a service by me to him, and leviable to GST. Now, once I say this, the problem starts. Problem starts because then I have to identify what will be the value, what will be the time at which I have to pay tax, and who has to pay the tax. So who has to pay the tax? At least after 2019, one clarity which has been there, at least from the revenue side, is they don't want landlord to be a taxable person for them. And that's why they have said in respect of all development rights, according to them, taxability is there. And the taxability will fall in the hands of the promoter who is receiving those development rights. So at least landowner is out of it. Landowner doesn't have to look at these valuation, time of supply and payment of tax. There is a reverse charge on it, and the promoter has to decide whether at what point of time and on what value he'll pay the tax. Having said that, now look from the promoter aspect of it. Promoter aspect, first of all, how will I identify the value of those development rights? Do I have any comparable value available? Because this appears to be a barter transaction between landowner and the receiver. And in case of a barter, we have valuation rules under GST. Valuation rule says find out the similar value of that service, not available. At the same point of time, if you've given service to somebody else, is there a value available? Value not available. Find out the cost of those development rights. Not possible. I do not have cost of the development rights. Find out any other reasonable method consistent with these principles. That's the residuary provision for valuation. Now the problem is, when I look at it, what am I getting back? Or let's say what the promoter will give back to the landowner, he is going to give a development on that piece of land only. So whether that cost of development would be able to find the value, and if you would really go and look into the provisions of the law, you will find out that this will keep on variable and this would keep on changing. Vis-a-vis, you compare these development rights in case where I give my development rights on a land to Sugani sir, and let's say Sugani sir enters into an agreement with me where he would develop a building on it, and we'll do an area sharing. There the valuation provisions are absolutely clear. There they say Sugani sir has to pay tax at the time of completion on the value of the similar flats which he has sold in the market on the developed building. But in case of a development rights given for development of a land, the valuation is not clear. This takes us to the old Supreme Court judgments of B.C. Srinivasan Shetty, where they say if you're looking at the levy, one of the important the pillars of the levy is identifying the value. And there should be clear principles for that. So at least the position which comes out today is, even if we say development rights are taxable in case of land development agreements, the problem is of the valuation. Valuation is not available, and that kind of makes this structure very complicated. In fact, that is why practically on the ground, in case of land development agreements, at least these development agreements are practically not taking place to the greater force which were happening prior to 2019.
Thank you very much, Yashtada ji. Ma'am, another question, I would be raising it. Maybe excuse me if you find it a very strange question, and I also seek apologies from the Abhishek ji real estate sector. I am raising it for the brainstorming of all the panelists. Friends, we are all aware that पहले डिविडेंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन टैक्स कंपनी से ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ शेयर होल्डर्स रिकवर किया जाता था. अभी भी 115 QA में इफ देयर इज अ बायबैक ऑफ शेयर तो कंपनी को बायबैक ऑफ शेयर्स पे टैक्स देना पड़ता है, विच टैक्स इन फैक्ट इज ऑफ द शेयर होल्डर. द कैपिटल गेन इज ऑन द इन द हैंड्स ऑफ द शेयर होल्डर, बट द टैक्स इज रिकवर्ड फ्रॉम द कंपनी. Similarly, these days 45(4) is there, where any capital gain arising in the hands of the partner is recovered by treating that as income, deemed income of the firm, and tax is recovered from the firm. Now, in the light of these provisions, my question is in respect of the issues which, a particular issue which normally crops up. जब कभी भी किसी भी बिल्डर के यहाँ कोई सर्वे या सर्च होता है तो ये पाया जाता है कि बहुत सारे ट्रांजैक्शंस में एक यूनिफॉर्म तरीके से ये रहता है कि अगर उसने 100 यूनिट्स बेची हैं तो 100 यूनिट्स के अंदर से फॉर एग्जांपल 40% आउट ऑफ बुक्स ऑन मनी रिकवर कर रहा है और 60% वो बुक्स के अंदर कंसिडरेशन रिकवर कर रहा है. और कभी कभी ऐसा भी होता है कि वो ये हाँ भर देता है कि यस, मैंने जितने भी बायर्स हैं उनसे 40% मनी ऑन मनी रिसीव किया है, और इंटरेस्टिंगली वो ये कहता है कि मैंने सारा का सारा जो ऑन मनी रिसीव किया है वो इस प्रोजेक्ट में लगा दिया है और मेरा नेट प्रॉफिट से 10% है. और अगर मान लीजिए मैंने 40 करोड़ से रिसीव किया है तो उसका 10% 4 करोड़ रुपए पे डिपार्टमेंट मुझसे टैक्स ले ले. नाउ ही गेट्स अवे बाय पेइंग टैक्स ऑन जस्ट 4 crores of rupees, that is the profit involved in that transaction. As against that, all the buyers of the units, अगर 100 units हैं तो 100 buyers, उनको अपने unexplained investment पे tax देना पड़ता है, and that tax is also 115 BBE, etc. So my question is it possible that in such a situation where the builder admits that yes, he has recovered this on money from the buyers, the entire tax is recovered from him as his deemed income from the project? Probably, in my view, it can work as a deterrent to the real estate people, because a general perception is that it is the builder who calls the shot. कि नहीं भाई मैं 40% on money लूंगा ही. So is it possible that in such a situation where he admits that yes, I have recovered 40% on money from all the unit buyers, the entire tax is recovered from him? And this question is specifically to ma'am, but also to other panelists also, if they feel that yes, it can be discussed to curb this practice.
Interesting question, because it touches a pain point with me. मैं सिर्फ इतना ये कहूँगी इस समय कि आप ही प्रश्न हो और आप ही उत्तर हो इसका, तो इसमें मैं क्या बोलूँ? The legislation is very clear. Unaccounted expenditure 69C and 115P. तो उसमें लॉ तो बिल्कुल क्लियर है. अब आप क्या करते हो उसका जवाब तो आप ही बताओगे, उसमें मैं क्या बताऊं? तो आई एम रिवर्टिंग बैक द क्वेश्चन टू यू एज टू व्हाई डू यू डू इट. दैट इज माय फंडामेंटल क्वेश्चन. When you know what is right and what is wrong, why do you want to litigate something which is so obvious and which is provided for by in the law? I would like you to answer, sir.
No, excuse me, Abhishek, this is maybe a very strange question, but it is a reality. I thought let us brainstorm on this aspect. And if you wish not to respond, you are at liberty.
Sir, I will respond because in Trimurti we don't take cash, so that way.
And
Sir,
there are
sir,
compulsions also. I'll admit, there are compulsions, the business compulsions which are not in the hands of the individual builder. That is the total ecosystem which is prevailing in the economy or the system. So let us not blame to the individual developers or the individual players. That is the outcome of the present system which is existing, and some way it has to be moved out of that system.
Sir, my submission is that over the past few years, the case that you were referring to has been historically the case, wherein a lot of cash money has been coming at the behest of the developer, and in a lot of cases at the behest of the buyers also, who do not have sufficient income in the balance sheets, and they do not wish to pay beyond the DLC rate. One aspect of cash component in the real estate industry, as all of us would admit, is the high implication of taxes. Cumulatively, when somebody is paying 15 to 20% of indirect tax on the thing that he's purchasing, and which can run into multiple crores, there is always an incentive for the buyer to not pay beyond the DLC rate. From the perspective of the industry, I'll tell you, nowadays we highly discourage the receipt of cash, because ever since GST has come into picture from 2017, the vendors are not willing to take cash. This is what I keep telling our clients also, that do not pay me cash, because that cash remains at my home. None of the contractor is now willing, because be it steel, be it cement, be it anything. In the value chain, everybody wishes to claim the input credit, because 12%, 18%, 28%. So everybody is incentivized to operate in the check system only. So nowadays, I would not say that it is at the behest of the developer. We are now discouraging receipt of cash. It is mainly the clients who are now enforcing that, in case a deal has to go through, they will pay a certain amount of that money in cash. Cash is no more prevalent, at least in the built-up space. See, bank loans have fine. In the past 1 year, they have become more expensive, but then we have seen interest rates as low as 6.9% also. So the customers have an incentive to take a lot of money from bank, because alternatively they can use their money elsewhere in the money market or in the stock market, and maybe earn more appreciation on the savings that they have. So interest rates are cheap. So even in built-up spaces, clients have the incentive to pay a lot of money in check. But so far as bigger deals are concerned in prime locations, wherein you are dealing with the business people, I mean, who wish to park a lot of money in cash. So we are facing challenges, but now I would say it is mainly at the behest of the customers. We have all the incentive to take the entire money in check.
So that is one very good development, ma'am.
See, income tax
काफी
rates are
कुछ-
now 22%. Imagine, I mean, why would I not want to, turn my money into white at the rate of 22%? It cannot go as low as 22%. India corporate rate taxes is one of the lowest in the world, I would say now. So we have every incentive to take the entire money in check, but now the challenge is from the other side. On a daily basis, yesterday also there was a challenge. I mean, none of my vendor is willing to take cash.
So that's a very happy situation. Probably मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि मैम आशा की कुछ किरण दिख रही है और of its own because of some other developments, say maybe introduction of GST, the things are improving.
सर मैं कुछ बोलूँ?
Yes, मुकेश जी.
बेसिकली सर पिछले 5-7 सालों में काफ़ी चेंज आया है और जो कैश कंपोनेंट है काफ़ी कम हुआ है. आई हैव सीन सो मेनी केसेस वेयर द पर्सन हैज विड्रॉन कैश फॉर द पर्पज ऑफ एक्वायरिंग द प्रॉपर्टी. तो नाउ द जो बायर है उसके पास भी कैश कम है और सेलर भी वो चाहता है कि कैश कम से कम, बिकॉज 22% टैक्स लग रहा है जहाँ पर आज यदि वो, और ये तो कंफर्म है सर कि यदि आप 40%, 30% या 20% ऑन मनी लोगे तो डिपार्टमेंट किसी ना किसी दिन तो घर आएगा ही आएगा आपके. जब घर आएगा 115 BB भी लगाएगा सर, 69C भी लगाएगा. दे आर सो मेनी इम्प्लीकेशंस आर देयर एंड टैक्स रेट एंड पेनल्टी विल बी मोर देन 100%. इट इज बेटर टू पे 22% इंस्टेड ऑफ पेइंग 100% सर. तो गुड बेसिकली एक पिछले 5-7 सालों में एक अच्छा प्रोग्रेस आया है. और आई थिंक कि ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ 2-3 years 4 years पर्टिकुलरली इन फ्लैट सेक्टर सर, बिकॉज लैंड में हो सकता है कि अभी भी हो करे, बिकॉज फ्लैट्स में रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट, बिकॉज यू विल गेट लोन फ्रॉम द बैंक आल्सो, सो दैट 3-4 years में ये सारी चीज़ें मेरे ख्याल से कम होती जाएंगी, मिट्टी होती जाएंगी.
Yes, it looks like, ma'am, if you have anything to add, but it looks like because of so many other reasons, may not be the income tax alone, because of certain other reasons also, it is a very, very happy development in real estate sector that the cash component is fast reducing. I would not say that it is fully eliminated, but it is fast reducing, and very soon, as Mukesh ji has said, probably next 2, 3, 4 years, probably this will come at par, and therefore there would not be any problem of that unaccounted money being circulated in the real estate sector. That's a very happy situation. And Abhishek ji, आप लोगों की तरफ से एक इशू मैं रेज कर सकता हूँ. Probably builders की एक और प्रॉब्लम है कि लॉ में अनसोल्ड इन्वेंट्री पे वो जो सेक्शन 23(5) है, अनसोल्ड इन्वेंट्री अगर उनकी है और 2 साल तक वो नहीं बिकी है तो उसके बाद उनको नोशनल रेंट पे टैक्स देना ज़रूरी हो जाएगा. So my question to ma'am, ma'am, this is something very strange, and I feel, particularly when our tax collections are so robust, the real estate sector is so important for the economy. Why can't we legislate that in respect of the developers on their unsold inventory, there would not be any levy of tax under the head income from house property on the notional value of rent on their vacant unsold inventory?
Sir, can I raise the question, same question as a real estate industry member? Ma'am, from assessment year 18-19, section 23(5) was introduced. And you would agree that no real estate developer would develop apartments for the purpose of putting them on rent and earn 2-3% interest on that. So our every intention is to sell the apartments. So from the financial year in which we receive the completion certificate, fine, we are saved for the next 2 years. But at that time, then finance minister had said that builders have all the, why this was introduced. So the finance minister at that time had alleged that builders are unnecessarily holding onto the inventory. They are keeping it for few years and they are selling it late after the inventory appreciates. Ma'am, any man-made thing depreciates only. It is only the godly things that are, still intact. The mountains remain mountains, but the buildings that we make after 4 or 5 years, and after all the encroachments that the apartment owners do in that building, the buildings become hard to sell. So when the builders have all the incentive to sell and pay you higher tax, why would they want to keep it and earn, rental on that? So why deemed rental? And, what does department get out of it? And another, sir, just one example. Again, it's a specific example, ma'am. In faceless, a challenge that we are facing, somebody sitting somewhere in one of our case had added some income as deemed rental in our case. And based on the data that was available on Magic Brick and 99 Acre, now Jaipur, all of us live in Jaipur, we would agree that in no area rental as high as 400 rupee per square feet can be, can be earned. I mean, commercial real estate would be doing robustly well in Jaipur had we been earning that kind of rental. So in some property located in Baba Harishchandra Marg, in which it is hard to find a tenant, I was taxed at 400 rupee per square feet, multiply by the area that I had, and I had to pay a lot of tax on that, and the matter again is in litigation. So how do we grapple with such kind of a situation?
Glad that during this discussion the word hoarding came up. For a span of 3 years, I was DG NIAM, which is agriculture marketing. फार्मर को जब वो प्याज उगाता है तो 2 साल में कोई प्रॉफिट नहीं होता, तीसरे साल में होता है. और जो आड़तिया है उस प्याज को लेके बैठ जाता है, होर्डिंग करता है, फिर हाहाकार होती है, सरकार बदलती है या एक नोटिफिकेशन निकलता है कि होर्डिंग करना अलाउड नहीं है, एक्सपोर्ट करना, अभी भी शायद राइस एक्सपोर्ट करना अलाउड नहीं है और गेहूँ एक्सपोर्ट करना अलाउड नहीं है, क्योंकि लोग होर्डिंग करते हैं और प्राइसेस बढ़ जाते हैं और हम सब बहुत सफ़र करते हैं, राइट? जबकि ही इज़ द रॉक बॉटम पर्सन व्हेन इट कम्स टू ROI, रेवेन्यू ऑन ROI, return on income, return on, I would say return on effort, return on effort. तो वो तो एक बात हो गई. मैं नहीं कहती कि आप farmers, but you are much better off, and ये भी एक historical fact है. I am not talking about Mr. Mishra. I'm talking about a whole host of people who do build flats and then they hoard, waiting. This is, I mean, primarily I would say before COVID, because उसके बाद से तो फिर वो सब ठीक होना शुरू हो गया. In the sense, people wanted to buy their spaces and the demand went up. But उसके पहले क्या था? It was a seller's market. People were hoarding so that the prices would go up, and all of us know that. So then the government had to intervene and come out with this law now, which is being found to be so onerous. At the end of the day, gentlemen and ladies, I am telling you, legislation and governance is about you. The government, I simply reflect who you are. And I'm as good or as bad as you are. आप ऐसा करोगे सरकार को, फिर मतलब कोई आता है कि साहब ये इतना बेहुदा लॉ बन कैसे गया? मैं कहती हूँ भैया ये 10 जगह देखो, ये ऐसा काम हुआ था तो इसलिए लाना पड़ा.
Yes.
और उसको एनफोर्स करने में हमें भी उतना दिक्कत होती है. इट्स नॉट ईजी फॉर अस. आई मीन वी ऑल्सो फील कि ये हो क्या रहा है, बट इट इज अल्टीमेटली what we are doing to ourselves. That is what we need to, at the end of the day, consider.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Well taken. My another question on GST issue. A lot of problem is faced regarding input tax credit on the construction of building for hotels or resorts or the commercial renting. They are still not allowing that input tax credit. And as I understand, the issue is in litigation before Supreme Court also. Do you feel some legislative changes can resolve this issue, and whether, in your opinion, in such situation, input tax credit should be allowed to them. And probably we have just 2-3 minutes left. And if you can sum up this issue in next 2-3 minutes, we would be obliged. Yes.
Sure, sir. So I'll answer the last question first, whether that credit should be allowed to hotels, warehouses, all those who are primarily using immovable property for giving their services. Like for example, take this auditorium only. This auditorium might be earning rent from this event. Now for earning that rent, and on that rent they'll be paying GST at the rate of 18%. And they can only do that if this auditorium has been constructed. All these things are in place. The problem is that we have a provision, section 17, subsection 5, which talks about block credit. And there are those two specific clauses in that which says construction of an immovable property. If I am receiving any goods and services for construction of immovable property on my own account, if that construction is on my own account, then the credit is not allowed. So the whole issue which is right now pending before the Honorable Supreme Court, department has gone to the Supreme Court. We have a favorable order on this issue from Odisha High Court, where how would you interpret this construction on own account? Because generally in case of a builder, it is understood that whatever he is constructing actually for selling it. And on that sale of under constructed property is going to pay tax, and that is why credit is allowed to them, though not now in residential but in commercial projects. But in terms of this warehouse keepers or let's say hotels or auditoriums like this, where I would construct it, I would own it, but I will definitely and primarily use it for giving my outward taxable services. Now, as I said in the starting, in fact, if one would go back and look at the statement and objects for bringing the constitutional amendment to bring in GST, the clear purpose which was said to basically reduce the cascading effect of taxes, and to ensure that there is a free flow of credit which is taking place, and to ensure that the tax base increases. Now, the tax base will only increase when the value-added tax is implemented in its spirit. So if I'm running a hotel and I'm paying tax by letting out that hotel to the customer, definitely on all the goods and services which I've used for giving that letting out services, I should be allowed to have that credit. So credit should be allowed, that's first aspect. The restriction or the problem is regarding the interpretation of the word own account. As Sogani sir said, whether any legislative change would help it, definitely, and this has been the representation to the council, to the state governments and to the central government, that this own account, the interpretation of the word own account should come out very clearly. And in fact, the Odisha High Court said this own account should be read down in a sense to say that if I'm able to establish that if I've constructed the immovable property for actually providing my outward taxable services, credit should be allowed. However, the only challenge is from the government side, their understanding is till the time they are not getting a tax on the sale of that immovable property, to that extent credit should not be allowed. So that's more of what I understand is more of an mindset issue from the understanding from the government side of it. And that's probably the correct way would come from the Supreme Court only. The hearings have already happened. Probably the order would be there in next 2-3 months in this regard.
Thank you very much. And with this, we conclude this session. My heartfelt thanks to all the panelists and Vijay Bhai also for their active participation and responding to the various issues concerning direct and indirect taxes which are relevant for the growth or otherwise of the real estate sector. With this, we conclude this session and I hand over to MOCs.
Thank you, sir. Let's give a huge round of applause for our panelists and the moderator. Under the thorough and astute steering of Rajiv Sogani, sir, the panel discussed important matters related to real estate sector.
The discussion has been great, covering the wide-ranging topics of direct tax, indirect tax, revenue department perception, and practical world's real-life problems. The members have greatly benefited from this comprehensive and lucid discussion. Thank you, entire panel, for your wonderful contribution. Moving on to the second technical session of the day.
Thank you. Give to me.
Moving on to the second technical session of the day.
राधिका, क्या आपने आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के बारे में सुना है?
रिया, मैं तो बस चैट जीपीटी ही जानती हूँ।
सिर्फ चैट जीपीटी नहीं, और भी बहुत कुछ, जैसे जनरेटिव एआई, machine learning, super intelligent AI. To elaborate more on artificial intelligence, we have our next technical session, Impact of AI on Chartered Accountants.
Chartered accountants who are known for making careful and detailed professional decisions will find that AI does not replace them, but rather elevates their expertise. AI is not just a trend, it's a transformative force poised to redefine our profession.
To delve more on this transformative path, firstly we invite the moderator of the session, CA Lokesh Kasat sir, to the dais. Lokesh sir is the former chairman of Jaipur branch ICAI. He has an experience of more than 14 years in the field of forensic audit and system development.
Amongst the panelists, we first request C. Purushottam Khandelwal sir to please ascend to the panel. Purushottam sir is the Central Council member of ICAI. He has 25 years of experience in the field of audit, direct and indirect tax and intellectual property rights.
We next invite Mr. Prashant Ganti sir to the dais. He is the Vice President at Zoho Corporation for Global Strategy and Alliance for Enterprise Finance Suite. He has an over 22 years of experience in the software industry with a deep focus on financial technologies. We welcome you, sir.
Now it's time for felicitation. We invite CA Amit Saini sir to present a bouquet and memento to Prashant Ganti sir.
We invite Jitendra Yadav sir to present a bouquet and memento to CA Purushottam Khandelwal sir.
Let's welcome our amazing panel with a huge round of applause. We now request the session moderator to commence the session. Over to you, Lokesh sir.
Requesting Jitendra Yadav ji to felicitate our Central Council member Purushottam Khandelwal ji. Nirma ma'am is shortly joining us. So, good morning everyone and good morning to the esteemed panelists. As the topic for the day is impact of artificial intelligence on chartered accountants. Respected all senior members present here and peers of the profession. हम लोग जब artificial intelligence के बारे में सुनते हैं आजकल, तो there are lots of questions which comes to our mind कि what can be the future of artificial intelligence. कभी कभार कुछ सही बातें भी सुनते हैं, कुछ ऐसी बातें भी सुनते हैं जिनको सुनने के बाद ऐसा लगता है कि शायद ये पॉसिबल भी है या नहीं, और अगर पॉसिबल है तो what can be really a big impact of such a things. उसी के लिए आज सर हमने ये टॉपिक रखा है जिस पे कुछ हम ऐसे सवालात पूछना चाहेंगे और आपके व्यूज जानना चाहेंगे ताकि सीए प्रोफेशन में हम किस तरीके से आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को इनबिल्ट कर सके, क्या क्या आने वाले थ्रेट्स हैं फ्यूचर में, और कैसे उनको अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ में कन्वर्ट करके नए एरियाज ढूंढे जाए. टॉकिंग अबाउट द थ्रेट सर, एंड बिफोर कमिंग टू द क्वेश्चन, हम सब लोग जब प्रैक्टिस करते हैं या कोई भी असाइनमेंट करते हैं, ऑब्वियस सी बात है वी रिसीव सम डेटाज, एंड स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम द थ्रेट्स, क्योंकि ज़िंदगी में एक डर ही सबसे बड़ी चीज़ है जो हर वक्त हमें डराए रखती है, और इसीलिए हम सब यहाँ नई चीज़ें जानना चाहते हैं. वी हैव विद अस निर्मा भंडारी मैम. मैम, वी आर प्लेजर टू हैव यू हियर. थैंक यू मैम. ओवर टू एमओसी.
Please give a huge round of applause for Nirma Verma ma'am. Nirma ma'am mentors the information risk management segment of a leading advisory firm, A&B Consulting Company Private Limited. She developed a robotic process automation platform that automates IT control testing from a governance perspective.
We request CA Ruchi Gupta ma'am to present a bouquet and memento to Nirma Verma ma'am. Over to you, Lokesh sir. Thank you.
थैंक यू. तो हम बात कर रहे थे सर, स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम द बेसिक्स. हम चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स को जब कोई डेटा मिलता है तो हम उस डेटा पे काफ़ी कुछ वर्किंग करते हैं. सो आई वांट टू शो टू द ऑडियंस अ लिटिल एग्जांपल दैट हाउ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस या हाउ कैन वी यूज आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इन द प्रोफेशन. इसको आप अपॉर्चुनिटी की तरह भी लीजिए, और मैंने कहा थ्रेट की तरह भी लीजिए, क्योंकि बेसिक वर्क किस प्रकार से एलिमिनेट होने वाला है, ये कुछ हम सीन देखेंगे छोटा सा. कैन वी हैव अ वीडियो प्लीज. सर, ये एक डेटा है, आप सब लोग देख पा रहे होंगे. तो ये एक नॉर्मल सा डेटा लिया है हमने. एक ऑनलाइन कंपनी है जो फूड ऑर्डर्स लेती है, which receives some online order also and having a cash sale. There are almost 6,000 line items. We have taken a monthly sale data of an organization. अब हम इस डेटा को एनालाइज करें, खुद से नहीं कर रहे. We will ask the computer to do the things. Sir, in Excel there is a feature, analyze the data. So what we are doing, हम इस डेटा पे just we are clicking on the uppermost right side, analyze data. Now the Microsoft Excel itself started analyzing the data and giving us the possible flags in the data, that what are the orange flag, red flag. For example, now I am asking the question, I am not creating any pivot, I am asking a question, which mode gave the highest sale. I am only typing it. I am not doing any type of analysis. I am just copy paste on the right side, and I have asked with the Excel that which mode gave the highest sale. It has automatically and pick up the data and given me the result, that what is the possible outcome. Secondly, second question, on which table number were the highest service charge was collected. I have typed it, copy paste it, and just click on analyze the data. The Excel automatically given me my answer. So when we take up any client data and put it into the Excel and just simply clicking the analysis of data, friends, it is also giving the possible questions, means what can be the threats in the data. If you see in the right side, there is an orange line. It is showing there is some inconsistency in the data, and it is automatically showing that cash sale on particular table or discount on particular table is more. Means how we can use such type of thing as a opportunity is basically the question. So my first question, Purushottam sir, is from you, that within the general areas of practice of CA, what are the areas of immediate risk from AI and what are the eventual risks?
Thank you, Loketji, for giving me an opportunity. So the AI is an part of the computer science, which humans make a machine who take a decision like a human. So the immediate risk for the chartered accountant is those who are working in the repetitive type of works, like data entries and the bookkeepings. So that is a threat that can be changed by the artificial intelligence. Even though the tax computation and the calculations, so you are doing the tax calculation, which is a repetitive right of nature, and the program decision that can be taken care of by the artificial. Even the audit sample testing that can be taken care of by the AI. So that is the immediate risk, and eventually risk. The AI can take a replacement of the financial statement analysis. So some part of financial statement can be analysis by the AI. Tax planning parts, which is currently thinking of the human beings. So that tax planning part can be taken over by the artificial intelligence.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Rightly said that repetitive work, which is a type of a process, is being taken over by AI. My next question, Prashant sir, is with you. The government organizations are also using AI tools in tax-related working, both at income tax level and GST level. We all can see that whenever we file income tax return or GST return, the basic errors or the basic points are generated automatically, and sometimes notice comes as and when we file the return. So what preparation do you feel a businessman has to do to equip itself so that it can remove the errors from department point of view?
Yeah. So before I jump onto that question, I just want to add something onto the Excel sheet, the wonderful Excel sheet that you shared. Not really. So what I wanted to share here is, actually this per se is not a threat to the chartered accountants. This is more a threat to technology people like us, programmers, because today I'm assuming that the job of a chartered accountant is not to just provide that information, it is what you do with that information, correct? It's not. So it's okay now? Yeah, thank you. So I was just commenting on the Excel sheet that he shared. It's a very good example that he provided. What I wanted to say is that per se is not a big threat to chartered accountants. That's more a threat to programmers or technologists like us rather than chartered accountants. Because today my assumption is job of a chartered accountant is not to just provide that information. What you do with that information is more important. Today, if you want to retrieve that information, you need to tap into a developer or a programming company. Today, what technology does is it allows you to do something called a self-service business intelligence. You just tell the program or the software what you need, and it is able to retrieve that information. You can eliminate the intermediary, which is a developer or a programming this thing. So that's a big step. So I just wanted to comment. Now coming back to your question on, so basically your question was on the government today is deploying and employing a lot of AI tools to detect errors in tax filing and this thing. So there's a lot of there's a mushrooming, skyrocketing of notices being sent to various companies and individuals. What individuals and businesses can do. So first off, right, the goal for, over the years, the goal for governments, I mean, even before technology, there has always been mechanism to reduce errors, reduce this thing. There's a lot of manual work that has been done. What has changed, even today, for example, with advent of e-invoicing and all, right? So even GST itself, right? There is this thing to reduce the leakage in taxes, correct? What is different this time is the huge amount of data that the government has at its disposal. And data is the new oil. There are a lot of pipes, right? The 5G pipes and all that can keep on pumping the data at enormous throughput, enormous rates. Now, so it's very far easier today to detect errors. For example, you submit something in your IT returns, and your tenant submits a different number. It's quite easy for systems to detect that, and it's ripe for notices, and that could really set the cat among the pigeons. So what you need to do, I mean, from a business, I'm assuming that I'm talking for a honest taxpayer and a honest business. I'm not talking about bringing the fraud angle here. So there are a couple of things. You need to wrap your day-to-day transactions, day-to-day tasks. You need to have compliance wrapped around them. Try to enrich transactions at the source itself with tax-related information. Ensure that once it happens on a continual basis, then you reduce chances of error to a large extent. And then, so basically capture everything at the source itself, and have your compliance around that itself, so that you don't do it as an afterthought. So basically, accounting itself is being continuous today. So it is, computing is continuous. And then you have access to user interface continuous. You don't do accounting on a batch processing mode. You have all the transactions, and then you update what the tax rates are. Don't do it post facto. Do it at the time of transaction itself. So that, to a large extent, reduces the errors that then you can avoid a lot of notices. So that.
Thank you, sir. The best part is, for compliance part, so you want to just guide that for compliance part, we should be very much strong in relation to AI also. Correct. So before coming to Nirma ma'am, I would like to just assure you all, in fact reassure you all, despite the topic being the AI, we all won't be replaced by AI, and we will be here. So ma'am, the question is that will AI automate the jobs which are going for job? It means any type of work presently which a practicing chartered accountant is doing or a chartered accountant in industry is doing.
So thank you, Dineshji, for this question. And I think that's the best question I would like to take up. So I want to start with making, I think, one very in-principle clarity. Everyone talks about AI, but because we are in industry practice in this area, I think since the last 2 decades, and very hands-on on this subject. So I want to just clear that AI is very loosely used, but there are 2 basic principles in AI where everyone practices this, and I think in the years to come, we want to adopt this. So there's one concept of process automation and one concept of artificial intelligence. So, very classic case of what you so nicely demonstrated can also be understood as process automation. So, we should definitely be adopting process automation. And I think that has been being used since many years now. So, if we kind of understand this difference and the fine balance and the thin line between that, we will not ever feel this threat that, everyone is probably feeling that inertia for AI, and we will probably open arms adopt these principles. So let me come closer to telling you that process automation is very, very safely, and I would say will be a facilitator for many of our jobs. So if I say, for example, data entry, bookkeeping, our basic account reconciliation, we see so many forward-looking firms in many, many states, many corporates, many industries are actively using this now. And it's only helping chartered accountants. I even see articles start using this and big firms. And the only thing it is doing is making us do basic, I don't like to use the word mundane, but I think routine tasks more efficiently, more smartly, more faster. Sampling becomes better. Assurance levels go better. So I think the target should primarily be, because regulators or our stakeholders, whether they are management, they are audit committees, or they are simply, wherever we are reporting our things to, I think assurance level expectations are going high. And if our sampling has to increase, we need to adopt process automation. And even that is a form of AI. I would say a very basic form of AI. So if we keep that positive principle in mind, then I think the whole idea of thinking that is it a risk, is it taking away our jobs, it is only a facilitator. So in those are the very areas where very actively we can start adopting this. And I'm also very happy to see sometimes that institute is also doing some courses around that. And we should carry on more courses. We should, I think, even adopt it in our curriculums to first start teaching process automation. And there, not only Microsoft, Excel, other softwares, other, even technologies, tools, I think the youngsters are becoming very proactive. So I'll park that as process automation. So here there are many applications in accounting, in our CA profession, and all industries. So why not us? So we should start that right away. Now coming to artificial intelligence. So is that a threat to us and our profession? Again, I am very positive looking, and no. Now where is that stepping in? What are our examples there? And why is that also not a risk? So there it will definitely automate our jobs there also. And there I can give you better examples like forecasting, budgeting. I can also give you some examples like reconciliation, frauds, forensics. So these are also newer areas where I guess definitely our guidelines, our areas are venturing into chartered accountancy, our profession. And here there are thoughts and judgments which chartered accountants have to anyways apply. And here we can use the AI principles. Because the very basic concept is the AI is just supposed to use an algorithm which we are feeding in, and it is only going to do forecasting. So definitely it can automate our jobs, but using the automation principle plus the intelligence principle.
Correctly said, ma'am, that we should not take it as a threat. But ma'am, most of the members here are from Rajasthan and from basic village areas of Rajasthan also. When we see it as a threat, because as and when we sometimes heard that, say, for income tax returns, what government will do, presently what the thing is, client provide us the data in relation to, say, if I talk about this, say, basic salary ITR, client provides us the basic information, and we just check it and filing it his ITR. Now the planning of government is like that what we have heard, that it will be other way around. The all information of the client will be on the site, and the assessee is only required to tick up the data whether the information is correct or not. And if it is correct, then no need to submit the return, or just he need to click on OK. And if it doesn't click on OK, department will take it as all information are correct. So it's going to be other way around. And we definitely see it as threat if we talk and think. So sir, Purushottam sir, my next question in relation to this thing that presently I am taking AI as a threat, and in this regard, what are the future plans of ICAI for development of various tools related to ICAI which can help the members We understand that AI is not a threat, it's opportunity. But on ground level, everybody is talking. First point, the first thing which comes in mind, that it is going to be a threat. So what are the development taken care by ICI, sir?
Loketji, I'm always a positive thinker. I never thought that it's a threat. All the automation and technology give a comfort to the human beings. I am joining my CA in the 1987 when there is no computer. We are filing tax return manually and prepare a bunch and filing the returns. So now taken automated cares. So it's a save of lot of time and peace of mind. So the rest of things is taken care by the systems. So Institute of Chartered Accountants is doing a lot of work for the AI, how we helps to the members. So first of all, we are talking with the technology companies, information technology companies or tech companies. They are developing audit tools, and so which create automation. And the last years, in my committee, where the Prakash Sarmaji is chairman of this committee, and we are coming with the audit tools, how we analyze the data, as a bunch of the data you have seen in the screen just before how we analyze the data. It's impossible for human being to analyze the data. If we develop our audit tools, which give a lot of helps to the members. So we are, again, last year we had given one software or office practice management software with so many things which is taken care by the members, how we utilize maximum resources, audit staffs, other staffs, client management, tax management, billing management. So a lot of times we are saving. So Institute has already provided one software last year free of cost to all these members. So please, those who have not installed, kindly install it. It's a brainchild of Prakash Sarmaji, and they've already given the office practice management. Again, this committee where this program is going to be organizing, we are coming with the audit tools. So audit tools will be a lot of helps to the members to come to the conclusion and to draft a better audit reports. Even though we are coming with so many income tax filing tools, so automatically return can be filed. So that is given by the institute. Even though financial analytical and forecasting tool, I say plan to develop a tools that use in AI and analyze financial data, generate forecasts, and provide business insights. So I say, even though included in the curriculum of the new course, so the student who are joining the CA course must know the artificial intelligence. Even the knowledge sharing resources, ICI is creating a central repository resource of AI for its member, including case studies, research papers, and the best practice. So ICI is doing a lot of help for the members and coming with a lot of audit tools, analytical tools. Even though in the forensic and forecasting, we are coming with audit tools. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As mentioned by sir, that ICAI in the CMP committees has adjoining hands with various tech companies. There are lots of audit tools provided by the CMP committee. So I will request all the members to take maximum advantage of all these resources provided by ICAI. So Prashant sir, now coming to you, we always listen that artificial intelligence is taking over real intelligence. So I would like to just give a say, in my office that what was happened. So I have given some work to the article that just type the reply of a notice, and the article used the chat GPT and showed me the reply. According to me, that there was a comma error, that some comma was not be there, according to me. But when I informed the article that you have done this wrong thing, so he was like, that sir is going to be cracked now. इनको क्या पता चैट जीपीटी ने यहाँ कॉमा लगाई है और इनको आता नहीं है कुछ. So sir, these type of things are there. So my question is related to this, sir. So to what extent artificial intelligence will surpass the human capabilities, especially in case of data analysis, which is going to be a big thing in the coming days, and how the dynamic interplay will be there between the AI and human capabilities?
is again a good question. So we need to, if you, I'll step back several years back. I mean, if you take the very first investment in something called as analog computer didn't happen today. It happened way back in, say, 1000 BC, actually. There's something, in fact, in my presentations elsewhere, I've used this example. There's something called as Antikythera mechanism, which was built by ancient Greece to predict how the astronomical cycles, upcoming astronomical cycles. This happened in 1000 BC. So, and then if you see, right, the first advertisement for a computer job was in 1600. At that time, a computer was a human being. So today you don't hire a computer, you buy a computer, right? Tomorrow can it happen to us? I don't know. So that's all I can say. However, so basically why I'm giving these examples is human beings always wanted to invest in technologies or do something about to make our tasks easier. That's automate various stuff where our intervention is far, far less. And then also to know how the near-term future is going to be. Correct? So we need to embrace technology in that way. So I think there are multiple areas where, for example, something as basic as data entry, bookkeeping, and all will definitely be this thing. For example, today OCR technology, right, can automatically extract information from documents and post accounting entries. And so this is something available today. And then automate reconciliation. So these are all, it's nothing, the technology is, it's not far away. It's obviously, it's available. So as far as, we also need to understand that as far as AI is concerned, we are in a period what we call as in-between times, where the first availability of the technology to its wide adoption, we don't know when the wide adoption will be, but we need to be proactive in nature and assume that part of things that we are going to be doing now is going to be done by technology. So I am an optimist here. I always believe human intuition, human judgment, there is always a place for that. So there's nothing like a fundamental right that I'm going to always do this or I'm going to always have this job. There is nothing like that. So technology will evolve. We also have to evolve together with that. I mean, you take software jobs, right? Software was very, very lucrative in the last 30 years. It still is lucrative, but 30, 40 years back, nobody used to pay for software. You used to buy software along with hardware, right? But software prices in the last 30 years have gone up. Why should, there is nothing given that this is the way people will always pay for this service or a good. So it will always evolve. So we need to keep seeing, just believe in the human ability to judge, human intuition, and everything around us. We just need to adapt. How quickly we are able to adapt to various technologies is what differentiates us, is what I believe.
So thank you, sir. Rightly said that we should be proactive in nature and regularly we should update our software. But so now here the problem, I will say the practical problem is when we talk about software, it relates to cost. And in India, the highest search word on Google is free. Means anything which is searched, there is free with it. So this is the problem. So when Prashant sir has, in the earlier answer, he spoke about the compliance part. So Nirma ma'am, in relation to compliance part and just continuing with the answer of the Prashant sir, my question to you is, how effectively can AI handle the audit task, considering the financial data, considering the regulatory compliance? Suppose my point is, if I'm putting any data in the software and simply clicking on run or check the errors, and software is not showing any errors, does it mean that it is error-free? Might be possible that problem might be there in software in relation to audits. So can AI handle the complete audits? This is the question to you, ma'am.
Sure.
So thank you again. Interesting question. So as I mentioned before, the entire premise of AI is definitely based on the algorithm. But yes, if you may say so, apart from the, I would say the last leg of handling the exceptions, we have seen internationally and few definitely progressive solutions in India, where if you talk about compliance from a set standard checklist, AI is definitely capable of handling an entire audit. So if you pick up, say, a bank concurrent audit, or if you pick up maybe a branch audit, a bank branch audit checklist, you can pick up and IRDA, which is the insurance regulatory checklist audit. These can definitely be completely automated with AI. So there is a concept of source. So if you have defined what the source is, where the data has to be collected, pumped into the AI solution, there are capabilities where they can collect data. You can define your controls, which are already there, and as it's called, the what can go wrong scenario. So that is something what an auditor did. So the concept is it emulates you. So, you know, it's called like a bot, so a robo. So it's called robotic. There are concepts like robotic GRC, governance, risk and compliance. So AI translates into becoming a robotics GRC. That's where AI is used in audit. So what it essentially does is it does the same governance, risk, compliance and audit that you and I do. So the entire checklist that we do is fed into the solution, in the audit solution, and then it collects data just the way you and I collect audit evidence, and it is mapping against the data. And like you rightly said, until the report, it can generate seamlessly the report. The templates can be fed in, and as often as a client wants, the report can seamlessly come in. And we have seen solutions to the extent that even the exceptions can be emailed to the people who it is meant to be emailed. Now, what is left to human intervention? Or I would say, where does the chartered accountant's role in this entire journey is at the beginning and at the end. So the beginning is where, and our skills, honestly, should be enhanced to understanding the risk that goes into the intelligence. So that's where I believe that we should upscale and migrate our time and our skills. So at the end of the day, it is artificial intelligence. It is not human intelligence. So the whole word has been coined like that. So the artificial part is the intelligence. So we should focus on putting our time on feeding in the newer risks that will come. So the risks will always have to be fed in. No AI can understand the risks. It is a robo at the end of the day. So whether it is the tax that Mr. Khandelwal will talk about or the technology that Prashant will talk about, the risk will have to be fed in by us chartered accountants into the solution. It will only keep running the control validations, the audits that Lokesh ji is asking about, and it will throw out the outputs. Then the last leg, understanding what anomalies have come out. That is what our role should be, focusing our time, energy on the anomalies that have come out, and then discussing that, the human angle, with the stakeholders. So that's where AI is going to help audit in our industry. And that's where even the tax, as you rightly said, even if it's going to run the tax returns, no worries. We are here to identify the anomalies and put the final signatures on it. That will still continue. No AI can take that away. So I think that's probably the way we've understood it. We've seen it implement not only in India, but in many other countries. So I believe even until the last state, the lowest possible state of development in India should be ready to take this up.
Thank you, ma'am. And when you talked about bank audits, presently we CA are very much concerned in that area because banks are like that, their systems are so much automized that they don't require the audit. The statement is like that, and the statutory bank audit, the percentage of statutory bank audit are going to be reduced every year. So Purushottam sir, in this line, it's a very serious question with you, that as ma'am said, yes, it is going to be the opportunity. But ma'am, sometimes what happens, and sir, what happens, that opportunity will come in future, but risk is at present. So how to mitigate that risk which is at present? We will not looking up the future right now. For future, sir, Prashant sir, I will come to you, and it will be a very interesting question that for future I will ask with you. But Purushottam sir, will AI make it harder to find the work and free up the various services which are given by CA?
It's a very good, interesting question. I'm always thinking that it's not difficult for chartered accountant to find the job. Recently, we have passed 8,650 chartered accountant. The vacancy is 18,000. So there is no any problem for chartered accountant to threats from AI that he cannot find the job. So it's not difficult for chartered accountant. But even though I am of opinion that of the members, those who are in the routine services, they may be free from the services because the routine work is taken care of by the AI. So I am of the opinion that the members who get the free times, that can be utilized better. So if you have a surplus time, that you can better, if you are engaging in the routine work, you can never find the big opportunity. So I am looking at the opportunity of AI. If you are routine work, what the tax compliance we are doing, we are getting data from a client and we are just filing a clerical work and feeding the data. So we have a lot of surplus time, so we can do the better jobs. So many chartered accountants who I met across the country, they are doing a wonderful job. They are not in the routine work at all. It was I met the Rakesh Jhunjhunwala. The first time when I met to the Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, he told me that when I started the practice, my father told me that you do the tax audit practice. So after 1 or 2 years, I feel like that I am not made for the tax audit, and he involved in the investment services. So he earned a lot of money. So my personal advice to all the chartered accountant friends, it's not a threat. Even though you can utilize your better times, you have a lot of knowledge, because chartered accountant is India's best course and it's a very difficult course. What knowledge you have gained in the study, you can utilize for the better, not for the AI. You can immediately take help of the AI, and you are ultimately who make this machine. Human beings make this machine. So you can help with the making this AI better. You can strategic consulting to the tech companies that your machine can keep better making and give you the better services. So I'm never think that will be the threat for chartered accountants.
So thank you, sir. Again, rightly said कि हमें routine work तो करना है ही, साथ में अपने आप को update भी करते रहना है. And friends, sir has mentioned in his answer कि जो chartered accountant का course को पास कर सकता है, वो कुछ भी कर सकता है. तो AI हमारे लिए opportunity है. But now Prashant sir, coming to you. Friends, मैं आप लोगों से पूछना चाहूंगा एक चीज. अगर हम आम जनता की बात करें, talking, let's get out from the CA profession right now and talking as a common man. हम इंसानों में भगवान किसको मानते हैं? मतलब किसके आगे हाथ जोड़ते हैं? अगर हम किसी इंसान के आगे हाथ जोड़े, someone will say guru, the patient will say doctor, and someone will say, and most of you will agree with it, जो future बता दे, जो भविष्य बता दे कि अभी क्या होने वाला है, कल क्या होने वाला है, I think that will be considered as God only. So question is that, sir, can AI predict future? And I have a second question with you only, but first for this question, sir, how AI can predict future? First question, can AI predict future? and part of it, and if possible, then how it will do?
So I think in a previous, for a previous question, I did mention that humans have always invested in tools to predict how the future is going to be. So in fact, something from a lesson from history is the Allies, right, in World War II, used something called as Kelvin's tide predicting machine to predict the flow of tide so that they can land in Normandy to get an edge over their this thing. In fact, that helped them land successfully, and that was a crucial moment in World War II history. Now, if you ask me whether AI will be able to accurately predict, so there is always a guessing game, right? It's not about, can you guess based on past this thing? That's always there. Today, in fact, how do fraud prediction machines work? It's a guessing game. So there is a lot of, you get more and more of that you do, you get better at that. And that actually requires human input also. So it cannot perfectly say that this person is done fraudulent transaction, this is this thing. So there is a guessing game. You get a better at guessing. That's what all these tools do. I also need to tell you a Socratic irony here. As far as future is concerned, I know that I know nothing. So that's all. Nobody can, nobody wants to play God, including the tools. So you get better at guessing game. That's what software or tools can help you do that. At least.
Sir, here I will interrupt you. You had said that it is a guessing game. But what is the prediction? If the guess is 100% correct, it's a prediction. And what exactly the thing is that how accuracy will be improved in AI?
Yeah, so that is what, for example, you take this payment system, right, that we all use. You swipe your credit card and it goes through a huge, multiple rails, transaction rails, and immediately you are able to this thing. And suppose you, say, buy something that you usually don't, or you, the transaction amount is more than a certain threshold, you immediately get a call from the bank, right? So how does that happen? It's more of a, there's a system or something has pointed out that there is an anomaly here, that something unusual happened here. So it alerts someone to give you a call. Now, so 10 times I say, no, this is something that I usually buy. This is the amount that I buy, or my salary has increased, so I'm going to, then you may not get that call further. So you get, the system get better, the person gets better at this thing. So this is the way this generally works. Now, there are, based on the data that you input, based on patterns elsewhere that happen, you learn from patterns elsewhere, this thing, to improve your guessing. So this is more of you get better at that as you do more of it and more of this thing, and you need to be smart at that also, so that you don't consume too much of processing power either. There's ultimately a limit you will hit.
Sir, again, I will interrupt you. You have said that it will do prediction or guessing work based on the data. So here the question is, suppose I have done a fraud and I know how data will be analyzed by AI. I insert the name of Purushottam sir instead of me into the data so that AI predict the wrong fraudster.
So again, a very good, so basically what you are saying is, I know this algorithm is at place, and can I outguess that? So this is, I draw parallels from, for example, if you take the microbiology world, right? You have viruses, and then you have vaccination. Viruses evolve, and you need to evolve the vaccine also to fight the virus. So this is a continual battle. Actually, you take cryptography, right? World from cryptography. First, cryptography was not evolved at all. First, we had something called as, I think they call as stenography. What is stenography is, you just hide the message. You tarnish your head, write something, and allow your hair to grow, and then move on to a different part of the world, and then you expose the message. People found out. Then there is a lot of cryptography methods evolved, and hackers also evolved accordingly. So it's a similar battle. You need to see how the fraudster also are enrolling. Just like in the hacking world, there is a continuous battle. For example, in our company, everybody has to go through some security training. We continuously hack our own systems because we know that there are a lot of smart people out there who try to hack your system. So it's a continuous battle. So it's not that easy, but you need to know that there is someone out there better who's trying to crack your system, your fraud management capabilities, and misdirect that. So even from cryptography point of view, right, today I'm able to successfully transfer money to you because of something called as RSA algorithm. So you choose a huge prime number, and one factor I give you, that is the public key. The private key only you will have. Now, why I'm able to do this is quite direct, because the computer processing power has not evolved that much. Tomorrow, if quantum computers become a reality, this will be cracked in seconds, and all our banking transactions can go kaput. Now, what do technologies do? You evolve a parallel cryptographic algorithm. There are a lot of research going on there. Something like this lattice-based cryptography and all to counter if such a thing comes. So there is always parallel research has to be done to ensure that people who handle fraud, prevent fraud, are ahead of people who are there to commit the fraud in first place.
So thank you, sir. So the correct is based on experience and understanding, the prediction can be done. So it means we all here have predict the futures. मैं सभी को याद दिलाना चाहूंगा एक घर में एक ऐसा मोमेंट जहां आप लोगों ने भी फ्यूचर प्रेडिक्ट किया है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल हमारे पेरेंट्स का रिएक्शन या बच्चों का रिएक्शन. आपको पता होता है कभी कभी जब आपके फादर या पेरेंट्स कोई बात कह रहे होते हैं हमें, तब आप पहले से गैस कर लेते हो अब इनका ये डायलॉग आने वाला है. तो means it's all on experience, sir, that what are the past things, and based on that we can analyze and predict the future, which will definitely help us. So ma'am, Nirma ma'am, coming to you, someone asked me कि मेरे यहाँ तो आज तक हैकिंग हुई नहीं. Means CEO offices भी, we have seen some example whereby the data of office of chartered accountant has been hacked. But some chartered accountant has asked that मेरे यहाँ तो आज तक हुई नहीं, security system बहुत strong है. तो मैंने कहा हैक होने के लिए पहले हैक होने लायक बनना पड़ता है. मीन्स ऐसा डेटा में कुछ हो तो सही कि कोई हैक करे और फिर फायदा हो. So what makes AI irreplaceable? कि we need to adopt AI and we need to adopt the various measures. That is the question to you, ma'am.
So basically, I would not say that we need to adopt AI. So I think as we were discussing, I believe AI can be adopted in literally anything that we do. It's not that it's an unachievable, unbudgetable thing. We have seen that AI can be used in the smallest of things. I gave examples like even our simple bookkeeping, things are reconciliations. Though you did mention about the bank, but I do see we have clients who have now started even using for branch audits, for concurrent audits. And there are smaller teams. It's okay if the entire requirement is not there, but giving you examples is that smaller tools, even if we are not buying custom tools, but using the entire concept of AI and automation, even if you are using it in smaller journeys and setting up the entire setup in your own office, I think that itself becomes like a journey that we start in our individual offices. And I think that's the whole future that we are seeing. As I actively work with governments of Rajasthan, I work with governments of Uttar Pradesh, I see the institute always being very digital. I've had the pleasure of working with the institute in my own personal capacity. I see many members here, who I have worked with. Jalani ji, I see Mr. Gupta, Prakash ji, all of you all. So the institute has always been very forthcoming in digital activities. So I think the best way is that if each one of us in our own practice also, we should just start encouraging that we move out from, like Khandelwal ji rightly said, even our own practice, we should start adopting methods of even start by using more Excel, advanced Excel courses, advanced adaptation of small tools which adapt these practices. And even when we do AI, there are a lot of ways to get this fear of cyber security out. So India, let me tell you, is one of the most conservative countries to protect cyber incidences from happening. If you do any kind of Google or research, and I think Prashant will vouch for that, we would have seen the least amount of cyber frauds. So our principles in terms of banking, in terms of any other regulators are very stringent. I'll give you simple examples. If I'm sure when you travel abroad and you swipe your credit cards, you will always be prompted to put 2-layer passwords or your PIN. While if you will talk to your any relatives or cousins living abroad, ask them if their credit cards are prompted for PIN numbers. No. While India is very stringent. So we are lucky that, our systems are protected. So we should open up to trying technology. That doesn't mean we go rogue and, becoming callous. But yes, we should encourage to open up to using systems, try technology. The old chartered accountant offices where we see so many ledger books and everything being done manually. Let us encourage all our people to start using systems, put everything that we think we are doing manually into systems, adopting technology, and slowly AI will follow. Because if you tell a guy that you were always doing this reconciliation or book entry, try doing it in a system, then try thinking, how will I do this faster? That itself is AI, is what I feel. You are prompting a person to do it intelligently. So I think it was my first opening statement that AI's principle is to do something smarter, efficiently, and effectively. And move our chartered accounting course, which is a super smart course, and use that intelligence to do something better. So we are not going out of job, but we are trying to do the same thing in a smarter way.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So next question, it's a mixed question, Purushottam sir and Prashant sir, with both of you. First, I will come to Purushottam sir and taking on the answer with a cross questioning to Prashant sir. Sir, you told about the various software. You spoke about the various tech companies. पर सर सीए तो इतना बिजी है, काम इतना है, टाइम कैसे निकाले? तो सर, how can CA profession upskill himself in AI related skill? सीखे कैसे इन कामों को?
सर आप बोलते बिजी है, लेकिन मुझे तो नहीं लगता, एक कहावत है इंग्लिश में कि बिजी मैन हैज टाइम फॉर एवरीथिंग. तो अपने सीए ने एक रूटीन बना ली है कि घर से ऑफिस जाना, जितना क्लाइंट ने काम दिया उतना ही करना और शाम को घर चले जाना. किसी के पास नेक्स्ट 5 ईयर का प्लान है, किसी के पास नहीं है. कोई 10 ईयर का प्लान लेके बैठा है, मेरा रेवेन्यू मॉडल क्या होना चाहिए, मेरे क्लाइंट कितने होने चाहिए, मुझे क्या काम करना है, मुझे सर्विस का क्या चार्ज करना है. व्हाट वी आर सेलिंग सर्विसेज. तो व्हाट वी आर सेलिंग सर्विंग, तो बदलते हुए वक्त में अपने आप को अपग्रेड तो करना पड़ेगा. इसके साथ मैं बिल्कुल सहमत हूँ कि अगर टेक्नोलॉजी को अडॉप्ट नहीं किया और मैं बोलूँ मैं तो पुराने ज़माने में जब पढ़ता था वही काम करूँगा और अभी इसी टाइम वो करूँगा तो चलेगा नहीं. तो अप स्किल करना जरूरी है. अभी AI है तो इसके साथ आप ऑनलाइन कोर्सेज कर सकते हो, बहुत सारे ऑनलाइन कोर्सेज अवेलेबल है. आप वर्कशॉप अटेंड कर सकते हो. ट्रेनिंग ले सकते हो, टेक्निकली गाइडेंस ले सकते हो. नेट पे भी बहुत सारा अवेलेबल है, जैसे कि एक्सप्लोर द इंट्रोडक्टरी कोर्स एंड बूट कैंप्स ऑन एआई फंडामेंटल्स, मशीन लर्निंग, डीप लर्निंग, प्लेटफॉर्म लाइक कोर्सा, एडेक्स, सो मेनी प्लेटफॉर्म इज देयर. सो यू हैव टू अपग्रेड योरसेल्फ. अपग्रेड तो करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि देखो हमारे से जो नई जनरेशन, नई पीढ़ी आ रही है, जो कल पास हुए हैं, दे आर ऑलरेडी अपडेटेड. सो सीनियर वी हैव टू अपडेटेड मोर.
सर इधर बीच में टोकूंगा, वो अपडेट होने चाहते हैं तो राजस्थान में क्या होता है, बीच में शादी करनी होते आ जाते हैं, तो कुछ ना कुछ प्री ऑक्यूपेंसी या कोई फंक्शन ऑक्यूपेंसी भी इतनी रहती है कि अपडेट होने वाली बात पे सर थोड़ा प्लीज हाईलाइट करें सर और गाइड करें.
अपडेट का जब भी आपको टाइम मिलता है, देखो सीखने की कोई उम्र नहीं होती. मैंने कई लोगों को देखता है कि 50 साल बाद भी सीए किया, तो सीखने के लिए कोई उम्र नहीं होती. अगर आप अपने मन में नक्की किया कि मुझे इसको सीखना है, मुझे इसको अडॉप्ट करना है, मुझे अपने आप को अपग्रेड करना है. जैसे मैं बताऊं कि मैं जब खुद सीए में था तब ईमेल कोई लिखा नहीं जाता. आज कोई भी ऐसा नहीं होगा जिसका ईमेल एड्रेस नहीं होगा. बस बदलते वक्त में सबने अडॉप्ट कर लिया है. अब सब फाइल अपलोड करना जानते. पहले ये फाइल कैसे अपलोड होगी प्लेटफॉर्म में किसी को पता नहीं था. मैं जब फर्स्ट टाइम सोचता था कि ये आरओसी में अपलोड करने का आया, तो उसको कैसे अपलोड करेंगे, लेकिन वक्त के साथ सबको आ गया. तो हमारे मेंबर मतलब चेंजेस को अडॉप्ट करते हैं, और टाइम तो है. बस मोदी जी के पास भी इतना ही टाइम है जितना अपने पास में टाइम है, सबके पास इतना ही टाइम है. तो टाइम का मैक्सिमम यूटिलाइज करना है तो वो आपको आना चाहिए.
वेरी राइटली सेड. समय तो निकालना होगा, वरना एक दिन समय हमें निकाल देगा. तो प्रशांत सर, कंटिन्यूइंग विद दिस क्वेश्चन, that will AI replace the client interaction? I mean to say that yes, we need to update ourselves. Purushottam sir has said that various platforms are there. So using that platform, how to identify that which skill we should learn? Means for learning, there are n number of opportunities. Out of that n number of opportunities, how chartered accountant should identify that these skills are meant for me?
Yeah. So, first of all, you need to step back and see where you are spending a lot of time on. She rightly pointed out, right? If you're able to reduce a lot of manual stuff that you're already doing, a lot of people still do plenty of manual stuff. How do you automate that? Learning that to automate itself is a skill that you need to build. So it is sometimes, right, we talk too much about AI, but once upon a time, things that we used to call AI are no longer, for example, Google search, right, in the backend, it's AI, correct? It's probabilistic in nature, you use a lot of things you don't no longer call. But finding the right way to search what you want to search, you should know that's some skill, but you no longer call it AI. Today we call something called as dictation software. That was speech recognition AI some time back, correct? You don't call it AI. So you need to, what's the important thing that you bring to the world? Important thing that you understand your client better than anyone else. You know, you have the tacit understanding of what can help your clients. Now, for a long time, there was technology constraint on how you can use that. You had to depend on a lot of third parties to, for example, this process improvement, if I bring, that's a big value add for the client. For a long time, you cannot achieve that on your own. Today, there is technology platforms available. You can learn them and immediately bring a tangible change for your clients. So I'm sure you would have heard of something called as low code, no code environment. So until now, you need to give a project to a third party software company to get it done. Today, you can learn the tools on yourself and implement it for your client. You don't need, for a lot of basic things, you don't need any third party companies to do that. There are tools available right on the market. So that's the first step. In fact, you say read, write, and arithmetic, right? Add programming also. That's the fourth one. So basic programming, basic automation, anyone can learn in this world. I've seen a lot of CAs and CPAs across the globe adopt that. So it's a basic skill. It's just a next level to Excel. is what I would say. So that immediate changes that can immediately show your value to the world, you can bring it to them. So that's one thing. And keep abreast of what's happening in this thing and immediately see how you can bring value. Adopt that in your process, adopt that in your practice, and show tangible results.
Okay, so continuing to that, you said that CA should learn some basic programming. Suppose I have learned and we have learned some basic programming and some expert programmer is there who can bypass us. So what are the chances in future that the expert programmer, I will take unto you only, that you are from Zoho, say I am using the Zoho software and what is the security of my data for that?
No, I think, okay, there are two things. One is an expert programmer bypasses you. It's more of a security thing that you're asking, right? See, if we don't keep security of the client's data, customer's data at front and square of it, we are out of business. So there's an emerging field of zero trust security, right? That's something that we adopt in practice. So basically, don't trust anyone. So as far as data is concerned, don't even trust me. So there are processes in place. So far, the security, what they follow is castle and moat approach. Somebody crosses the moat and enters the castle, you trust him. Today, even you don't trust whoever is internal to it. That's the way systems are supposed to be designed. Something called a zero trust network. So there is a security aspect. The programmer, you learn basic programming and get things done. Can an expert programmer bypass and break into your systems? You have to assume that there's a possibility of that. So the question that you have to ask is, how do I prevent that? What are the systems and processes? Is there proper segregation of duties at your end? Because fraud, breakage of security can happen anywhere else. Within the business, outside of the business. Outside of the business, then what are the precautionary stuff? What are the steps that have been taken to prevent external threat? Internal threat, do you have proper segregation of duties? These are the questions. The literature should be circulated. For example, in our company, all 12,000, 13,000 employees undergo a privacy training. Because we follow GDPR and all. GDPR is restricted to Europe, but we have taken it globally. So that's something that I recommend each and every chartered accountant firms to adopt, practice. It's better to err on the side of caution here.
So, okay, thank you, sir. Sir, as mentioned, that don't trust anyone. Sir, life में जब trust करना start किया, उसके बाद शादी हो गई. So, I will say, yes, we should not 100% believe on the backend process. You want to say like that only, sir. So means backend means that what exactly the AI is doing.
No, what I'm saying is, have systems and processes in place that ensures that somebody cannot break in easily. So you have proper steps to constrain that. So
okay, sir.
It's assume that there is somebody who's going to break in. Can you prevent it?
Yes, we should assume that what processes exactly is doing. It may be breaked in future. We should assume it. Okay. So continuing with this question, Nirma ma'am. So how we can collaborate with AI considering all the discussion which is there between us?
So like you rightly said, so AI is definitely a collaborative tool for the audit fraternity and accountants. So I think we've clearly understood that we have to utilize its strength to be one of our, it's just like another team member and one of our team members. We have to augment its expertise. We have to explain to our clients that it is going to add greater value to the entire work that we are doing with our clients. Yeah, I must bring across one thing, that we have to make sure that we bring transparency when we are working with our clients. We have to tell them that we are going to be using AI. Because like you rightly pointed out that there are some biases in, I think, what you were trying to present in the earlier question. So basically, there are no threats as such, but AI has some algorithms. So I think maybe the point coming across is that there could be some bias in the algorithm, which could be a cause of concern, and that is what needs to be tested frequently. So correct me if I'm wrong, Prashant, right? Yeah.
So software
So-
can misbehave.
Correct, correct.
So
Yeah. So the biases that are the algorithm that forms the AI might have some biases, and that is what we also need to sensitize the client. So when we are collaborating with AI as part of our audit engagements, and which is going to be a part of our team, I think we should also sensitize our clients that we are going to be using this. We should be transparent with our clients. That becomes, I think, part of our professional ethical standards as well, because we are sharing the data on a platform. So to begin with, I think that should also be part of it. And we should present it like a value proposition. And I think that has done us good as well in our experience. So it made merry to tell them that, we are using it, is going to do good. We've showed them the POV, as it's called. Like in software, we've heard the concept of POC. Here we present it as a POV, a proof of value. That, there is a proof of value, and by using AI, it's going to add so much value to the engagement. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. So, in short, the chief guest of the program is coming, but a quick question to all the panelists one by one. Sir, the general perception of any technology advancement, the general perception is that काम जाने वाला है. Sir, पहला question यही आता है दिमाग में, it will leads to higher unemployment. And history had shown that yes, काम जाता भी है तो काम आता भी है. So my question to all of you, one by one, quick bite, how AI will open new opportunities for CA, means which areas will be there?
It's increase the opportunity in analysis part of that. Financial, you can do the financial statement better analyze. You can take a help in the forensic audit. So it will increase the opportunity. Will come nahi jayega.
Forensic audit नया opportunity है. Nirma ma'am.
Definitely audits, control assessments, risk assurance.
Control assessment, you mean. Prashant sir, so which new areas?
So for much of the time, right, financial professions were looking in the rear view mirror, quarterly reporting, how this is done in the past. AI and technologies will force or push financial professions or accountants to help their clients tell advice on how the near future is going to be based on.
Means for advisory part, you are want to say that it's a
so
new
based
opportunity.
on real-time cross-functional data is available today. You glean insights from that, use your tacit understanding of your customer, and help them see value going forward in the.
So thank you so very much. Thank you to all the panelists. Over to MOC.
Thank you.
Before we move on, we would like to invite Shri Dinesh Chandra Garg sir, Regional Head, Central Bank of India, to the stage. Today, Central Bank of India is launching a new loan facility for chartered accountants and professionals.
We request CA Purushottam Khandelwal sir to please felicitate Dinesh sir.
PV Sharma sir, please come to the stage.
सेंट्रल बैंक ऑफ इंडिया में ये स्कीम जो अभी लॉन्च हुई है, मैंने इनिशिएटिव लिया था बोर्ड मीटिंग में कि भी चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स का पैसा कभी कहीं नहीं जाने वाला, तो कोलेटरल फ्री लोन 50 लाख से लेके 2 करोड़ रुपए तक और काफ़ी कॉम्पिटिटिव रेट पे है, 8.5% है। और यदि कोलेटरल देते हो आप तो और भी थोड़ा 25 पैसे का उसमें गुंजाइश है। तो ये स्कीम में सब अपन बेनिफिट लें और सभी को ग्रोथ करने के लिए आगे बढ़ें। बाकी दिनेश गर्ग साहब आपको पूरा बताएंगे, इसके गूगल फॉर्म भी है, वो सभी सर्कल में गया है, तो जो भी इंटरेस्टेड हो, बाहर उसकी शॉप भी है, तो ज़रा अपन बात कर सकते हैं।
धन्यवाद सर। मैं श्री प्रियव्रत शर्मा साहब को बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा, जो जिनके ये जो स्कीम है वो इन्हीं का ब्रेन चाइल्ड है। इन्हीं ने पहले इस आइडिया को कंसीव किया। हमारे हायर मैनेजमेंट को, टॉप मैनेजमेंट को इन्होंने उस स्कीम के बारे में बताया और हमारे टॉप मैनेजमेंट को भी ये अच्छी लगी। तो इसके बारे में पूरा स्कीम का पूरा ड्राफ्ट हमने लगभग सभी लोगों को 9000 चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स को हमने मेल करके उसका पूरा ड्राफ्ट भेजा हुआ है और करीब 2500 लोगों को कॉल भी किया हुआ है। और मुझे यहाँ ये अनाउंस करते हुए बेहद खुशी होती है कि इसमें से टोटल हमने आज तक 113 टोटल एप्लीकेशंस हम लोगों ने कलेक्ट भी कर ली हैं, हमारे पास आ चुकी हैं। उनको इन प्रिंसिपल सेंक्शन भी दिया हुआ है, जिसका अमाउंट टोटल होके तकरीबन 18 करोड़ जाता है। सवाल 18 करोड़ का नहीं है। 18 करोड़ मैं जानता हूँ कि एमएसएमई लोन के लिए एक बहुत छोटा सा अमाउंट है, एक सिंगल प्रपोजल इससे ज़्यादा का हो सकता है। बट हमें खुशी है कि सेंट्रल बैंक ऑफ इंडिया आप जैसे लोगों के साथ जुड़ रहा है और हमने आज अभी 113 से शुरुआत की है। चूँकि इस साल हम अपने बैंक की स्थापना का 113वां वर्ष मना रहे हैं, इसलिए उससे कॉमेंसुरेट करते हुए इसको 113 पर रखा गया है। अदरवाइज़ ये जर्नी मैं जानता हूँ कि आपका हमारा साथ ये जर्नी सेंट्रल बैंक ऑफ इंडिया को काफ़ी आगे तक लेके जाएगा और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आप सबका सहयोग हमको हमेशा मिलता भी रहा है और आगे भी मिलता रहेगा और हम एक बहुत अच्छा कॉर्पस इसके माध्यम से बनाएंगे। और आपके साथ, आपके सहयोग से समाज सेवा का जो संकल्प हमारे फाउंडर श्री पोचखानावाला साहब ने सोचा था, वो ज़रूर हम पूरा करने में कामयाब होंगे। सो मैं एक बार फिर से पीवी सर को धन्यवाद देता हूँ, इस पूरे आप सभी को धन्यवाद देता हूँ और ये जो ऑर्गेनाइजर्स हैं, ख़ास तौर पे मेहता साहब, प्रकाश शर्मा साहब, विजय अग्रवाल साहब और सभी ऑर्गेनाइजर्स, उनको मैं सभी को धन्यवाद देता हूँ। कभी भी सेंट्रल बैंक के लिए किसी भी तरह की सेवा की ज़रूरत हो, हमारा स्टॉल यहाँ लगा हुआ है और इसके अलावा भी सेंट्रल बैंक की हर ब्रांच 4600 ब्रांचेस का हमारा पैन इंडिया नेटवर्क है। इट इज़ ऑलवेज अवेलेबल to serve you and the society. So thank you very much for calling me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We request ये पुरुषोत्तम खंडेलवाल sir to please give memento to Dinesh sir. Thank you. Thank you.
A big round of applause for all our panelists and the moderator for such an insightful session. We thank you all.
We look forward for successful implementation of audit and other AI tools provided by ICI for enhancing efficiency and effectiveness in our work.
We now request CA Pramod Jain, Sir, Central Council member, to give a special address.
मिस्टर साहब, उसमें करीब 10 से 15 मिनट का टाइम है। तब तक में हमारे साथ में प्रमोद जैन साहब जो काउंसिल मेंबर हैं और बहुत नॉलेजेबल हैं, उनको मैंने रिक्वेस्ट की कि जो 2-3 इश्यूज जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है आपके साथ शेयर कर रहे हैं।
Thank you very much, Prakash bhai. As the chairman of the CMP, Prakash Sharma ji, Umesh Sharma ji, and the vice chairman in absentia, of course, our council members, government nominee Vijay Jalani ji, and Abhay Chhajer ji, Rajinder Kumar P ji, Purushottam Khandewal ji abhi aapke saath the, existing council member from Jaipur, प्रकाश शर्मा जी एंड रोहित रोवाटिया जी एंड पास्ट काउंसिल मेंबर सतीश गुप्ता जी, डियर फ्रेंड्स, फिलर हूँ मैं जब तक कि हमारे सीएम साहब नहीं आते। सो लेट अस टॉक अपॉन वन पॉइंट विच इज़ एप्लीकेबल टू ईच एंड एवरी बिजनेसमैन एंड विच हैज़ टू बी हैंडल्ड बाय each and every chartered accountant who would be doing a audit. And that is doing the tax audit and disallowing a huge portion of your creditors for 31st March 2024 because of creditors being under MSME, because of section 43B. I suppose सबको पता होगा ये. तो आप सब लोगों को पता है आपके जो क्लाइंट्स हैं वो कितने MSME के सप्लायर्स के साथ वर्क कर रहे हैं? पता है आप सब लोग? नहीं. तो आप लोगों ने अपनी एक्टिव, बिकॉज इफ आई टॉक अबाउट MSME एक्ट, इट इज देयर सिंस 2006. कोई चेंज नहीं है तब से आज तक कोई चेंज नहीं है. एंड प्लीज नोट, दिस इज वन ऑफ द एक्ट विच इज सुपरसीडिंग ऑल अदर लॉज इन द कंट्री. So, suppose you are receiving certain goods or services and there is an agreement if you are receiving the goods and services from a MSME Udyam Aadhar registered micro or small entity who are registered therein, and you are receiving your client is receiving the goods or services, and there is an agreement. Say suppose your agreement is to pay within 90 days. But as per that MSME Act, everyone knows that it has to be within 45 days. तो अगर 45 days में पेमेंट नहीं किया और अगर कोई एग्रीमेंट नहीं है तो विदिन 15 days नहीं किया, then that expenditure would be disallowed now if it is not paid by the year end. तो मान लीजिए 31 मार्च 2024 में आपके क्लाइंट का टर्नओवर जो मर्जी हो, उसका प्रॉफिट है मान लीजिए 25 लाख रुपए, और उसके ट्रेड क्रेडिटर्स, सन्ड्री क्रेडिटर्स हैं 1 करोड़ रुपए, और वो सारे के सारे MSME सबको 45 दिन से ऊपर हो गए, तो आपका जो प्रॉफिट जिस पे आपने टैक्स देना है वो देना 1 करोड़ 25 लाख पे. रेडी है ना? आपने अपने क्लाइंट्स को तो बता ही दिया होगा. अब ऑडिट आने वाला है, जनवरी चालू है. नहीं तो जब आप ऑडिट कर रहे होंगे सितंबर में, तब आप क्या करोगे? वो कहेंगे हमको तो बताया नहीं आपने. और अगर आप ये कहते हैं कि हमको तो पता ही नहीं है कि उसके जो सप्लायर्स हैं वो MSME में रजिस्टर्ड हैं या नहीं है, तो प्लीज आप अपने क्रेडिटर्स के इनवॉइसेस जरूर चेक कर लेना. क्योंकि क्या होता है कि जैसे मान लीजिए हमारा क्लाइंट है, तो हम अपने क्लाइंट को ये कहते हैं कि आपको MSME में रजिस्टर कराओ, 45 डेज में पेमेंट मिलेगी. तो हम अपने क्लाइंट को क्या बोलते हैं कि आप अपने इनवॉइस के अंदर उद्यम आधार रजिस्ट्रेशन नंबर लिख देना. मेरा जो क्लाइंट है वो आपके क्लाइंट को सप्लाई करता है गुड सर्विसेज. आपके क्लाइंट का आपने नहीं बोला, लेकिन मैंने अपने क्लाइंट को बोला, और मेरे जैसे बहुत सारे सीएस ने अपने क्लाइंट को बोला जिन्होंने उनका रजिस्ट्रेशन कराया MSME में. तो आप ये नहीं कह सकते कि उसको पता ही नहीं है कि उसके क्रेडिटर्स के अंदर से कितने लोग उद्यम आधार में रजिस्टर्ड हैं. आप इनवॉइस तो चेक करेंगे, आप चेक तो करेंगे, और फिर आप कैसे हो सकता है कि 43 में वो डिसअलाउ ना करें? Otherwise it would be a gross negligence, huge gross negligence. Are you ready for that? या किसी को लगता है इसमें कोई इशू ही नहीं है? लगता है किसी को? कैसे करेंगे? और आप सब लोगों को यह भी पता है, मैं कुछ नया नहीं बता रहा, सबको यह पता है कि in case you are not making the payment, the client is not making the payment within 45 days, then he has to pay the interest. He has to pay the interest 3 times the bank rate compounded on a monthly basis. और वो इंटरेस्ट भी अलाउड नहीं है एज अ डिडक्शन. तो क्या आप अपने जब बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स फाइनलाइज करते हैं, जो क्लाइंट फाइनलाइज करता है, आप ऑडिट करते हैं, तो क्या वो इंटरेस्ट का प्रोविजन कर रहे हैं? कर रहे हैं क्या? नहीं कर रहे तो फिर कैसे ट्रू एंड फेयर व्यू हो गया? कैसे ट्रू एंड फेयर व्यू हो गया? प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, दिस इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। अभी अपने क्लाइंट को बोलिए कि वो अपने जितने भी सप्लायर्स हैं फॉर गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज सबको लेटर भेजे, उनसे लिखे कि क्या आप एमएसएमई में रजिस्टर्ड अगर हैं तो हमको आप बताइए, अगर आप नहीं रजिस्टर्ड हैं या जब भी रजिस्टर्ड हो हमको बता दीजिएगा, because that you need to have in your audit documentation, because this is for the first time coming into our tax audits and this will be having a huge impact. और अगर ऑडिटर्स ने नहीं किया तो इशू ऑडिटर्स के ऊपर सबसे पहले आएगा। ऑडिटर्स इसके अंदर आंख नहीं मीच सकता। सिंपल है, एक बार क्रेडिटर्स की लिस्ट आएगी उसकी इनवॉइसेस मंगाएंगे और फिर ऑडिटर के ऊपर एक्शन, अगर उसने नहीं देखा तो कितने करोड़ रुपीस का डिसअलाउ करेंगे आप? रेडी हैं उसके लिए? सोचा है आप लोगों ने? कोई आपको लगता है इसमें कोई इशू है? लगता है नहीं ये तो कोई दिक्कत ही नहीं है, ये तो डिसअलाउ कर ही देंगे, ऐसा लग रहा है क्या? किसी को लग रहा है कोई इशू? क्योंकि जो बिजनेसमैन है उसको तो कोई इशू नहीं है, दे आर वेरी हैप्पी, नो वन इज अगेंस्ट। या आपको लगता है कोई बिजनेसमैन अगेंस्ट है इसके? नहीं नहीं, पता है उनको, बिल्कुल पता है, पर उनको कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं है। अगर होती तो वो गए होते ना एफएम के पास। कोई गया क्या? नहीं नहीं, वो रीजन डिफरेंट है। नहीं नहीं, पता तो है, एक बार अपने क्लाइंट से पूछना उसको पता है कि नहीं पता। सर क्या हमारे पास ऑप्शन है? क्या हमारे, अगर उनको ऑब्जेक्शन है तो दे शुड हैव गॉन टू द गवर्नमेंट ना, और उनको कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं है। सबकी एसोसिएशंस हैं, सब बजट पढ़ते हैं, सबने फाइनेंस एक्ट देखा है, किसी एक ने भी कोई कंप्लेंट की हो तो बताइएगा। किसी ने नहीं की। और अगर आप ये सोचते हैं कि उनको कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, सिर्फ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स को दिक्कत है, तो फिर हमारा थॉट प्रोसेस चेंज होना चाहिए। ऐसा ना हो कि जब हम ऑडिट कर रहे हो तो हम लोग घबरा जाएं। हमारे पास ऑप्शन है क्या कि 43B में क्लियर कट क्रेडिटर्स के अंदर पता लग रहा है एमएसएमई के हैं, पेमेंट नहीं हुई, और हम कहते हैं वहां पे निल? कर सकेंगे क्या? ह्यूज रिस्क, ह्यूज रिस्क। प्लीज अभी से ही क्लाइंट को बताइएगा। और जो पेमेंट नहीं कर रहे उसका इंटरेस्ट का प्रोविजन 3 times द बैंक रेट। हाँ, क्योंकि एज पर एमएसएमई एक्ट विच इज ओवरराइडिंग ऑल अदर लॉज, उसके मांगने का नहीं है। आप उसको पूछ लो, आप उसको क्लाइंट को बोलो, उससे पूछ लो कि क्या वो अपना इंटरेस्ट वेव करता है। बट एमएसएमई एक्ट ओवरराइड्स, वो कहता है 45 डेज, आपका 90 डेज है, 120 डेज है, 45 डेज इट सुपरसीड्स। और एग्रीमेंट नहीं है तो 15 डेज। राइटिंग में कर रहा है वेव। हाँ, अगर वो राइटिंग में वेव करता है देन इन दैट केस इंटरेस्ट प्रोवाइड नहीं करना। ऐसा नहीं है सर। आप सर एज अ ऑडिटर यू कैनॉट अज्यूम, you cannot assume, you need to have a document for the waiver by that person। assumption नहीं है, क्योंकि it overrides। लेकिन सर उस केस में भी उसने अगर इंटरेस्ट का भी वेवर लेटर दे दिया तब भी आपको वो प्रिंसिपल पेमेंट को तो डिसअलाउ करना है। सर ह्यूज अमाउंट होंगे जो अभी तक की हिस्ट्री में नहीं आए हैं, तब भी सर 45 डेज। एग्रीमेंट है तब भी 45 डेज, एग्रीमेंट नहीं है तो 15 डेज। आपके जो भी एग्रीमेंट हो रखा है इट सुपरसीड्स दैट। इसका आप इंपैक्ट सोचिए, ह्यूज ह्यूज है। हाँ तो कराना चाहिए, हम लोगों ने करा रखा है, यहां पर भी बहुत लोगों ने करा रखा है। सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स एंड गुड्स जो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं सब करा सकते हैं। वो क्या है, बैंकर्स का एक एमएसएमई को लोन देने का है, तो एक पीछे सर्कुलर आया था, फॉर दैट पर्पस दे कैन रजिस्टर, बट वो दे डोंट कम इनटू द एमएसएमई एक्ट इटसेल्फ. बट प्रॉब्लम रहेगा एज एन ऑडिटर, अगेन when we are auditing we have to remain on the auditor side and not come to the assessee side. अगर रजिस्टर्ड है तो मेरे पास ऑप्शन नहीं है, पे विद इन 45 days. नहीं, हम तो अपने क्लाइंट्स को अपनी उनकी सेफ्टी के लिए लिखवाते हैं. हाँ बिल्कुल मान्य है, 100% मान्य है. तो प्लीज इस चीज को मेरे ख्याल से हैं. नो नो, एमएसएमई उद्यम मदार में रजिस्टर्ड होना चाहिए. आगे हैं. थैंक यू वेरी मच. थैंक यू.
दोस्तों, हमारे बीच आज के मुख्य अतिथि, जनप्रिय नेता, राजस्थान के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय श्री भजन लाल जी शर्मा आ चुके हैं. मैं लोकेश कासट
और मैं सीए अनिल यादव, सीए परिवार की ओर से आपका हार्दिक स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करते हैं.
Yes. कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करते हुए यह हमारा रिवाज एवं विश्वास है कि मां सरस्वती का आशीर्वाद सदैव हम पे बना रहे. मैं सभी मंचासीन शख्सियत से और वेदा टीम से निवेदन करूंगा कि वो दीप प्रज्वलन के लिए आगे आए.
एडवोकेट सीनियर संजय जवर सर, आई रिक्वेस्ट सर प्लीज.
य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति, य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति, कामं 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 कामुषो पुरुषो निर्मिमाणः निर्मिमाणः, तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा, तदेवामृतमुच्यते. अस्मिन् लोकः शितः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैत 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 एतद्वैत.
ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी सबसे मुंबई के लिए
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी ऑफ द वेदा टीम, प्लीज कम फॉरवर्ड और हमारे आज के मुख्य अतिथि और राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री श्री भजन लाल जी शर्मा का स्वागत कर बुके देके स्वागत करें.
Now I request C. Prakash Sharma sir and Sanjay sir to present a safa and shawl to Honorable Chief Minister sir. CM sir. Now we also request to present a memento to CM sir. सर हमारे बीच में हमारे सेंट्रल काउंसिल मेंबर एंड कुछ ब्रांचेस चेयरमैन भी हैं। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा जयपुर ब्रांच की मैनेजिंग कमेटी से एक बार नीचे हमारे विजय झालानी सर का सबसे पहले स्वागत करें बुके देकर। आर के जैन सर का स्वागत करें। प्रमोद जैन सर। अबे छाजेर सर। तालियां बजती रहे तो
पुरुषोत्तम खंडेलवाल सर। उदयपुर ब्रांच से पधारे अभिषेक संचेती जी, चेयरमैन उदयपुर ब्रांच। राज संबंध ब्रांच से पधारे चेयरमैन धर्मेंद्र व्यास जी।
सीकर ब्रांच से पधारे अंकित जी, चेयरमैन। सर हम आपको बताना चाहेंगे सीए एक्ट 1949 को लागू हुआ। भारत देश का संविधान 26 जनवरी 1950 को लागू हुआ। उससे पहले का हमारे सीए का संविधान है। टोटल 4 लाख से ज़्यादा सदस्य हैं सर हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट के। 8 लाख से ज़्यादा हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं जो कि हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट को पूरे वर्ल्ड के अंदर नंबर 1 का अकाउंटिंग इंस्टीट्यूट बनाते हैं। पास प्रेसिडेंट अब्दुल कलाम जी ने कहा था सीए द पार्टनर्स इन नेशनल बिल्डिंग। और ये सीए हैं सर, आप देखेंगे कि चाहे जीएसटी लागू हुआ, जो भी एक्ट लागू होते हैं उनको लागू करने के अंदर दिन रात जो लगे रहते हैं, उनके अंदर इन सब की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। तो ये वो लोग हैं सर जो भारत देश की अर्थव्यवस्था के अंदर अपनी पूरी भूमिका बड़ी शिद्दत से निभाते हैं।
मैं मुख्यमंत्री जी को बताना चाहूँगा सर, हमारी सीए संस्थान 3 लेयर्स में है। पहली ब्रांचेस जहाँ हमारी पूरे भारतवर्ष में 171 ब्रांचेस है। साथ में 5 रीजनल काउंसिल हमारी है जिसको कंट्रोल किए हुए सेंट्रल काउंसिल पूरे भारतवर्ष में हम सीए को मार्गदर्शन देता है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी कहा था कि वित्तीय संरचना में सीए के हस्ताक्षर प्रधानमंत्री के हस्ताक्षर से भी अधिक महत्वपूर्ण होते हैं।
Respected esteemed personalities on the dais and off the dais, today we take a moment to honor and recognize the exceptional contribution of our chartered accountant.
Their unwavering commitments to corporate governance and ethical leadership has been instrumental in shaping the success of organization. मैं मुख्यमंत्री साहब को बताना चाहूँगा कि ये सभी वही शख्सियत है जो स्थापित संस्थाओं में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। सबसे पहले we would like to honor C.S. सतीश शरीन जी, former independent director RITES Limited on stage.
Second, we request C.A. Veni Thapar ma'am from Bank of India. Now we request C.A. Vijay Jhalani sir, government nominee or central council member. सीए पंकज जोशी सर फ्रॉम पंजाब नेशनल बैंक,
सीए धर्मेंद्र सिंह शेखावत सर, इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया, सीए प्रियव्रत शर्मा जी, इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर सेंट्रल बैंक ऑफ इंडिया। प्रियव्रत शर्मा जी के लिए बताना चाहूँगा, चूरू से सादलपुर जिले से एक साधन परिवार में जन्मे और अपनी योग्यता के आधार पर स्कॉलरशिप प्राप्त करते हुए विपरीत आर्थिक परिस्थितियों में सीए अध्ययन पूरा किया और आज प्रोफेशन के साथ साथ सामाजिक क्षेत्र में भी पूरी तरह सक्रिय है। सीए शंकर लाल अग्रवाल जी फ्रॉम पंजाब एंड सिंध बैंक,
सीए अनिल अग्रवाल सर फ्रॉम एनएवी बैक ऑफिस, अब एक्सीलेंस इन सस्टेनेबल प्रैक्टिस अवार्ड के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा अविनाश भार्गव जी को, सीएफओ RSWM लिमिटेड। सर, RSWM टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री में एक प्रमुख नाम, जिसके पास भीलवाड़ा, बांसवाड़ा, उदयपुर और सीकर जिलों में 10 इकाइयाँ हैं और लगभग 16,000 कर्मचारियों के साथ एक मजबूत स्थिति बना रखी है, जो इसे भारत के सबसे बड़े निर्माता और इम्पोर्टर में से एक बना देता है। अब मैं सर से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, आप जयपुर ब्रांच ने जो डायरेक्टरी बनाई है, डायरेक्टरी का रिलीज करने के लिए मैं पूरी कमिटी टीम से आग्रह करूंगा आए, और मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, हमारे कुलदीप जी ने बहुत मेहनत करी है, पूरी टीम को लेके आप आए।
8 साल बाद मेंबर्स की अपडेटेड डायरेक्टरी आज अनवील की जा रही है। इसके बाद कर लेंगे, ठीक है? इस डायरेक्टरी को आप सभी प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, मे आई हेल्प यू काउंटर से। इसमें हमारे सीए प्रोफेशन के सभी मेंबर्स की अपडेटेड डिटेल्स मौजूद है।
हमें सीएम सर से रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे हमारी जो ई सोवेनियर है उसका उद्घाटन करने के लिए, मैं टेक्निकल टीम से करूंगा सर।
मैं मुख्यमंत्री साहब को बताना चाहूंगा, ये ई सोवेनियर में आज के सभी पूरे कार्यक्रम की संपूर्ण जानकारी है और सभी मेंबर्स ई सोवेनियर ऑनलाइन डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं। बाहर इसका QR कोड भी अटैच किया गया है। कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं हमारे जयपुर ब्रांच के चेयरमैन सीए विष्णु अग्रवाल जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो सभी का स्वागत करें। इनके लिए इतना ही कहूंगा, सादा जीवन उच्च विचार, यही है इनके जीवन का मूल आधार। विष्णु सर।
थैंक यू लोकेश जी। नमस्कार, आप सभी को स्वामी विवेकानंद जयंती की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं और राष्ट्रीय युवा दिवस की भी हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने कहा था, युवा वही होता है जिसके हाथों में शक्ति, पैरों में गति, हृदय में ऊर्जा और आंखों में सपने होते हैं। तो एक बार जोरदार तालियां आप सभी युवाओं के लिए, क्योंकि युवा सिर्फ उम्र से नहीं होता, अपनी सोच से होता है, अपने इरादों से होता है, अपने सपनों से होता है। मैं विष्णु अग्रवाल, चेयरमैन जयपुर ब्रांच, स्वागत करना चाहूँगा हमारी 2 दिन की नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस वेदा में हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री भजनलाल शर्मा जी का, कॉन्फ्रेंस डायरेक्टर और चेयरमैन सीएमपी सीए प्रकाश शर्मा जी का, डायस पे विराजमान सेक्रेटरी जयपुर ब्रांच अंकुर गुप्ता जी का, सीनियर एडवोकेट संजय झंवर जी का, सेंट्रल काउंसिल मेंबर्स अभय छाजेड़ जी, विजय झालानी जी, प्रमोद जैन सर, आरके सर, पुरुषोत्तम खंडेलवाल सर, रीजनल काउंसिल मेंबर और सिकासा चेयरमैन सीआईआरसी राजनील यादव जी, मेरे कलीग्स मैनेजमेंट कमेटी के अंदर वाइस चेयरमैन नवीन शर्मा जी, ट्रेजरर रुचि गुप्ता मैडम, सिकासा चेयरमैन विकास यादव, विजय अग्रवाल जी, कुलदीप गुप्ता जी, मेरे सारे साथियों, मेरे सारे सीनियर्स और सारे स्पॉन्सर्स का मैं स्वागत करना चाहूँगा इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के अंदर। वेदा, जब इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थीम डिसाइड कर रहे थे, बहुत सारे विचार विमर्श चल रहे थे, नाम क्या रखा जाए, क्या किसका क्या मतलब ट्रेडिशनल नाम होना चाहिए, कुछ नया नाम, मॉडर्न नाम होना चाहिए, बट जो निकल के आया सार वो है वेदा। वेद मतलब जो हम पुरानों से पढ़ते आ रहे हैं, मेरा वेदा का मतलब है पावर ऑफ नॉलेज। हिंदुस्तान हमेशा से विश्व गुरु रहा है ज्ञान के मामले में, और हमेशा हमारे जो भारतीय भाई और बहनें हैं वो हर जगह परचम लहराते रहे अपने ज्ञान के बल पे। तो वेदा इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को रखने का मतलब थीम रखने का पर्पज़ यही था कि हम लोग इस नॉलेज को शेयर करें, नॉलेज को एनहेंस करें, और हम जिस प्रोफेशन में उसमें बिना अपडेट हुए कोई काम नहीं हो सकता, हम आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते, ग्रो नहीं कर सकते। सो हमें कंटिन्यूसली अपडेशन की ज़रूरत है। मैं सबसे पहले धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा हमारे सीएम साहब का, जिन्होंने बिजी शेड्यूल से हमारे लिए समय निकाला और हमें पहली बार इनको लाइव सुनने का अवसर मिल रहा है। तो मैं चाहूँगा एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ खड़े होकर सर का अभिवादन करें और इन्हें बताएं कि हम जो सीए बंधु हैं, आपके इस राजस्थान को औद्योगिक क्षेत्र विकसित करने के लिए साथ कदम से कदम बढ़ाकर, कंधे से कंधे मिलाकर तैयार खड़े हुए हैं। हमारे इस पूरे देश में, राज्य में, शहर में, हर जगह, हर आर्थिक सहयोग के लिए, आर्थिक विकास के लिए चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रहती है। और हम सर बताना चाहेंगे आपको, जयपुर ब्रांच और सीए इंस्टीट्यूट हमेशा इस चीज़ के लिए तैयार है, तत्पर है। जो भी आप हमें कार्य देंगे, इसको करने के लिए कोई भी आदेश करेंगे जिससे कि हम देश को, राज्य को आगे बढ़ाने में योगदान कर सकें, तो हम हमेशा तत्पर हैं उसके लिए। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा हमारे सेंट्रल काउंसिल मेंबर और चेयरमैन सीएमपी कमेटी के और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस डायरेक्टर सीए प्रकाश शर्मा जी को, जिन्होंने जयपुर ब्रांच को मौका दिया इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को, नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को होस्ट करने के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच सर। सर का और हमारे जब टीम का डिस्कशन होता था, एक ही चीज़ रहती थी हमेशा, कन्वेंशनल वर्सेस नॉन कन्वेंशनल। सर का हमेशा से ये रहता है कि बिकॉज कन्वेंशनल टॉपिक्स की प्रैक्टिस धीरे धीरे कम होती जा रही है और हमें नए एवेन्यूज़ को, नए एरियाज को तलाशना चाहिए। फिर हमने जब लास्ट में कंक्लूड कर दिया कुछ दोनों कॉम्बिनेशन होना चाहिए, जीएसटी इनकम टैक्स के साथ साथ कुछ नए टॉपिक्स, एआई, पीएमएलए, कुछ मोटिवेशनल टॉपिक्स, सबका मिक्सचर होना चाहिए ताकि हर एक के लिए कुछ ना कुछ यूजफुल इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के अंदर हो। थैंक यू सो मच सर फॉर योर मेंटोरशिप। I also would like to welcome and thank you all the sponsors, टीम वेदा, जिन्होंने कि दिन रात लग के काम किया इस पूरी कॉन्फ्रेंस सफल बनाने के लिए, बैक स्टेज टीम, और हमारा इंस्टीट्यूट का मेनली ब्रांच स्टाफ, जो कि लास्ट 7 दिन से शायद ढंग से सो भी नहीं पाया होगा, लास्ट रात को 10 बजे 11 बजे घर जा रहा है, वापस सुबह 7 बजे वापस ज्वाइन कर रहा है, और सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ बिकॉज हमें जो डायरेक्शंस देने होते हैं उन्हें सबसे एग्जीक्यूट करनी होती है। तो उनके लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां ब्रांच स्टाफ के लिए भी। जिस प्रकार से एक बीज पूरे जंगल को पुनर्जीवित कर सकता है, जिस प्रकार से केवल एक बीज पूरे जंगल को पुनर्जीवित करने के लिए पर्याप्त है, उसी प्रकार एक मनुष्य पूरे विश्व में बदलाव लाने के लिए पर्याप्त है, और वो मनुष्य हम खुद हो सकते हैं। हमारे प्रेसिडेंट सर जो अनिकेत सुनील तलाटी जी हैं, उनको मैंने बहुत बार सुना है, उनका एक ही ध्येय है, आईसीआई का आई भी हमसे शुरू होता है और आई जो खत्म होता है आईसीआई का आई, वो भी हमसे खुद से है। तो हम खुद आई एम द आई इन द आईसीआई। सो हमें सोच रखनी पड़ेगी कि हम जो आईसीआई के दोनों वर्ड्स हैं, स्टार्ट टू एंड, हम मेंबर से ही है। लास्ट में सर मैं सीएम साहब के लिए 2 पंक्तियां कहना चाहूँगा। जो दिल के खूबसूरत होते हैं, जो दिल के खूबसूरत होते हैं उन्हें खुदा ने बहुत कम बनाया होता है। जो दिल के खूबसूरत होते हैं उन्हें खुदा ने बहुत कम बनाया है, और जो बनाए हैं वो आज हमारे महफिल में आए हैं। थैंक यू सो मच सर। जय हिंद, जय आईसीआई।
थैंक यू सो मच चेयरमैन सर, बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने। आईसीआई का आई भी मैं हूँ, आई से इंस्टीट्यूट भी मैं हूँ और आई से इंडिया भी मैं हूँ। अब मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा सीनियर एडवोकेट एंड सीए संजय झवर सर से उनके वर्ड्स ऑफ विजडम के लिए।
आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री राजस्थान भजनलाल जी शर्मा साहब, मंच पर विराजमान इंस्टीट्यूट के पदाधिकारीगण और मेरे प्यारे साथियों, पहले तो मैं मुख्यमंत्री साहब का इस प्रांगण में हम सभी की ओर से स्वागत करना चाहता हूं। भारत के सबसे विशाल राज्य राजस्थान का जिम्मा आपके ऊपर है। हम सबको मालूम है कि बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस भी हैं। राजस्थान का डेट जीडीपी रेशो दूसरे राज्यों की तुलना में बहुत अच्छा नहीं है। जिस तरह का खजाना आपको राज्य की शुरुआत में मिला है वो भी एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है, और दूसरे बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस हैं। लेकिन उसके साथ में राजस्थान के सबसे बड़े राज्य होने की अपॉर्चुनिटी के अलावा सबसे बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी यहाँ का जो ह्यूमन संसाधन है, जो ह्यूमन कैपिटल है राजस्थान की, वो सबसे रिच है पूरे देश में। हर चीज में राजस्थानी इस चीज के लिए जाना जाता है, चाहे वो बंबई में बहुत बड़ी इंडस्ट्री हो, चाहे वो कलकत्ता में हो, और चाहे अमेरिका में हो। आप उसके पीछे देखेंगे तो कोई ना कोई राजस्थानी निकलेगा। तो आपके पास उन लोगों का साथ है जो दुनिया में आज की तारीख में सबसे बड़ी कैपिटल समझी जाती है। जमीन से बड़ी और जायदाद से बड़ी कैपिटल समझी जाती है ह्यूमन रिसोर्स, और ह्यूमन रिसोर्स यहाँ का सबसे बढ़िया और सबसे अच्छा है। और आपको थोड़ी सी जानकारी मैं सीए प्रोफेशन के बारे में दे दूं। सीए प्रोफेशन में एक तो जो लोग आते हैं वो मध्यम वर्गीय परिवारों से आते हैं, हार्ड वर्किंग होते हैं, क्योंकि सीए सबसे सस्ता कोर्स है। आप दूसरे कोई पढ़ाई पढ़ने जाएंगे तो बहुत महंगा है, और यहां ज्यादातर लोग आपको मिलेंगे 95% जो सीए की पढ़ाई चालू करते हैं वो मध्यम वर्गीय परिवारों से, और जो बहुत हार्ड वर्किंग होते हैं, तो बहुत सारे मेहनती लोग आपको मिलेंगे। जैसे जिन संस्थाओं से आप जुड़े हुए हैं, आपको समझ में आएगा सीए प्रोफेशन में भी बहुत सारे लोग उसी मेहनत से जुड़े हुए हैं। दूसरा एक चीज और मैं आपको बता दूं कि उस मेहनत के बाद में सीए का जो परीक्षा है वो दुनिया की सबसे कठिन परीक्षाओं में गिनी जाती है। तो आपके सामने जो लोग बैठे हैं वो लोग हैं जो 100 में से 10% पास होते हैं, 90% उसको पास नहीं हो पाते। जो 10% वाले वो हैं, और इनमें से जिनकी उम्र मैं या मेरे से ऊपर वाली है वो तो वो है जब रिजल्ट 2% रहता था, 98 फेल होते थे, 2% रहता था। तो ये वो लोग हैं जो ज्यादा मेहनत के लिए जाने जाते हैं, इंटेलेक्ट के लिए जाने जाते हैं, समझदारी के लिए जाने जाते हैं। और एक चीज मैं और बता दूं, कई बार सीएस के बारे में ये लोगों को लगता है अकाउंटिंग समझने वाले हैं या नंबर या कैलकुलेशन वाले आदमी हैं, ये इनकम टैक्स समझते हैं या जीएसटी समझते हैं। अभी आपने जिनको पुरस्कृत किया, सम्मानित किया, वो लोग मैनेजमेंट या डायरेक्टरशिप संभाल रहे हैं। ऐसे ही सीए प्रोफेशन में, मैं सीए प्रोफेशन में वकालत में हूं, ऐसे ही सीए प्रोफेशन में लोग बिजनेस में हैं जो यहां भी बैठे हुए हैं कई सारे लोग। सीए प्रोफेशन शुरुआत करने के लिए, मेहनत करने के लिए बहुत अच्छी चीज है, जहां फाउंडेशन बहुत अच्छा बन जाता है। और उसके बाद में ये इस तरह का प्रोफेशन है जहां से आदमी कोई भी काम करना चाहे, चाहे वकील और मैनेजमेंट और डायरेक्टर, ये तो छोटी सी बात है, लेकिन दुनिया में कोई भी काम करना चाहे जिसके पास मेहनत है और अकल है, क्योंकि वो 10% कैटेगरी में से है, तो इसके अलावा चाहिए क्या? राजस्थान के खून की मेहनत, राजस्थान की खुद की मेहनत, और उसके बाद समझदारी, तो ये इस सब प्रोफेशन में सब लोगों के पास है। तो मैं समझता हूं कि इस प्रोफेशन के लोगों को आप राज्य के विकास में जहां एंगेज करना चाहेंगे, जिस तरीके से एंगेज करना चाहेंगे, जिस जगह एंगेज करना चाहेंगे, वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दे सकते हैं। और आपको एक दो मैं चीज वो बताऊं, राज्य में चलाने में वही संसाधन और एक इतना बड़ा चैलेंज, तो जरूरत किस चीज की होती है? 3 चीज की मुख्य जरूरत है मेरे हिसाब से। ये फाइंड आउट करा जाए कौन सा रिसोर्स अंडर यूटिलाइज्ड है या अनयूटिलाइज्ड पड़ा है, और सीएज वो फाइंड आउट करने के मास्टर हैं। एक ऑडिट करते हैं वो एफिशिएंसी ऑडिट, एक ऑडिट करते हैं वो इंटेंजिबल्स की ऑडिट, कि हमको धन तो नहीं पता लेकिन ऐसी कौन सी चीज है जो धन में कन्वर्ट किया जा सकता है, वो पता लगाने में सीए बहुत मास्टर है। तो आप अगर सीए फ्रेटर्निटी का इन चीजों में काम लेंगे, जो पता लगाएं कि कौन से राज्य के ऐसे संसाधन हैं जो बैलेंस शीट में नहीं दिखते हैं, जो डेट और जीडीपी में नहीं दिखते हैं, लेकिन जिनको जीडीपी में कन्वर्ट किया जा सकता है, उसमें शायद ये सबसे अच्छा प्रोफेशन है जिसमें से आप लोग चुन के अपने साथ जिस जगह काम लेना चाहें वहां काम ले सकते हैं। और इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं एक बार और धन्यवाद और स्वागत करता हूं राजस्थान, भारत के सबसे बड़े राज्य राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री जी का हमारे प्रांगण में पहली बार हमारे पास पधारे हैं।
थैंक यू सो मच संजय सर। मैं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री सर को बताना चाहूँगा, सर इंडिया के जो चार्टेड अकाउंटेंट हैं, अगर वो सिंगापुर शहर में 6 महीने तक रह लेते हैं उस देश में, तो ऑटोमेटिकली उनको वहाँ की सीए की डिग्री मिल जाती है। तो ये वैल्यू है हमारे यहाँ के सीए की डिग्री की। आपको सिर्फ रहना है वहाँ पे, सिर्फ आप रहते हैं, आपको कोई एग्जाम नहीं देना है, देन यू आर इक्विवेलेंट टू द सिंगापुर चार्टेड अकाउंटेंट। अब मैं हमारे प्रोग्राम डायरेक्टर सीए प्रकाश शर्मा जी, जिन्होंने अपनी पूरी मेहनत करी है, उनको मैं बुलाना चाहूँगा। और 2 शब्द मैं सर इनके लिए बोलना चाहूँगा। हमारे जयपुर शहर में सिर्फ एक हॉस्टल है सीए बच्चों का, जो आर्थिक रूप से कमज़ोर बच्चे होते हैं उनको वहाँ फ्री के अंदर पढ़ाया जाता है। और सर का जो शेड्यूल है, सर डेली सुबह 7 से 8 किलोमीटर दौड़ते भी हैं और डेली रात सुबह 5 बजे उठने वाले भी एक यही इकलौते हमारी पूरी टीम में से हैं। एक बार जोरदार तालियां हमारे प्रोग्राम डायरेक्टर्स के लिए।
Respected Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan, भजनलाल जी, हम सुबह से आपका इंतजार कर रहे थे सर। आपके लिए इससे ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं कहेंगे हम लोग। सिर्फ जो एक राजस्थान में प्रथा चले आ रही है कि एक बार कांग्रेस एक बार बीजेपी, आपके सीएम बनने से जो टीम नहीं हुई है, हम आशा करते हैं और पूरा विश्वास है कि वो प्रथा टूटेगी। और हम तहे दिल से स्वागत करते हैं सर। जो पीएम साहब का सपना है कि 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी होनी चाहिए, उसमें विश्वास कीजिए सर कि सीए इंस्टीट्यूट पूरी तरह से 100% हम गवर्नमेंट का साथ दे रहे हैं और जो हमारे तरफ से बन सकता है पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो सारा काम करने के लिए। चेयरमैन और सेक्रेटरी जयपुर ब्रांच दोनों बहुत डायनेमिक हैं। मेरे काउंसिल कोलीग्स विजय झालानी जी, प्रमोद जैन साहब, अवैध झाझर जी, राजेंद्र जी, पुरुषोत्तम जी और यंगेस्ट काउंसिल मेंबर रोहित जी, हमारे साथी सतीश सरीन जी, जो अभी संजय जी ने बताया कि बहुत सारे डायरेक्टर्स हैं बैंक में जो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स हैं, जो वेनी थापर जी हैं, पंकज जी, धर्मेंद्र शेखावत जी, पीवी शर्मा जी, शंकर लाल जी। बिजनेस तो नहीं कहेंगे लेकिन एक बहुत बड़ी अकाउंटिंग का काम यहाँ पे करते हैं एनएवी के नाम से अनिल अग्रवाल जी। अविनाश भार्गव जी को भी हमने रिकॉग्नाइज किया। अदर डिग्नेटरीज ऑफ द डेस्क, अनिल यादव जी जो कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट कड़ी है। अदर जयपुर मेंबर्स ऑफ एग्जीक्यूटिव कमिटी, दूसरी ब्रांचेस से जो चेयरमैन और सेक्रेटरी आए हुए हैं, स्पॉन्सर्स हमारे बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करते हैं, न्यूज़ रिपोर्टर्स एंड ऑल पार्टिसिपेंट्स, आप सबका तहे दिल से स्वागत है और आशा करते हैं कि इन 2 दिन में आपको बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलेगा। सर, हमारा करीब 2700 मेंबर्स का रजिस्ट्रेशन है इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में और जगह की कमी के कारण हमने 31 दिसंबर के बाद में इसको रेस्ट्रिक्ट कर दिया था रजिस्ट्रेशन करने के लिए। और यह बताना चाहूँगा सर कि जयपुर ब्रांच जो है वो सेंट्रल इंडिया रीजनल काउंसिल में आती है। हमारे 5 रीजन होते हैं, उसमें सेंट्रल रीजन में जयपुर ब्रांच आती है, जिसमें कि राजस्थान, एमपी, यूपी, बिहार, उत्तराखंड, झारखंड, छत्तीसगढ़ 7 स्टेट आते हैं और उन 7 स्टेट में राजस्थान में सबसे ज़्यादा सीए हैं और उसमें जो फर्स्ट ब्रांच है वो जयपुर है, जहाँ पे कि अराउंड अभी 13,500 मेंबर्स हैं। उसके बाद जो दूसरी ब्रांच है वो इंदौर है, वहाँ पे हार्डली अभी 4,500 मेंबर्स हैं। तो जयपुर सब कहा यह जाता है कि जो राजस्थान है वो चार्ट अकाउंटेंट्स बनाने की फैक्ट्री है और ये हकीकत है कि आप वर्ल्ड में कहीं पे भी चले जाइए आपको राजस्थान के चार्ट अकाउंटेंट्स मिल जाएंगे। फ्रेंड्स, ये मेरे नेतृत्व में 5वीं कॉन्फ्रेंस है और जो पहली कॉन्फ्रेंस थी तब से मेरा टारगेट ये था, जिसमें कि जब हम थीम डिसाइड करते थे कि क्या सब्जेक्ट होने चाहिए, कैसे होने चाहिए, तो चिर अमृत जो टीम है इनके साथ में बैठा करते थे। हम जो 3-4 लोग हैं, पीपी पारिक साहब, कर्नल बाफना जी, हम बैठ के डिसाइड करते थे कि हमारे मेंबर्स को जो कि ट्रेडिशनल लाइन में इन्वॉल्व हैं, और बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज ये है कि उनको यह समझाना कि बहुत बड़ा चेंज अपने प्रोफेशन में आ रहा है, वो कैसे समझाएं। तो धीरे 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 करते हुए इवन जो इस बार जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है उसके आप टॉपिक्स देखेंगे, ब्लैक होल्स ऑफ द जीएसटी। हम जब चीफ कमिश्नर जीएसटी के पास गए, बोले यार ये टॉपिक क्या रख दिया, ठीक है। हम कोशिश ये कर रहे हैं फ्रेंड्स कि हमारे मेंबर्स को समझाएं कि अब प्रोफेशन किस डायरेक्शन में जा रहा है। फ्रेंड्स, कैन यू इमेजिन कि 2 महीने पहले मैंने एक सिडनी में सीए इंस्टीट्यूट का जो चैप्टर है, वो सीए इंस्टीट्यूट को रिप्रेजेंट करते हुए वहाँ पे एक कॉन्फ्रेंस अटेंड की, और जो टॉपिक्स थे उसके मैं आपको 1 मिनट में बताना चाहूँगा। उसकी कॉन्फ्रेंस का नाम था कनेक्ट, एक्ट एंड ट्रांसफॉर्म। टॉपिक्स थे लीडरशिप एंड कोलैबोरेशन, फ्यूचर ऑफ अकाउंटिंग, strategizing cyber security, AI intelligence integration into business, business partnering, developing great leaders, trust and tackling future challenges. Friends, जो कॉस्ट थी उस कॉन्फ्रेंस की, वो उसमें जितने भी स्पॉन्सर्स थे उसका कोई इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं था। जो स्पॉन्सर्स ने वहाँ जो पैसा दिया हुआ था वो उस चैप्टर का प्रॉफिट था, और वो ऑन कॉस्ट थी, एक्चुअल कॉस्ट पे। फ्रेंड्स, जो हम यहाँ पे चार्जेस लेते हैं आपसे, उससे 5 गुना ज़्यादा हर मेंबर पे हम खर्च करते हैं, और इसमें हमारे स्पॉन्सर्स का बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट रोल रहता है। तो मैं सारे जो स्पॉन्सर्स हैं का तहे दिल से वो करना चाहूँगा, धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। जो फ्रेंड्स, पर्टिकुलरली कोविड के बाद में ऑल ऑफ सडन जो चेंजेस आए हैं, फ्रेंड्स, हमको यह रियलाइज करना पड़ेगा कि अब कंपटीशन लोकल या नेशनल नहीं है। बिलीव कीजिए फ्रेंड्स, नाउ कंपटीशन इज ग्लोबल, और ग्लोबल कंपटीशन में हम कैसे सर्वाइव करें। दूसरी तरफ 5G टेक्नोलॉजी आ गई है। मैं पिछले कुछ 2 से 3 साल से जहाँ पे भी मेरे को प्लेटफॉर्म मिल रहा है, मैं बार बार एक ही बात रिपीट करता जा रहा हूँ कि फ्रेंड्स, कंप्लायंसेस, एडवाइजरी और लिटिगेशन में से जो मेरा मेंबर, प्रैक्टिसिंग मेंबर है, मैक्सिमम काम कंप्लायंसेस का कर रहा है, वो काम बिल्कुल ख़त्म होने जा रहा है। कुछ दिनों पहले ये न्यूज़ थी कि एआई के थ्रू इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट ने 39,000 करोड़ रिकवर किए हैं, और टारगेट बहुत बड़ा है। प्लीज़ ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड कि जो टेक्नोलॉजिकली जो सोसाइटी में चेंजेस आ रहे हैं, हमको वो एक्सेप्ट करना पड़ेगा, और उसके बिना यदि हम नहीं करेंगे तो हम इस प्रोफेशन से बाहर निकल जाएंगे। एंड बिलीव कीजिए फ्रेंड्स, ये मेरा 8वां साल है जो कि सीए एज ए मैं काउंसिल मेंबर हूँ, और पर्टिकुलरली इस साल में हमने बहुत कुछ कोशिश की है कि हमारे मेंबर्स को कैसे चेंज करें, कैसे उस स्टेज पे लेके आएँ जिससे कि जो चैलेंजेस हैं उसको वो अपॉर्चुनिटी में कन्वर्ट कर दे। उसके लिए हमने मल्टीपल डिसिप्लिनरी पार्टनरशिप है वो अलाउ करने जा रहे हैं, जिसमें कि 6 प्रोफेशनल्स हैं जिनको हम अलाउ कर रहे हैं। लॉयर्स हो गए, कंपनी सेक्रेटरी हो गए, ICW हो गए, आर्किटेक्ट हो गए, इंजीनियर हो गए, एक्चुरियल हो गए, ठीक है। इस तरह से डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट्स हैं, और पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जो हमारे मेंबर्स हैं उनको डिफरेंट एवेन्यूज़ मिले, डिफरेंट प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाएं। इसमें CAG के साथ में हमने एक अलग से कंपनी बनाई है जिसमें कि लोकल बॉडीज़ के जो अकाउंटेंट हैं उनको हम सर्विसेज देने जा रहे हैं, उनको ट्रेनिंग देने जा रहे हैं। आरबीआई के साथ में सिस्टम ऑडिट के लिए एक अलग से कंपनी बना रहे हैं। ऐसे बहुत सारे नए कंपनियां बना रहे हैं और नए एवेन्यूज़ हमारे मेंबर्स के लिए कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, एक इम्पॉर्टेंट इन्फॉर्मेशन आपसे शेयर करना चाहूँगा कि हर साल हम एक बहुत बड़ा इवेंट करते थे, कल्चरल इवनिंग। उसको बहुत सारे रीज़न से पर्टिकुलरली इस बार हमने चेंज किया है। उसके बहुत सारे रीज़न हैं। अभी कुछ दिनों पहले ही हमने अखबार में देखा कि एक लेडी ने अपने खुद के बच्चे को, 4 साल के बच्चे को जान से मार डाला। ये हमने पहले कभी इस तरह की न्यूज़ कभी सुनते नहीं थे। और कोविड के बाद में हमारे बहुत सारे जो सीएम मेंबर्स हैं उनकी यंग एज में डेथ हो रही थी। तो हमको समझ में आया कि हमारे मेंबर्स को फिजिकल के साथ में एक मेंटल हेल्थ नॉर्मल होना भी बहुत ज़रूरी है। उसके लिए हमने इस वाली कॉन्फ्रेंस में कल्चरल इवनिंग की जगह कल सुबह जय किशोर जी, जो कि एक बहुत अच्छी मोटिवेशनल स्पीकर है, उनको बुलाया है। आपको रिक्वेस्ट है फ्रेंड्स, आपको सबको वो सेशन जरूर अटेंड करना है। हम सब लोगों के लिए बहुत अच्छा सेशन है। लास्टली, सारे जो स्पॉन्सर्स थे, सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स और जो इस वेदा की टीम है, इसमें अनिल यादव जी, लोकेश कासर जी, मोहित गुप्ता जी, रुचि, कुलदीप, विकास, जो पूरी टीम है, नवीन शर्मा जी, विजय अग्रवाल जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। बिकॉज ये लोग पिछले 3 महीने से इस पूरे प्रोग्राम में लगे हुए हैं इसको सफल बनाने के लिए। इसमें मेरी पूरी आशा है और विश्वास है कि आप इन 2 दिनों में जो हमारे टॉपिक्स हैं और जो स्पीकर्स हैं उनसे आपको बहुत बेनिफिट मिलेगा। थैंक यू, थैंक्स अ लॉट।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। इस कार्यक्रम से जुड़ी संपूर्ण टीम जिन्होंने दिन रात काम किया, जैसा कि सर ने कहा, उनके लिए ये कहना चाहूँगा कि विकास के उद्देश्य से जब हमने इस कार्यक्रम का अंकुर रखा, तब नवीन प्रकार की सोच द्वारा कुलदीप से हुए रोशन, जब विजय तो है ही और वेद रूपी संज्ञान के साथ रुचि भी, जहां विष्णु के साथ राजस्थान जनता का है आशीर्वाद, तभी सबको मोहित करते हुए अनिल और लोकेश की उपस्थिति में चारों तरफ हुआ प्रकाश, चारों तरफ हुआ प्रकाश।
सीएम साहब के लिए 2 लाइन। धर्म, कर्म और राष्ट्र को समर्पित आपकी शैली निराली है। सर, धर्म, कर्म और राष्ट्र को समर्पित आपकी शैली निराली है। यहाँ का हर नागरिक माँ भारती का मान बनाए रखे, ऐसी आपने ख्वाहिशें पाली हैं। करा हौसला बुलंद कर दिया है जन्म राष्ट्र के नाम। हे राजस्थान के लाल, आपकी यह संघर्ष की कथा निराली है।
आपकी यह संघर्ष की कथा निराली है। आपका छोटा जीवन परिचय सर हम देना चाहेंगे यहाँ सभी उपस्थित सीए सदस्य को। आप संघ पृष्ठभूमि से आते हैं।
आपने भाजपा में 35 वर्ष की लंबी तपस्या संगठन के विभिन्न दायित्वों पर रहते हुए पूरी की है।
इस लंबे सफर में आपने पार्टी के सबसे प्रतिबद्ध प्रारंभिक पद इकाई अध्यक्ष के रूप में शुरुआत की, बाद में मंडल अध्यक्ष, युवा मोर्चा, जिला मंत्री, भरतपुर जिला अध्यक्ष रहे और साथ ही भाजपा के प्रदेश उपाध्यक्ष भी रहे और प्रदेश महामंत्री भी रहे।
और आज हम सभी के मध्य राजस्थान के लोकतंत्र के सर्वोच्च स्थान पर आसीन होकर हमारे मंच की शोभा बढ़ा रहे हैं।
कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन, आपने भगवान श्री कृष्ण की इस वाणी को अपने जीवन से यथार्थ किया है।
तो अब हम माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी आपको आमंत्रित करते हैं कि इस मंच से आप अपने विचार सीए परिवार के साथ साझा करें, ताकि राजस्थान की तरक्की में हम सब आपके भागीदार बन सकें। जोरदार तालियां।
आज की इस चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट के इस अधिवेशन में इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के डायरेक्टर सम्मानीय प्रकाश जी शर्मा साहब, सीनियर एडवोकेट सम्मानीय संजय झवर जी, जयपुर ब्रांच के चेयरमैन विष्णु अग्रवाल जी, जयपुर ब्रांच के सेक्रेटरी अंकुर गुप्ता जी, और मैं मेरे सामने बहुत ही हमारे सीनियर, ज्येष्ठ और श्रेष्ठ और आर्थिक जगत की वो युवा शक्ति, राजस्थान की नहीं, ये देश की युवा शक्ति है। इस युवा शक्ति को मैं प्रणाम करता हूं। यहाँ देश दुनिया से 2 दिवसीय राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस वेदा में पधारे सीएम महानुभावों को नववर्ष, लोहड़ी और मकर संक्रांति की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। और अभी हाल में सीए परीक्षा में पास हुए सभी युवाओं और विशेष रूप से राजस्थान से इस परीक्षा में प्रथम स्थान प्राप्त करने वाले भाई मधुर जैन, तीसरा स्थान प्राप्त करने वाले टीकेंद्र कुमार सिंगल जी, ऋषि मल्होत्रा जी, और मेरिट में स्थान प्राप्त करने वाले विनय मगतानी जी, मानसी गुप्ता जी, तुषार जैन जी को भी मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मैंने देखा है जब भी सीए का परिणाम आता है, मैं निश्चित रूप से आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि राजस्थान में 2, 3, 4, 5 की संख्या और भी ज्यादा मेरिट की आती है। उसके लिए भी मैं आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देना चाहता हूं। इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट ऑफ इंडिया चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंसी को नियम अनुरूप चलाने की दिशा में बेहद अहम जिम्मेदारी का निर्वहन आप कर रहे हैं। ये गौरव की बात है कि आईसीआई 11.50 लाख से अधिक सदस्यों और छात्रों के साथ दुनिया में चार्टर्ड अकाउंट का सबसे बड़ा पेशेवर ये निकाय है। भारत में करीब 4 लाख और राजस्थान में करीब 30,000 सीए देश के काम में लगे हुए हैं। जीवन में धन की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका और अर्थव्यवस्था को गति और दिशा देने में सीए का काम कितना अहम है, ये आप सभी जानते हैं। मेरा मानना है कि जिस तरह से डॉक्टर नागरिकों के स्वास्थ्य के लिए आवश्यक होता है, वैसे ही सीए भी देश की आर्थिक स्वास्थ्य के लिए बहुत आवश्यक है। चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट अपने वित्तीय ज्ञान और कौशल का उपयोग कर देश के आर्थिक विकास और स्थिरता में अपना महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देता है। भारत विश्व की 5वीं बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना है, इसमें आपका बहुत बड़ा योगदान है और आप प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के विकसित भारत के संकल्प को पूरा करने में प्रमुख भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। आप व्यवसाय और सरकारों को ये समझाने में मदद करते हैं, व्यवसायी और सरकार को समझाने में ये मदद करते हैं कि अर्थव्यवस्था कैसी चल रही है और किस तरह वित्तीय प्रदर्शन में सुधार किया जा रहा है। आप व्यवसाय और व्यक्तियों को करों से जुड़ी हिदायत देते हैं, जिससे करों से जुड़े कानूनों की पालना भी होती है। व्यवसाय में तो हर कदम पर आपके साथ की जरूरत पड़ती है। आंतरिक नियंत्रण प्रणालियों की स्थापना और समीक्षा आप लोग ही करते हैं। आप अपनी मेहनत व शिक्षा के साथ इस मुकाम पर पहुंचे हैं। अब आपका कर्तव्य भी है कि आप अब देश हित के बारे में सोचें और विचार करें। आप इस सेमिनार में जो विचार विमर्श करेंगे वह राज्य व देश के हित में सकारात्मक भूमिका होगी। तेजी से बदलती दुनिया, खासतौर पर टेक्नोलॉजी में नए बदलावों के साथ आपका पेशा भी लगातार बदल रहा है। इन बदलावों से पैदा होने वाली चुनौतियों का सामना करने और अपने पेशेवर कौशल को निरंतर परिष्कार करने के लिए आपसी ज्ञान को साझा करने वाले ऐसे सम्मेलन बहुत ही उपयोगी होते हैं। सीए के पेशे को उन्नत बनाने में दुनिया के किसी भी कोने में कुछ नया और महत्वपूर्ण हो रहा है, वो ऐसे मंचों से पूरे सीए की बिरादरी में पहुंचाया जा सकता है। मुझे विश्वास है आप अपने कौशल और ज्ञान का उपयोग समाज को बेहतर बनाने में निरंतर करेंगे। मुझे उम्मीद है कि इस आयोजन से लेखांकन में हो रहे बदलावों को समझने में मदद मिलेगी। प्रदेश हित में वित्तीय प्रबंधन रोडमैप के संबंध में अगर आप कुछ सुझाव देना चाहें तो उनका स्वागत है। इस सम्मेलन के माध्यम से देश हित और समाज हित में नए विचारों का मंथन होगा। मैं आयोजनकर्ताओं को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। मैं आज क्योंकि युवा दिवस है और युवा दिवस स्वामी विवेकानंद जी के बताए हुए रास्ते पर हम सभी आपको प्रेरणा देता है। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने 1893 में कहा था कि 21वीं सदी भारत की होगी। मैं विशेषकर आप सभी साथियों से कहना चाहता हूं कि जो स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने 1893 में किया वो आपने करके दिखाया कि उठो जागो और इस देश दुनिया पर छा जाओ। 21वीं सदी भारत की होगी, क्योंकि आपने राजस्थान ही नहीं, जैसा कि मैंने आपके वक्तव्य में भी सुना है, राजस्थान के अलावा देश में और देश के अलावा इस दुनिया में अगर कहीं परचम फहराया है तो आप लोगों ने इस भारत माता का परचम फहराने का काम किया है। इसके साथ साथ मैं आपसे एक और निवेदन मैं करना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि आपको बहुत अनुभव है। मैं देख रहा हूं पुराने सीए साहब मेरे सामने बैठे हैं, काफी लोगों को मैं नाम से भी जानता हूं। युवा पीढ़ी हमारी आगे काम करने के लिए आ रही है। मेरा आपसे इतना निवेदन है, आपके अनुभव के हिसाब से नए नए इनोवेशन राजस्थान क्या कर सकता है, मैं आप सभी को आमंत्रित करता हूं कि नए नए इनोवेशन के लिए हम राजस्थान में ऐसा कौन सा अच्छा काम कर सकते हैं जिससे कि हमारी राजस्थान की अर्थव्यवस्था मजबूत हो, और राजस्थान की अर्थव्यवस्था मजबूत होगी तो निश्चित रूप से देश की अर्थव्यवस्था भी मजबूत होगी। माननीय हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी कहते हैं कि जरूरी नहीं है कोई भी व्यक्ति को इतना बड़ा ज्ञान हो, सारे ज्ञानों से वो परिपूर्ण हो। अच्छा ज्ञान कोई भी दे सकता है, उसके ज्ञान की पूरी तरह से कि वो अच्छा ज्ञान दे करके हमारी इस अर्थव्यवस्था को भी सुधार सकता है और हमारे राजस्थान के इतने 8 करोड़ लोगों के जनजीवन के आधार को भी बना सकता है। मैं आप सभी लोगों को इस मौके पर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद भी देना चाहता हूं। और मित्रों, ये युवा है, मुझे बड़ी खुशी हुई कि राजस्थान से मैंने प्रथम आने वाले को बधाई भी दी कि आप जिस बेड़े में हो वो देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को तो सुधारेगा, लेकिन जो हम कहते हैं कि हमारी पूंजी, जैसे राजा के बारे में कहते हैं कि जब कर लगते थे तो ऐसे लगता है जैसे मधुमक्खी किसी फूल से शहद चुनती है। कोई माली अपनी बगिया से एक एक फूल को चुनता है जिससे उस पर भी अंतर नहीं आए और राजकोष भी चले। आप उस निर्माण को निश्चित रूप से आगे बढ़ाने में सहयोग करेंगे और इस राजस्थान को ही नहीं, इस देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूत बनाने का काम करेंगे। आपके इस 2 दिन की सेमिनार में निश्चित रूप से राजस्थान को ही नहीं, पूरे देश को फायदा होने वाला है। मैं आप सभी का एक नागरिक होने के नाते आप सभी का मैं बहुत बहुत स्वागत और अभिनंदन करता हूं, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और मेरे को इस कार्यक्रम में बुलाया, निश्चित रूप से मैं आपसे कुछ ना कुछ लेकर के ही जाऊंगा, क्योंकि मुझे पता है, मैंने कहा है कि आपके जो नए नए इनोवेशन हैं निश्चित रूप से आप देंगे और हमारी सरकार निश्चित रूप से उनको पूरी तरह से आगे राजस्थान के लिए नहीं, राजस्थान के आवाम के लिए उनको ठीक प्रकार से उपयोग मिलेगी। इस आशा और विश्वास के साथ आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, सभी को नमस्कार, जय हिंद, जय भारत।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। एक बार पुनः सबसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि खड़े होकर फिर से हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का अभिवादन करें। और सर ने बिल्कुल सही कहा स्वामी विवेकानंद जी के बारे में, उठो जागो और जब तक मत रुको जब तक लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति ना हो। मैं बताना चाहूंगा मुख्यमंत्री जी को कि सर हमारे साथ यहाँ जयपुर में नाथद्वारा, उदयपुर और सीकर ब्रांच से भी चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स पधारे हैं, वह उनकी टीम पधारी है। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा सभी मेंबर से प्लीज खड़े रहे फॉर द नेशनल एंथम और रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा बैक स्टेज टीम से।
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Now I will request C. Ankur Kumar Gupta ji, Secretary Jaipur Branch, to come forward for vote of thanks. इनके लिए कहूंगा करते हैं सटीक बात, सच का देते हैं हमेशा साथ। अंकुर जी।
गुड मॉर्निंग, सबको नमस्ते। आज हमारे बीच में हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी हैं, मैं उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दूंगा। उन्होंने अपने बिजी शेड्यूल में से अपना टाइम निकाला और हमारे लिए आए। मैं इतनी सी बात कहना चाहूँगा 2 मिनट में, 1 ही मिनट में, कि मोदी जी ने एक सपना देखा है कि 5 ट्रिलियन टिलर अपनी इकोनॉमिक होनी चाहिए। हम सभी सीए भाई लोग उसमें आपको आश्वासन देते हैं कि उसमें सहयोग करेंगे। आप सब इस बात से सहमत हैं तो जोर से बोलो जय भारत माता की जय। धन्यवाद सर।
बस अब मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, थैंक यू सर। अब मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा एक ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम, अनिल यादव जी, मोहित गुप्ता जी, लोकेश कासर जी यानी कि मैं, विष्णु अग्रवाल जी, अंकुर गुप्ता जी, रुचि जी, कुलदीप गुप्ता जी, नवीन जी, विजय जी और विकास जी, टीम वेदा, प्लीज कम फॉर अ ग्रुप फोटो।
आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ। आप लोग भी बड़े आदमी तभी तो मैं आपको लंच के लिए
आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अभी लंच का समय है। नेक्स्ट सेशन विल स्टार्ट शार्प एट 2:15। नेक्स्ट सेशन विल स्टार्ट शार्प एट 2:15। थैंक यू।
सभी लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट है लंच के लिए प्लीज पधारें। आधे घंटे बाद नेक्स्ट सेशन स्टार्ट होगा 2:15 2:15 पे। तो सभी लोग लंच करके वापस अपने सेशन के लिए पधारें।
यहाँ पे उपस्थित सभी मेंबर्स से रिक्वेस्ट है प्लीज़ प्रोसीड फॉर द लंच। नेक्स्ट सेशन जो कि बहुत ही ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट हमारे सीए प्रोफेशन के लिए उस पर सेशन है, तो आप सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है कि 2:15 बजे वापस इसी हॉल में पधारें और नेक्स्ट सेशन को ज्वाइन करें। धन्यवाद।
Moment to thank all our sponsors. Our knowledge partner, Chiramrit.
Our platinum sponsor, AU Small Finance Bank.
Our gold sponsors, Avas Financials Limited, State Bank of India, KDK Software, Zoho, NAV, Tally, Holani Consultants Private Limited, Hame Securities.
Our silver sponsors, Punjab National Bank, Bank of India, Central Bank of India, RSWM Limited, Punjab and Sindh Bank, New India Assurance Company Limited.
And lastly, our bronze sponsors, Wonder Cement, Computex, Vidya Sagar Institute, Mittal Commerce Classes, Bank of Baroda, Kokta Financial, Jai Vilas, Kotak Mahindra Bank, and Saral.
Our next session will delve into a topic of utmost importance in the corporate world, the role and responsibilities of directors.
The session would be all about gaining a deeper understanding of the crucial role and responsibilities that directors play in a company. Directors कंपनी के प्रबंधक होते हैं, जो सफलता की दिशा में कंपनी का मार्गदर्शन करते हैं, साथ ही नैतिक मानकों और कानूनी दायित्वों का पालन सुनिश्चित करते हैं.
किसी भी कंपनी के उद्देश्यों की पूर्ति के लिए उस कंपनी के कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस की भूमिका अहम है. The decisions a director takes have far-reaching implications not only for the company itself but also for all its stakeholders like employees, shareholders and the broader community.
And to shed light on this important subject, we are honored to have with us distinguished speakers who are expert at the subject. Each of them brings in wealth of experience and knowledge that will undoubtedly enrich our understanding of the role and responsibilities of directors.
First and foremost, I invite on dais CA Kuldeep Gupta sir, co-director of the conference and former chairman, Jaipur branch.
Next, I invite on the dais the moderator for the session, CA Vikas Gupta sir. Sir is the senior partner and head of audit and corporate laws at Kalani and Company, bringing over 30 years of experience. We welcome you, sir.
I would now like to call upon the panelists for the session. Firstly, I invite CA Abhay Kumar Chhajir sir to join the dais. Sir is a Central Council member. He has held distinguished positions within ICAI and is currently the chairman of Committee on Commercial Law, Economic Advisory, NPO and Cooperative of ICAI. We welcome you, sir.
Next, I invite CA Pramod Jain sir. Sir is a Central Council member and senior partner at Messrs. Lunawat and Company, New Delhi. As a Central Council member of ICAI, he currently holds esteemed positions such as the chairman of Accounting Standard Board of ICAI. Additionally, he has also authored several books. Sir, we request you to please grace the dais. I would now like to invite CA P.P. Parikh sir to kindly take the dais. Sir is a past Central Council member. We welcome you, sir.
Lastly, I invite CA Veni Thapar ma'am to please join the panel. Ma'am is a senior partner at Messrs. V.K. Thapar and Company, New Delhi. With extensive expertise in statutory and internal audits, bank audits, government audits, to name a few, she possesses profound knowledge in diverse areas. Currently serving on the board of various organizations, such as Bank of India and SJS Enterprises Limited. We are honored to have you, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for felicitating our esteemed panelist and moderator.
I request CA Prakash Sharma sir, conference director, to kindly come up and present a bouquet and memento to CA Veni Thapar ma'am.
Now I request CA Kuldeep Gupta sir to come up and present bouquet and memento to CA P.P. Parikh sir.
May I now invite CA Rajkumar Sharma sir to come up and felicitate CA Pramod Jain sir with a bouquet and memento.
Next, I request CA Vikas Yadav sir to come up and present bouquet and memento to CA Abhay Kumar Chhajer sir.
Lastly, I request CA Ankur Kumar Gupta sir, Secretary, Jaipur branch, to kindly come up and felicitate our moderator for the session, CA Vikas Gupta sir.
Guys, let's welcome all our accomplished panelists and moderator with a huge round of applause. We now invite CA Kuldeep Gupta sir, co-director of this conference and former chairman, Jaipur branch, to deliver a welcome speech.
Respected Veeni Thapar ma'am, PP Parikh sir, my boss, जिनकी बात हमेशा एक बार याद आती है मुझे, जब भी शायद हो सकता है इतनी बार तो शायद सर ने भी नहीं बोला होगा, लेकिन जितनी बार उससे ज़्यादा बार मैंने बोला होगा, जो न्यू कमर्स जो स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं उनको, कि रेस्पेक्ट इज़ कमांडेड नो डिमांडेड। हम हमेशा कोशिश करते हैं कि रेस्पेक्ट को कमांड करें ना कि डिमांड करें, और वो शायद मेरे लिए लाइफ लॉन्ग वो लर्निंग मेरे लिए हमेशा साथ में रहेगी। प्रमोद जैन सर, सेंट्रल काउंसिल मेंबर, अ पर्सन जिनको अगर कोई भी सेशन पे किसी भी टॉपिक पे अगर जयपुर ब्रांच को कभी भी हमें ज़रूरत पड़ी, भले ही वो अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड हो, भले ही वो कंपनीज एक्ट हो, भले ही वो इनकम टैक्स एक्ट हो, या चाहे आज भी आपने देखा होगा कि हमें जब सीएम सर का थोड़ा सा टाइम डिले हुआ, उसमें भी सर ने जो बखूबी जो रोल निभाया, एक बार जोरदार तालियां प्रमोद जैन सर के लिए, क्योंकि ये वो हैं जो हर जगह फिट होते हैं, हर जगह फिट हो सकते हैं और हर जगह नॉलेज है इनकी सर की। तो प्रमोद जैन सर, अबे छाजेड़ सर, सेंट्रल काउंसिल मेंबर फ्रॉम भोपाल, वेरी एनर्जेटिक, जो हमेशा स्माइलिंग फेस आप इनका देखेंगे, और कभी भी इन्होंने ऐसा फील नहीं होने दिया कि क्या चीज़। अभी ये बहुत अच्छा इंपॉर्टेंट पोर्टफोलियो जो टैक्स ऑडिट क्वालिटी रिव्यू बोर्ड और ये सब चीज़ें, जो कि क्वालिटी जो सीए प्रोफेशन की जो क्वालिटीज़ है, जो हमारी रिपोर्टिंग है, जो हमारा अटेस्टेशन फंक्शंस है, उनकी क्वालिटी इम्प्रोवाइजेशन के लिए कैसे हमें डील करना है, कैसे हमें जो डिफ़िकल्टीज़ है, जो कमियाँ हैं, उनको आइडेंटिफाइड करना और उसका सोल्यूशन करना, तो सर के पोर्टफोलियो में भी वो है। और सर अभी पूरे 24/7 इस चीज़ में लगे हुए हैं। Moderator CA Vikas Gupta sir, very senior member of the Jaipur and Knowledge Bank of the Jaipur. मैं आप सबका स्वागत करता हूँ। हालांकि अभी उदयपुर ब्रांच के चेयरमैन और कमेटी मेंबर्स और नादवारा ब्रांच के चेयरमैन, फाउंडर चेयरमैन, वो सभी अभी यहाँ पे भी हैं, और अलवर सीकर ब्रांच के चेयरमैन और वेरियस ब्रांचेस के चेयरमैन और सभी हैं। ये हम अभी जब उदयपुर में जब हम कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए गए अभी, तो वहाँ पे एक चीज़ डिस्कशन हो रहा था, जब अगर वेन्यू और मेन्यू जब बढ़िया होता ना, बहुत मुश्किल होता है हॉल में बैठना। तो शायद कुछ ऐसा ही है कि अभी जब पोस्ट लंच सेशन में सब अभी लोग, ऐसा लग रहा है कि सब लंच में लेके थोड़ा सा, बट डेफिनेटली थोड़ी देर में ये सब चीज़ें ज्वाइन करेंगे सभी लोग। आप सभी का स्वागत है। ये जो इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक है कि रोल्स एंड रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स, डेफिनेटली ये एक बहुत इमर्जिंग टॉपिक है, और ये बिल्कुल वैसा ही है कि जैसा होता है ना कि भगत सिंह तो पैदा हो लेकिन किसी और के घर में, राइट तो सेम वही चीज़ है कि डायरेक्टर तो मैं बनूं, लेकिन अगर किसी को मरने की बारी आए ना, कोई डायरेक्टर को ऐसा कुछ हो, तो वो सामने वाले को। लेकिन बीइंग अ डायरेक्टर, अगर सपोज आपने देखा होगा सुबह फेलिसिटेशन प्रोग्राम भी हुआ और उसमें बहुत सारे डायरेक्टर्स थे, हम भी कहीं ना कहीं किसी न किसी कंपनी में एसोसिएट हैं, तो उस वक्त हमें आइडेंटिफाइड करना है क्या रोल्स एंड रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ हमारी है, हमें क्या चीज़ें ध्यान में रखने की, ये सारी चीज़ें अभी सेशन में चलेगी। तो आपका पुनः स्वागत है, धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Kuldeep sir. We now request the session moderator to commence the session. Over to you, Vikas sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm thankful to the organizers for taking me as a moderator of this session, along with
eminent panelists. So today's topic is role and responsibility of directors. So if we go in the era of 1956 Act, you must be knowing that in those days, in Companies Act 1956, the ROC office was used to be visited for filing 3 sets of balance sheet or change in directors or filing of some charge. But in this 2013 era, Companies Act 2013 era, lot of things have changed. And now for directors, it is very important to abide by laws and regulations. Before starting this, I'll just share you some of the statistics. These figures are of 2023. In 2023, total active companies in India were 15.17 lakhs. And out of these active companies, public companies were only 69,000 and private companies were 14.37 lakhs. Out of these 69,000 public companies, listed companies were only 6,800 and unlisted public companies were approximately 62,000. And the private companies were 14.37 lakhs. So with these statistics, one can see that most of the corporates are under private sector. And I request panelists also that you consider your views considering these private limited companies also, because in public companies, lot of governance and other things can be there, but in private companies, lot of things are there which they are not able to manage. In 2023, the active DINs were approximately 20,000. I presume that out of these 20,000, almost 18,000 the people were directors in some of the companies or other institutions. So before starting this, I just request my panelists to have their views on these roles and responsibility of directors. One by one, I'll request Abhayji to start.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Vikasji. And good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, senior members from our profession, and my dear professional colleague. Truly an honor to be here today, and I respectfully thanks CA Prakash Sharma ji for giving me this opportunity, and very important session which we have as a panel discussion. I think rightly said by Vikas ji that this is an important session. Of course, after lunch, it's not easy to have any session, and more important on the, I would say, role and responsibilities of independent directors, and of course, including the auditors, because these two play a very important role. But if I talk about the role of, or the responsibilities of independent directors, of course, independent directors, if I can say, or I, with my understanding, acts, as a guide, or I would say as a coach or a mentor for the company. More important from a company's perspective with respect to the credibility and the governance which needs to be ensured. Because at levels, the board has to take care of a lot of strategic decisions, corporate strategy which has to be undertaken or have to be decided. And I think there the independent director plays a very key role in overseeing and ensuring these strategies are placed well and are implemented. So more, I would say, as a mentor or a guide, and over and above ensuring, and evaluating the internal controls with respect to any weaknesses maybe in these systems or processes, wherever the responsibility as an independent director they have to ensure. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikasji.
विकास जी, जो when you started this session, na, with the data which you gave, so was it intended that the session should be ended there itself? Because you said only 6,800 listed entities, उतने ही independent directors या 10-12 उसके अलावा तो फिर तो independent directors का
नहीं,
role तो
I think this session is not only for independent directors.
नहीं,
This
I
is
was on a
for
on a
covering all
lighter
the
side.
directors.
नहीं, on a lighter side, on a lighter side. So if I talk about 66,000 public companies, so audit committees and others, the requirement are there. So independent directors could be in 10 to 15,000. But what you gave, one of the figures was DIN active 20,000. Not possible, because the DIN, every company, every LLP is required. So in that case, if there are around 15 lakh companies, so DIN could be more than 10 lakh. So DIN active. Of course, active DIN could be more. But now, role and responsibility of directors for all companies, now 15 lakh companies. When we always talk with MCA, they say out of this 15 lakh around companies, only 7 to 8 lakhs are complying. Others are still not complying for the annual compliances and others. So all those who are directed into that, please understand, let us be very clear. A company is an artificial person. So whatever is the role is of the director. So total, because the directors are in the fiduciary relationship, they have got all the responsibility, just like sometimes a promoter director feels that वो और company एक ही है, but ऐसा है नहीं. Legally तो दोनों अलग है. So as per the Companies Act and a separate legal entity, the director's role is very, very important, because for any non-compliance, if you see the penalties, the prosecution, the fraud, for the initial things, the directors are responsible. On the company also it is, but for the officer in default, one of the directors are always there. So they have the total responsibility. If you see under any law, not only Companies Act, you take any law, income tax, GST, labor laws, whatever it may be, signing of checks, everything. So whatever is required, the role and responsibility for each and every compliances, for financial statements, for accounting standards, for any other law, is the role and responsibilities of the directors. Hence, everything which is about the company, the directors are directly responsible. Thank you.
Veni, ma'am.
So good afternoon, everybody, and I'd like to thank the people who are sitting here. Never mind those who haven't come. I can see a few people trickling in, but what I do see with the age group that's sitting here and is more or less the similar age group of the panelists, I think while Pramod ji has already given the overview of directors as a whole and their responsibility, probably at our levels, we are more interested to talk about directors who are either in an NED capacity, that's a non-executive capacity, or an independent director capacity. There might be people in this audience who are businessmen and who are directors in their own companies also. They are chartered accountants for sure, so they know the law as much as we know the law, maybe better at points of time because they also have the operational capabilities of running that business. My initial take on a director's role, it's like any other role of ownership. If you are running an organization as an owner of an organization, you have to understand that everything works by rules, everything works by law, and everything works by a culture of following that law and those rules. And at the same time, it works only when you try to ease processes to follow those rules. So directors typically is the management. The work of the management, while the overview, the operational angle also many times comes into the play, the main role of any director sitting on any board, whether of a private limited company or of a listed public limited company or maybe like banks where we've sat or PSUs, is the overview. It's our job to ensure that there is a culture compliance in the organization, a willingness by every stakeholder, every participant to want to be on the right side of law. And we'll talk more as the session proceeds on those areas which sit at the brink and how do you decipher whether whether this is following into the law, that is following into the law, falling into the law. We will talk about those issues, I'm sure, as the session progresses. But my first take is that compliance is a culture and it can only be driven from the top down.
Parik sir.
All my three colleagues have is give the brief about the directors. The directors, as we chartered accountants know, that directors, how they are elected and how they are working. I will not be taking much of time on that. There are two types of directors that also we know it, independent director and the working directors. So all the responsibility day-to-day working directors are discharging, and independent directors are only or the give the guidance and assistance and lead the board wherever their requirement or their expertise comes into that. And because company being an artificial entity, so the how to run this show, this director office has been there, and the board of directors take the decision depending upon the issues. There are working directors, there are non-working directors, there are independent directors, there are interested directors. So all these things I would not be going much into that. They are, because company is an artificial person, it has to work, and who would be responsible to do the things, whatever was the objective of the company, these directorships are there. So I think we will, with directors as a board, take decision in the interest of the company, whatever is there in the wisdom. And there are certain rules, regulations, and acts and provisions, and what all are the duties they have, their responsibilities and rights and all. I will not be going into that. With this, I think we can go with the other things.
So I'll start with Pramod ji. As we all are aware, a lot of notices and SCNs and inquiry letters are being issued by ROC and RD offices on various companies, maybe related to non-compliances of various provisions of the Act, or some disclosures in the financial statements, or maybe non-compliance of accounting standards or other aspects. I'll just share some of the examples, like even in one of the clients, I found that in case of cash flow statement, which is governed by AS3 or Ind AS 7, there is a requirement that you need to mention the method of cash flow, whether it is a direct method or indirect method, just below the cash flow statement. Now that particular company has disclosed that method in the accounting policies, not below the cash flow statement, and they got the notice from the ROC, and the penalty was imposed 50,000 on each of the director and the KMPs. Like that, in case of one of the company where in the current liability, if you go through the Schedule 3, in the current liability, there are other payables, and it requires, there is a mention that you specify the nature. The amount was only 2 lakh in other payable, but that specify nature, the company has not disclosed the nature of that 2 lakh rupees, and they got this notice, and the penalty was imposed on all the officers in default. Similarly, the notices are being issued for non-appointment of company secretary, non-compliance of section 185, 186 regarding loans, section 73 regarding acceptance of deposits, and also in respect of section 42, issue of shares on private placement basis on a right issue. So what is your view? Such type of notices are being issued. In addition to this officers in default, whether auditors are also responsible for such non-compliances?
Because if I talk about, are these non-compliances? Yes. Does the Act contains the consequences thereof, whether in the case as a penalty or a fine? Yes. Show cause issued? Yes. Penalty leviable? Yes. So
we cannot say that the penalty should not have been levied. Of course, if there is a non-compliance and the management is not taking the financial statements seriously, the compliances of Schedule 3, the compliances of accounting standards, which is already there, then as per the Act, you cannot say ki you don't punish me. But the penalty, if you see, earlier there were certain things where there was imprisonment that has been done away with.
Yeah.
Fine was converted into penalty.
Yeah.
You know, at that time also, I took several sessions. So people were happy that it was, I would say it was a decriminalization of the act. I, at that time, also told them that please understand, penalty can be levied by the registrar. For the fine, they have to go to NCLT. So now when for the penalty, they have got the rules. So RSC, click of a button, non-compliance, they issue that notice, the procedure is online, there is no option, the minimum penalty has to be levied.
Yeah.
That will be levied. There is no option. The registrar doesn't have the power to waive it now, if there is a clear-cut non-compliance. Now the only thing is what they are looking into and who is looking into. If I talk about, I suppose there are around 17 or 18 registrars all over the country.
Yeah.
Right. So each registrar is working in his own way. There is no standardization. So if someone feels that, okay, I need to act a bit tougher, he will issuing. Other, they say, okay, it is normal, he is not. So there is no standardization. As regarding auditors, I would say here, the role of the auditor again is to ensure that the financial statements are in compliance with Schedule 3 as well as reflecting the true and fair view. So in case the Schedule 3 is not complied or they are not true and fair view, accounting standards are not complied, I have taken so many sessions of that throughout the country. Auditors are knowing that they are not complying, but still not qualifying. A simple example, AS15, gratuity का provision, आधे से ज़्यादा करवाते ही नहीं है, non-compliance नहीं है AS15 की, and it is not about companies, even proprietorship, partnership, everywhere. So the role of the auditors would be if someone catches them that it was not AS compliant and auditors have not reported, so auditors would also be held to be having a gross negligence. So our role is to tell them and ensure if there are regulations and rules, we have to tell them that not only you would be of course penalized if the show cause is issued, auditors also would be penalized. So because there is, I cannot, or no one as from any platform can say, okay, these are the penalties, they should not be levied. If there is a non-compliance, there is no option.
Like one recent case I discussed here, one of the company was not able to appoint the company secretary, although it was mandatory, and that over a period of 1 year they are not able to get the company secretary. So the penalty run almost 75 lakhs. So quantum of penalty and so this is in Companies Act now.
Because you please understand, the quantum is fixed. There have been amended in 18, 19, 20. They have quantified even per day default.
Yeah.
So earlier it was minimum, maximum, so there could be some bargain. But now there is no bargain. So the hands of the registrars, RDs are tied up. So we have to make the corporates aware that they feel that non-compliance is very easy. Professionals are always saying comply, comply, koi sunta nahi hai. So tell them, okay, once non-comply, see the cost and then comply. Sir, we as a professional,
we have to be very careful nowadays, looking to the.
They have to listen to the professionals, understand what they are saying. Ultimate financial burden will have to be borne by them only for the non-compliance. We have to tell the directors.
Yeah. Yeah, you have mentioned.
See, the point is, just as Pramod ji has said, here the issue I don't think is about the director or about the auditor, but as far as waiving penalties and all those things have now become history totally. What needs to be done by us sitting in the position of auditors or advisors to any organization, irrespective of it being a company or whatever, is to educate our clients. Simply telling them on telephone or sending a WhatsApp message or sending those regular mails, because I know people have become very good in mail communication nowadays. Anything that comes out, they send a mail to their clients. The clients have also stopped reading it altogether. But when there is something that is as important as the example you have taken, where the monetary quantums can be more than, in some cases, the net profit or the net worth that they earn. I think it is important that you have a one-to-one chat with your client with a list that these are the things that are applicable to you in today's date, and each day's delay is going to cost you this. When the company secretary rule came, they gave you some leeway also. They've given you some 6 months or 1 year or something, I don't remember the period, but they gave you a leeway. They didn't say that it applies to you from tomorrow. If it applies to you from tomorrow, we give you a year to comply. Don't tell me that nobody could find a company secretary in 1 year. What they couldn't do was find a company secretary who wouldn't come and wouldn't work and take an official fees, and I'm sorry to say at this forum, maybe even return it back to them. That is what they couldn't find. So they did not want to bear the cost of compliance, which was very minuscule as compared to the penalty that is imposable and not withdrawable in today's date. So it's the time to educate the entire fraternity of businessmen in any capacity. It's not only companies. Although company secretary needs to be appointed by a company, so we are specifically talking about a corporate structure, but laws will be different for different cases. So educating your client is very important. That's the only way out.
And for educating them, we need to update ourselves also. Each of us, each of our professionals should update ourselves. What are the provisions of law? Otherwise, how we will be able to update our clients?
That is the very basic thing. If we are not updated, there is no fun of having this conversation also.
Yeah, Pramod ji, you referred ki so many sections have been decriminalized now. This ROC office has have the powers of adjudication. Whether whatever steps have been taken by the government in the past, do you think they are enough or something more has to be done in this?
Abhay ji, you wanted to add something?
In fact, of course, the responsibility as an independent director, and to educate, like Madam said, is more important. And of course, I can just say that as an auditor, of course, the responsibility of preparing the financial statements is of the auditee in terms of Schedule 3 or in terms of notes to accounts. But as an auditor, if I'm not updated, there's again a big challenge, because when I talk about listed companies, which comes under the purview of the Financial Review Reporting Board, which is again a very important board of ICAI, I think there, it's been actually verified, and these advisories are being issued to chartered accountants. So it's more important that, for us to be updated and educate the preparer of the financial statements to ensure that they are in line of accounting standards in terms of regulations, in terms of laws, so that we from FRB also are, safeguard ourselves, because listed companies, large companies which are picked up sumo moto for general purpose review of these statements, I think there again will be a challenge for us if an advisory is received to justify why this non-compliance went unnoticed by the auditor. Thank you.
Because the question you were asking on that, just to inform all the members, this government is continuing listening. And when you tell, they listen. The only thing is we don't tell. The ministry has formed a committee for the corporate laws, which is still there. So if anyone has any suggestion, because decriminalization was the suggestion from that committee, so which went. So if the companies feel that the current penal provisions are too high, So they can represent, okay, for this it is not required. For example, you told one of the non-compliance for private placement section 42. You know, what happens, we are in the old mode कि पैसा चाहिए, बैंक में पैसा जमा कराओ, पैस 3 फाइल कर दो. ऐसा नहीं है ना अब सेक्शन 42 में पहले आपको स्पेशल रेजोल्यूशन पास करना है, EGM करनी है, सेपरेट बैंक अकाउंट खोलना है, ऑफर लेटर देना है. आपने सेपरेट बैंक अकाउंट नहीं खोला, 42 की नॉन कंप्लायंस हो गई. फिर आपको पैस 3 में सेपरेट बैंक अकाउंट में जमा करा के पैस 3 जमा कराना है. जब तक पैस 3 जमा नहीं कराते उस मनी को यूज नहीं कर सकते. देन इन द कारो ऑडिटर्स आर रिपोर्टिंग कि 42 की सब कुछ कोई नॉन कंप्लायंस नहीं है, 73 कोई नॉन कंप्लायंस नहीं है, 185 की कोई नॉन कंप्लायंस नहीं है. कारो में ऑल थिंग्स आर बीइंग आस्क्ड फ्रॉम द ऑडिटर आल्सो ना. सो वी शुड नो अबाउट दोस प्रोसीजर्स. 42 में ऐसे पैसे नहीं डाल सकते. राइट इशू अलग है, प्रेफरेंशियल अलग है, प्राइवेट प्लेसमेंट अलग है. सो उसका प्रोसीजर पता, अगर नहीं पता तो प्लीज पूरा चेक करके तभी अपना उस साल में अगर इक्विटी रेज हुई है तो वो कीजिएगा. और किसी का कोई कमेंट है तो उस कमिटी के अंदर अभी भी आप लोग दे सकते हैं. दे वुड बी टेकिंग इट पॉजिटिवली, बट ये नहीं कह सकते कि पेनल्टी कोई नहीं होनी चाहिए. कम ज़्यादा आप देखिएगा, जहां आपको लगता है वी कैन गिव.
थैंक यू. नेक्स्ट टू वानी मैम, वेनी मैम, सॉरी. हमने देखा है कि बहुत सारे प्रैक्टिसिंग चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स, दे आर बीइंग अपॉइंटेड एज इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर्स इन द listed companies and other large size companies. And in the past, it was noticed that some of the independent directors have resigned from the board, stating the governance issues in those companies. In this changing scenario, what do you think, what are the roles, responsibilities and safeguards to be observed by such independent directors, and whether such resignations are the justified acts on part of the independent directors?
So I will start with the last part of your question first. Just like an auditor, after doing everything, after advising the client, has the only option to qualify the report if there is no compliance, because they cannot operationally do anything. Similarly, the independent directors sit on the board in a capacity where they are not involved in any operational activity of the organization. And I'm specifically saying this for independent directors because the other directors are involved. NEDs can sit on both sides. So when a direction comes from the independent directors into the board, so there are 2-3 scenarios. One scenario is where the direction comes from the independent directors, or an observation comes, something needs to be corrected or something needs to be discussed and thought of in a long-term fashion. The board is taking cognizance of that, but it's not happening at the ground level. Then the board is collectively responsible for getting that done. And the independent directors can go on recording the fact that despite the board's directions, this is not happening, and take whatever appropriate action needs to be taken. But there is a situation, in fact, there are many situations where the board is divided. The independent directors are not taken seriously. Independent directors are like, indirectly like auditors, that there is a compliance, hamare pe thop di gayi hai. So instead of earning money, we have to comply, we have to pay to a chartered accountant, we have to pay to a company secretary, etc. That same mindset went on into independent directors also, at least initially. It's not like that today totally, but that mindset, it still exists, where the conversion from the private limited to the listed company is happening. That mind, that cultural change is not happened in the minds of the management that is sitting. So to come back to the point, the independent director, once they bring out an issue and there is a division in the board, and the board, the rest of the members refuse to comply, there comes a time when they can't physically go and drive something. They can complain to the authorities, but that will also be taken wrong because you are sitting on the board of the company. How can you complain about the company? So in that case, the best course of action is to record everything in the minutes correctly. If the recording is not happening correctly, because that is also not always in your hands, and not every independent director is a chairperson or a chairman of the committees or the board that they will end up signing the papers. So in which case you have to start minuting your own minutes and you have to start sending those with, like an official documentation. But the only recourse to the independent director then is to resign. Because obviously I do not want to continue in an organization where there is a blatant non-compliance and nobody wants to correct it. My integrity, my entire career is also at stake if I am in that position. So that's to answer your last question. Last part of that question. As far as roles and responsibilities of independent directors are concerned, yes, they are slightly different from the roles and responsibilities of directors that sit on the board and are in the operational capacity. See, let's understand, independent director is not a new concept. The concept came in long ago. It came in with the idea that there should be somebody sitting from the outside who's not involved 24/7 with the operations of the organization and can't see the larger picture. It happens. It happens when you go on doing the same thing day in and day out. Sometimes you miss out on the larger picture. So it was a very simplified thought process that when somebody comes and gives a view on the outside and they are not involved in the day-to-day processes, one, they can point out problems. Two, they can give you a vision that you may not have. It started with that concept. But in bigger companies, maybe a handful of companies treated this professionally. Most of the companies treated this as a compliance that had to be ticked. And although you've not asked this question, but being a woman, I'm going to add an aspect of the woman director to this. It's exactly in the same boat. You get a call saying, okay, we need a woman director on the board. Okay. Ma'am, can you come in? Not just me, it happens to all the women who are in that category. Will you be willing to come on my board? I said, okay, after the due diligence is done, we'll have a chat about this. But ma'am, we have a very cohesive board, so we don't want any interruptions in the board. When somebody says this line to you, their instant reaction that you should sort of perceive is that they want a rubber stamp. They want to comply. There is a box that has to be ticked. Do you have a woman director? Do you have an independent director? They're ticking those boxes. So people who are still ticking those boxes, or the organizations that are still ticking those boxes, that is where this problem is arising. Those that have risen above this now and have realized that independent directors can contribute so much to the organization because they have a perspective, they come from professional backgrounds, they come from maybe technical backgrounds on a much larger scale, and after retirement they might have joined us. That if you can think of it like this, then of course these issues don't come up. As far as roles and responsibilities are concerned, the independent director is never supposed to get into operations. Their role is to stay with the larger picture, but to ensure that compliances are not being compromised either in letter or in spirit. It is their sort of duty, if you like, to make sure that compliance becomes a culture, my opening statement, that they can put in processes or they can make the management put in processes where compliance is happily done rather than done with a frown on your face. Responsibilities. Typically, their responsibilities are limited. Limited rightly so because they are not doing the operational part. Since they are not doing the operational part, they get information only through two processes. One is the agendas that actually come into the board meetings or any committee meetings of the board. And second is through general understanding. I'm a CA, so I know these things should come to me. If they've not come, I should ask questions. Or there is news in the media, or there's news in the newspapers, or I get to hear something from somewhere. Or in some nice organizations, independent directors, if there are more than one, meet each other. We also have informal meetings with the other directors to understand what's happening. So if those situations exist, the independent director has a limited access to everything that's going on in the company. Accordingly, their responsibility gets limited to that extent.
One related question. In the present law, the independent directors, in addition to the sitting fees, they are also allowed to take the profit-based commission. do you really think they remain independent if their remuneration is linked with the profits of the company?
So, this is a very, it's a dilemma. It's a question that's been asked on hundreds and hundreds of forums, and there's no right answer. Because at the end of the day, money is a very huge driving force, but at the end of the day, it's the integrity of the person who's sitting on that chair. So my integrity could be compromised only with my sitting fees also. And my integrity may not be compromised at all, even by getting some profit share. So the correct answer, or the only answer actually, as I said, there's no correct answer, that I can give is that the person who is sitting as an independent director, that person's integrity has to mean much more than any remuneration or emolument or benefit that they are deriving out of their position. Because they typically are in a position of trust not only to the stakeholders of that company vis-a-vis the shareholders or the other stakeholders. They are largely people that are looked on with great respect from the government fraternity also, because it's expected that if something happens, they will ensure that things are put into a corrective mode. So for that specific point, I would not advocate it one way or the other. I feel that in some cases there are companies that are making a lot of money, and there are independent directors who are capable and are giving a lot back to the company. The company law has a restriction. You cannot give more than ₹1 lakh of sitting fees for the board meetings and for the committee meetings. So maybe there is a perception in many companies that the contribution of the independent director in the organization is much more than whatever they are getting out of their sitting fees. However, if the independent director realizes that that's not the case, he or she is being offered this money, but that's not the situation of the company, then again the integrity needs to come right back onto the fore, and the independent director needs to take a call and say no.
Yeah.
Just one point I want to add here, because this is being felt by most of the chartered accountants for so many things. कि अगर पैसा मिल गया तो independence नहीं रही. Please understand, this thing is hampering our profession a lot. कि जिसका मैं ऑडिट करता हूँ वही मेरे को फीस देता, मैं उसकी क्वालिफिकेशन कैसे करूँ? अगर मैं इसी थॉट प्रोसेस जाऊँगा तो इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर्स को वही से, जैसे विनी मैम ने बताया. But actually, she is saying very right. Many a times independent directors are got so much experience that ₹1 lakh for a sitting fees, because what they give there out is much more, and the management feels that their contribution could be much more. So how to do that without compromising their independence, whatever there is there in the regulations. But friends, independence we have to maintain even for our audit profession, because fees भी वही दे रहा है और मेरे को उसी को क्वालिफाई करना है. प्लीज समझिएगा कि अगर हम ये इंडिपेंडेंस अपने प्रोफेशन में मेंटेन नहीं करेंगे तो देयर इज नो रीजन दैट ऑडिट शुड रिमेन. हम ये सोचते हैं कि क्लाइंट भी हम लाएं, फीस भी हमको वो दे, हम उसको क्वालिफाई करें, वहां से ऑडिट ही खत्म करेंगे तो क्लाइंट कहां से लाओगे? सबने देखा ही है जीएसटी में, इनकम टैक्स में. सो प्लीज ये क्वेश्चन कभी माइंड में ना रखें कि जो हमको काम दे रहा है, जो फीस दे रहा है, उसकी वजह से मेरी इंडिपेंडेंस इफेक्ट हो रही है. हमारी इंटीग्रिटी तभी रहेगी जब इन स्पाइट ऑफ टेकिंग द फीस फ्रॉम द सेम पर्सन, व्हाट वी हैव बीन असाइन्ड द रोल, वेदर इन केस ऑफ बीइंग इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर इट इज थ्रू द स्टैट्यूट. आज वो हटा दे तो जरूरत नहीं रहेगी. ऐसे ऑडिट भी अगर वहां से हटा देंगे तो जरूरत नहीं रहेगी. We have to be remaining independent in whatever we are doing. This is just I wanted to add. Thank you.
All my colleagues have said differently. I would like to say that independence is a state of mind. No law, no act can give you what is independent and what is not independent. So, state of mind when you are discharging your duties in a particular manner, like जिसको फांसी देने की काम होता है, उसको फांसी चढ़ा देना ही उसका कर्तव्य है. He does like that only. So I only say that independence is in the mind of the person who is there, whether he's a CA, whether he's CS, or whether he's IAS, or whether anybody else. So independence cannot be defined in a particular situation. Ki this is independence, this is not independence. That is the state of mind. You will have to hear to your heart once you are going for a decision or suggestion to the management or director board. You are going with the management. You will have to genuinely think whether this is in the line with the position what I am having. I am doing justice. I am as an independent. He is the voice of absentia. He should have discharged all those decisions as a director in that particular board. Looking to he's going for the absentia, what they would have think in the majority, what they would have expect from in the majority, rather than the management, the management and the directors is there. And the independence is only because once they know something, this is wrong. Either they should try to stop it. If they don't stop it, they should give their dissent note. If even that they don't go into that, then they should write a complaint. And to my mind, I have resigned 2 boards on these issues. It is only your independent character of yours, whether you are independent or you are biased or you are under some pressure or under you are for certain consideration. I'm not saying for every director, but there are a lot of people have very, very different characters, so we cannot say this thing. Independence is only when you think had I been, this thing would have happened to me, whether I would have done it or not. If he thinks it is not, then he should convey his feelings to the board, and even it is dissent note may be there. Dissent may not be in the majority, but if the majority wants to run the show, it is a democratic situation. One will have to do, and the order we will have to go. The company will have to go like that. I only think that independence is very simple thing. If you think any difficult situation, and if you coolly think for 10-15 minutes, your independence will come, and the right answer of that will come from your heart. This is my experience for last about 17 years as a director of the banks and independent other companies. There is no law, there is no act, there is no practices which you can say your heart or your mind should say that this is right or this is wrong. This is my, in 2 lines I want to say, and if there would be any technical question, we would be able to give you answer. Thank you.
Abhijit, next.
There's a line I want to add here. You know, on the flip side of this, it's also been seen that directors sitting on boards, just to prove their power or a point, give dissent to things, to agendas, which need not be dissented. So, no, I'm not countering what you're saying. Dissent is a very, very important authority that has been given to the independent director, to every director actually, but the independent directors usually use it a little more because of obvious reasons. But dissent is not just an authority, it is also a responsibility. When a director is dissenting, the director has to be sure that they are dissenting for any one of the 2 or 3 reasons. One, that there is a legal issue around it, oblique a serious compliance issue around it, and or they seriously feel that by not dissenting, a wrong business decision is being taken which can harm the organization. And as Sir has already said, if they were to sit in the position of the working directors, I mean, if the independent director was a working director, would he say yes or would he say no? That should derive, not drive, but derive the analysis based on which he's making this dissent. But it has been seen in many boards that directors love to dissent just to throw their weight around. So that is a complete no-no situation. It's like a sort of a bad name to the independent director category of profession.
Can I say? What ma'am is saying is right. All our 4 fingers are not equal. So there are different type of people. One are very genuine dissent. Certain are just to create the problems in the running of the company and to extract something directly or indirectly. because we all are human beings. No, all the persons are not God or saint. There are badmash or cheaters also there. So being the director, you are human being. What all are the qualities a human being have? They have there is a mix of it. So, and those things can be very well with the board members know it, who is doing in which way, whether he is genuine or he is trying to bully the things. And as I said, as I told you that even if you are in the minority, it is your right and it is the duty of the company secretary and the management to write your dissent and the reason of the dissent, because in case something goes wrong into the company, when as a director, on the basis of my own experience of 14 to 20 years, that small and bigger and the banks and insurance companies also. So you insist that what was my comments, what was my observation, or why I have dissented on it, and that should be recorded. More than that, you cannot do anything else. If still the majority wants to do the wrong thing, you cannot stop him. The things will sail through. And we cannot just say the standstill situation in the company. So I think this thing will there, but dissent, if you are not in agreement, you should try to insist on that, because so in case of some inquiry or some investigation later on comes, then you can at least save your skin. This is the only thing. Other than that, majority will prevail. It is majority rules everywhere in the democratic situation. This is the fundamental golden rule of the democracy. With these words, I think I have expressed whatever I wanted to say. But if there would be any question, I will be more happy to answer that. Thank you.
Yeah. Next, Abhayji. This section 146 of the Companies Act 2013, it requires that all the notices and communications relating to a general meeting should also be forwarded to the auditor, and unless exempted by the company, the auditor should attend such meeting either by himself or through his authorized representative, who should also be auditor. The person as an authorized representative, he should also be an auditor. My experience says this is not being complied by most of the companies as well as auditor. Even my experience says that auditors are not attending the annual general meeting. So what are your views on this stringent?
Yeah, I think very important, because see, like you said, Section 146 Companies Act, where the notice has been sent. Of course, we have seen in past, and even my experience as an auditor, if there are general meetings or even for the AGM, of course, notices, for the AGM has been received, but as I would say, this section speaks that even for the general meeting, I have the right to attend, or my authorized representative has the right to attend the general meetings and, bring out those non-compliances issues time and again. But I think this is an issue which has been faced by the auditors, that the notices have not been received by the auditors of general meeting, or even the authorized representative, they are not being made part of the meeting. Because another issue with respect to the company, if I talk about, if these not been sent, there again is a non-compliance in terms of sections, and there are penalties which are specifically defined under the law, not just to the company, but to the officers, to the promoters, to even, if the meeting's been attended.
Even auditors also.
Even auditors, yes. So even after being received the notices, even auditors been penalized. So I think this is what is my experience in terms of, but in case the notice has been received and the auditors been attending the meetings, and if there is any contravention in terms of non-compliance from the auditor's perspective or from an authorized representative, again, like you said, there is a penalty, and penalty I could say is as high as 8 times the remuneration which is being paid to the auditor. So that is what even the law says. So I think.
So what is your suggestion to the fellow auditors? What is the way forward?
See, I think like it's been discussed that it's more important for the auditors, because they are being independent but associated with the company as an auditor and day-to-day involved at times. There is a need of regular discussion among the auditors and the auditees, that there is a requirement under the law that section 146 requires that the notices should be sent to the auditors, and they, as per the law, have the right to attend these meetings. I think that is what has been a suggestion which I can make immediately. Thank you.
Just to add out here, अगर मान लीजिए your firm is auditing 100 companies और सबकी सब 30 सितंबर को AGM करेंगे 11 बजे, तो कोशिश करके भी आप नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे, right? And so what should be done? First of all, ensure that the notice is sent. Secondly, ask for an exemption. The auditor should ask for an exemption, and that should be properly noted in the minutes. Now, what is missing is that in the minutes it is not being noted. That exemption letter is not being taken, so there is a non-compliance. So please give that letter of exemption in the minutes. Ensure that that is noted that the auditors have asked for the exemption and that has been granted to them. So that is a solution to that.
Next, Pramod ji. There was a search operations by the income tax department on a company, and the directors have surrendered some of the unaccounted cash sales and cash purchases. So in that scenario, whether the directors have acted in good faith in order to promote the objects of the company, or and their involvement in a situation having direct or indirect interests that conflicted with the interest of the company. This is the first part. And second part, whether such declaration will be regarded as a fraud on the company and reportable by the auditors, and if it is exceeding 1 crore, whether it is reportable to the central government under section 143(12).
And last question is the easiest one. Because reportable to central government is only if the auditor finds it out. Here the income tax.
No, sir. Now the NAFRA has already issued that circular stating even if it is detected by the company, then also
it is not under 143(12) to be notified to the central government through the ADT 4.
ADT 4.
But it is to be under the CARO. It is under CARO.
Sir, there are two things. In CARO, you need to report if any fraud is on the company or by the company.
No, that has been removed. On the company, by the company has been removed. And so every fraud, whether under 143(12) or otherwise noted by the company, is to be reported in CARO now.
And in CARO, you need to report also whether some ADT 4 has been filed or not.
So
if we go through the guidance note of ICI,
that NAFRA thing is only for CARO that reporting. That is not 143(12).
What NAFRA has said, ki as per the guidance note of ICI, it says ki if it is detected by the auditor, then it needs to be reported to the central government.
CARO guidance note. It is on CARO guidance note.
Yeah. So now every fraud, whether it is detected by the auditor or it is detected by somebody else,
is to be reported CARO
to the central government.
To the CARO. In the CARO. अब दोबारा check कर लीजिएगा.
चलिए, anyway.
That is the CARO guidance note. 143(12) is totally different. 143(12) is when the auditor observes. Then below 1 crore to the board, above 1 crore, asking from the board their view and then going to the central government. In CARO report, the guidance note said that only those which were found by the auditor. Now there is a view which the NAFRA is saying that it has to be any fraud found, irrespective of the materiality. So it is there. So now the question is, yes, 143(12) auditor notice, but this search case will not come into that. But now the question is very interesting out here. Now it depends that in the search, what is surrendered, who is surrendering, are the directors surrendering on their own, or they are saying it is the company's money.
Company's money.
Or, so if they are saying it is the company money and it is unaccounted sale, so here the question would be the accounts are complete. Accounts have to be complete. So accounts were not complete. That's why in the CARO there is a question now here that whether in the search or a survey the entity has surrendered any amount. If they have surrendered, whether that has been accounted for or not. So in CARO the question is there now. And even in Schedule 3, if you talk about, the same question has been is to be put in the notes to the accounts. Is the amendment to the Schedule 3, it is there. So it is there now. If it is, I need to check the guidance note. I hope so. It has to be tested upon that whether it is a fraud or not, because it is misreporting, non-reporting. So in all those cases, 447 or 448 resulting into fraud, then reporting in Karo. So that would become an interesting. What you have talked about is surrender of such items, or even this case, I would say, in the case of GST, the bogus bills they surrender. So will that be taken as a fraud? That needs to be tested on our essays for the fraud determination, and then accordingly reportable under the CAR. But yes, very interesting. Let us see. We need to check on the guidance note and give a proper guidance.
सर सब कुछ 2 नंबर में कर रहे थे, किसी ने पकड़ा तो उन्होंने सरेंडर कर दिया, तो कंपनी के साथ they were playing with the company, and
वही कह रहा हूँ विकास जी, ये केस टू केस देख के उसकी अगर डेफिनेशन में आता होगा तो ऑडिटर के पास कोई चारा नहीं रह जाएगा कि उसको कारों के जो वो लिटरली इट इज 20th पॉइंट में उसको रिपोर्ट करना पड़ जाएगा.
Okay. Next, Abhay ji. Section 139 and 140 of the Companies Act. 139 is related to the appointment of the statutory auditors by the company, and in case of government company by the C&AG. And section 140 discusses about the resignation by the statutory auditor, and it also talks about the removal of auditors. Nowadays, so many issues have cropped up where there are disputes between the management and the auditors, and the auditors are submitting their resignation. Of course, there are some certain regulations where SEBI, as per SEBI LODR, the auditors are not have to resign after following a SOP. In many cases, the companies have filed the applications for removal of auditors. So what are your views, the responsibilities of the officers as well as auditors in this regard? And also the responsibility of the incoming auditors looking to the code of ethics. The auditor has to see whether the section 140 and 139 have been complied with.
So I think the question now shifts to the auditor from the independent director and being, I think, more technical, of course, when you mention about 139 and 140, the appointment and the resignation. Now, there are two parts when you mentioned the appointment of auditors and then the removal of auditors. One, in terms of the removal of the existing auditors. Now, practically, of course, not going in the law perspective, but from what in fact, the section says, or even the approach as an auditor, when there is a removal of auditor, of course, there's a filing of the document which is required to be done within a period of 30 days. That's for the experience with the registrar. And even if I talk about auditors, like you mentioned, of a government company, then even the C&AG, there is an intimation which is to be sent within a period of 30 days. That, of course, has to be done. And, as an auditor, what was the reason of removal? Of course, there were, reasons of qualifications, reasons of, or disagreement of observations between the company and the auditors, and for reasons which the auditor has to take the step, and the removal has undertaken. Of course, and, the withdrawal is done, and then there's an appointment of another auditor, the incoming auditor. A responsibility of the retiring auditor, or I would say the auditor which has been removed, is more in terms of communicating to the incoming auditor, and even for the incoming auditor to ensure or find out the reasons why there was removal. The communication has been done properly with the removal, the auditors which has been removed, the objections for reasons which was removed, or any other reason which the incoming auditor, if you talk about 140 and it says incoming auditor has to communicate and ensure that why this was withdrawn, why the auditors was removed, and so that he gets to know the important reasons, and before that, the acceptance as an auditor has been done by incoming auditor. I think that is the role, and if I talk about specific role in terms of law, it's more important in terms of communicating to the respective authorities within a period of time that there is a removal and there is an appointment of another auditor for reasons of withdrawal. Thank you.
I'd like to add out here 2-3 points, just to add on what Abhay sir said. Point number 1, for intimation, what Abhay sir said, intimation to the previous auditor, it is not taking no objection, it is intimation. But still you cannot do the audit if the two things are there. One is pending fees, second it is unjustified removal. So if he communicates that and you are seeing that in the financial statements his audit fees is pending, you cannot do the audit. As regarding resignation as an auditor. So if you want to resign, so you file 883, you give a letter to the company and you give your reason. So what reason do you normally give? Preoccupied, है ना? वैसे काम बहुत चाहिए, opportunity चाहिए, लेकिन मैं यहाँ preoccupied हूँ. So why do we always want to say something else? The fact is something else and write something else, always. Why? Give the exact reason na. Suppose the management says, you please resign, and you are aligned with that, ठीक है, resign कर देता हूँ, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. So just tell the management, give me an email or a letter to please resign. Quoting that letter where the management wants me to resign, and I apprehend that they will not cooperate with me as I am resigning. Give it that ना. सारा कुछ अपने ऊपर ही क्यों लेते हो कि मैं बहुत बिजी हूँ, जो कि फैक्ट नहीं है. ये भी हो सकता है कि फीस का इशू हो, तो आप लेटर में लिखिए, उनको ईमेल में लिखिए. क्रिएट दैट एविडेंस ना. गिव द राइट फैक्ट. आप माइंड से ये चीजें कि है कुछ और करना कुछ और है, इस चीज को धीरे धीरे से माइंड से प्लीज हटा दीजिए. सारा ब्लेम अपने ऊपर मत लीजिए. जब मैं कह रहा हूं मैं प्री ऑक्यूपाइड हूं, यानी मेरी प्रॉब्लम है, जबकि हो सकता है प्रॉब्लम मेरी ना हो. प्लीज फॉर ऑल द थिंग्स.
I'm going to add one line here. Although the law is not, it's not touching the resigning auditors when they resign without a specific reason that is untoward at this point of time. For example, we've given any of these reasons which look like normal reasons for anybody to resign. But the way the compliance and the compliance culture of this country is now going, please understand two things. There is an issue and you are resigning because there is an issue in the company doesn't want to correct it and they don't want you to report it. That is usually the most obvious reason for any auditor to resign. You've had a good relationship with that particular client, so you don't want to take the onus of telling the truth, and so you are taking this onus on yourself by writing some ambiguous reason. You've done disservice to three set of segments and people and organizations. One, to your own integrity, because you were not sworn in as a chartered accountant to dilute somebody's faults, especially when you've pointed them out and they are not willing to correct them. Two, you have done a great disservice to the chartered accountant or the audit firm or the auditor who's now going to come in, because he or she is coming in with a blank slate. They will have to start the whole process all over again, and they will have to find out the same issues all over again, which may not be very apparent for a first-time auditor, but may be very apparent for you because you might have been a multiple times auditor. Third, of course, is going to be the legal issue. The way our system of, I would use the word regulators is proceeding, probably if some such thing gets found out in the new auditor's report, maybe they will start asking the earlier auditor also to be held accountable. So please, do not crucify your client, but don't crucify yourself for your client either. That point should be very, very, very seriously taken that Pramod ji has just made.
बहुत सीरियस डिस्कशन हो गया. मेरे को भी याद आ रहा है 1971 का वार जब हिंदुस्तान पाकिस्तान का हो रहा था, और पाकिस्तान रेडियो जब हम लगाते थे तो उसमें आता था पाकिस्तानी सेना बहादुरी से लड़ते हुए पीछे चली गई. तो this is the same situation कि बहादुरी से लड़ते हुए हमने रिजाइन कर दिया, हमने पॉइंट नहीं दिया. So this is the same situation. It is on the lighter side, but I must tell you, we all are human beings.
So this applies to independent directors also, sir.
Everywhere, everywhere. This is because जहाँ पे भी आपको अगर आप इतने कड़क नहीं हो कि आप उसको तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो, तो आपको ये करना पड़ता है कि बहादुरी. That is why one liner I remember. I was 14 years of age at that time, so I know बहादुरी से लड़ते हुए पीछे हट गए. So that is the thing.
Pramod ji, next question. There is a new section 129A, which was inserted in Companies Act in 2020, although it is yet to be notified. This has a requirement that the certain class of companies are required to file the audited or reviewed periodical financial statements with the registrar of companies. Like listed company, the quarterly accounts results are to be filed. So what is your view whether this has added the responsibility on the directors as well as auditors, and looking to the audit trail which has been implemented this year? Because why I'm asking this, generally where this quarterly results are not required, company used to finalize their accounts at the end of the year. Now they have to prepare on quarterly basis.
Because currently, as per SEBI LODR, the listed companies are required to prepare the quarterly financial statements with a limited review. Now, to strengthen that, because that is not there in the Companies Act, but the listing requirement, they might require certain more companies beyond the listed to go for that. Now, if we see, that would be, of course, to a particular class of companies when they will notify, it is not there. So when it will come, then we have to comply, the management will have to comply, it will be on the higher net worth companies only. Maybe the Ind AS 1 companies and not others, or whatever they come to. Now, similarly, we have to be aware that certain such compliances are being added. For example, for private companies who are not a small company, to have all the shares dematerialized.
Yeah.
है ना, आप सबको पता है ना कि जब तक वो शेयर्स डीमटेरियलाइज नहीं करेंगे, आप उसका ट्रांसफर नहीं कर सकते, नया इश्यू नहीं ला सकते, बायबैक नहीं कर सकते, कुछ नहीं कर सकते. Just like public companies, private companies also. It is already there, applicable. So please take note कि जब ये section आएगा, उस वक्त वो higher companies में आएगा, and then that case, the financial statements have to be prepared. They would be giving the rules, and then of course we already have a standard for an interim period audit for the audit. We already have an SRE for that. So according to that, we'll have to comply whenever that is notified.
Abhayji, the Companies Act requires the adequacy of internal financial controls with reference to financial statements. This should form part of the director's report, and the auditors are also required to give their report on such adequacy of IFC. What is your experience whether this requirement is actually being implemented across companies, or it is just they are complying with the requirement, not actually implemented? And this is also very important as far as independent directors are concerned, so I'll ask Madam also to respond after Abhayji, whether this IFC, internal financial controls, are really looked upon by the independent directors in their meetings.
I think this is very important, Vikasji, because if you talk about IFC, and this is something new which has come under the law, and the requirement as an auditor has become stringent, and as part of Annexure B of our audit report, when we issue an audit report and above a certain limit turnover, this becomes applicable where we'll have to report, and this becomes part of the audit opinion. So where we are issuing audit report CARO and Annexure B as part of IFC. But if you talk about independent directors, I think their role is very key and very important here. One of the very important, I would say, the responsibility and role of independent directors when from the audit committee point of view, that the evaluation of internal control, because their role is to appoint the internal auditors. Their role is to finalize the scope of the internal auditors, the scope of work, and even discuss the observations in terms of internal controls wherever there are weaknesses, compliance, whether done or not, also to be ensured by the independent directors based on the risk, whether it's high risk, medium risk, or low risk. I think there again we'll have to, the auditors have to be responsible and ensure this high risk are being well attended and are complied. So I think main responsibility, if talk about, comes on the company and onto the independent directors in terms of evaluating the internal control, the weaknesses in the internal control and the compliances, and then the role of internal auditors after the independent director as a compliance of internal control weaknesses. Over and above, I would like to add for, even for the independent directors, because as a statutory auditor, when I'm issuing an audit report of IFC as part of annexure to the main audit report in annexure B, there again, I have to ensure the compliances of internal controls, and if there are weaknesses in terms of financial transactions or processes which the company has been following, if there are weaknesses which may even impact the true and fair, again, the qualification has to be made in the main audit report. So that is the role from as a director point of view and as an auditor.
So I'll just supplement. I'll just add to what Abhijit said. As he's already pointed out, that the audit committee of the board has the major role to play in this, and the overall board basically just gets a reporting on what the audit committee has done. I think it's really important that and audit committees are usually chaired by chartered accountant, independent directors. So the role of the independent director here becomes very, very important. As he has already pointed out, the internal auditor, the appointment, the scope, and then a review pattern has to be taken by the audit committee in cases of public listed companies quarterly. And even if you're not public listed, but if you're having an audit committee of the board, then you should do it in whatever periodicity the board decides or the audit committee decides. Let's stick for a little while with the listed companies, because the essence will come from there, and then it can be percolated down to the other companies where it could be made applicable. It's really important that
to the Rahul Lakhwani ji for these issues. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Naveen. Very good evening to all of you, the august audience who is sitting there, and the esteemed panelists who are there with me. I'm little shivering upon that, okay, whether I will be able to do justification with the topic out there, because definitely the name or the tag which they have given to the topic, black holes of GST. So with the name, it appears little challenging that, okay, there are black holes which I have to solve out. So in the galaxy of taxes, we have black holes in GST where we have to identify some answers. So see, the idea of this panel, keeping the panel first of all, was that let's have a chartered accountant view, and that too a very experienced chartered accountant, the CCM sir, Aryan ji. Then to have an advocate on the panel. Why? Because with a new law, the challenges are with the constitution, read with the law. So this can be very well answered when you see this law. जब आप GST को constitutional lenses से देखते हैं तो एक अलग ही view, एक अलग ही perspective निकल के आता है. And we all know on a day in day out basis on WhatsApp, you are seeing various messages floating around. आज ये law, इस High Court ने ये बोला, इसने इस show cause को struck down किया, किसी ने इस provision के बारे में कुछ कहा. So there are more judgments because there is no tribunal till now. So the judgments more are of High Court. And High Court normally takes up jurisdiction when there is some constitutional aspect being invoked. तो हमारे पास पैनल में एक लॉयर को लेने का रीज़न यही था, एडवोकेट भरत राय चंदानी जी, that kindly give us, the audience who are sitting here, a constitutional perspective to the various part, and definitely his experience in terms of the reading of the law would be helpful. And most interestingly, we have invited Jain sir, C.K. Jain Saab, in the panel for the reason, because see, normally we see that the departmental authorities are only there to do a little tight side implementation of GST or any taxation law, because this is how we see that revenue is there to collect only. But very interestingly, before going to this session, I went to his office to just have a briefing about. I tell you, it is very different when we talk to them, try to understand them, and the person who is at the helm of affairs of Jaipur Commissionerate, he says that, Rahul, my office is open, you come and any one of your chartered accountant is invited. If they have any technical issue or any field issue, kindly come to me and I am there to address that issue. So such a warm generosity is there with the department officers. They are inviting us that if you had a problem, you can come. I took a request from sir on that day that, sir, from this panel, when we are sitting here, I would be putting this thing to everyone who is sitting there, क्योंकि उनको पता होना चाहिए कि आप open हैं for any sort of discussion. तो उन्होंने कहा बिल्कुल, I give you that freedom that you can say it on the panel कि कोई भी issue जयपुर कमिश्नरेट का हो, आप हमारे पास आइए. We will see what address we can do, unless there is something which is सच अ थिंग कि जिस पे कोई कंट्रोवर्सी है, उनको छोड़ के कई बार इश्यूज होते हैं रिफंड्स को लेके, रजिस्ट्रेशन को लेके, कुछ चीज़ों का क्लैरिफिकेशन जो हमारे पास भी नहीं होता है और वो मिनिस्ट्री में भेजना है. फॉर दैट यू आर इन्वाइटेड. सो दिस इज़ द एडवांटेज वी गेट बाय वे ऑफ ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सच कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, जहाँ पे आप रेवेन्यू से 1-to-1 इंटरेक्ट हो सकते हैं, अपनी बात रख सकते हैं और उनकी बातों को समझ सकते हैं. सो विद दिस आई वुड लाइक टू स्टार्ट द डिस्कशन, and for that I would be first requesting Jain Saab only. So sir, see, the idea is not to have a question and answer, but to have views, because when we have to solve out black holes, at least we should have some spaceship by which we can reach there and see, and a guidance of yours would act as a spaceship. So to start with, Jain sir, I would like to take your view particularly on certain points. See, we started GST. I remember that the first year of implementation of GST 2017 with a figure of around 93,000 as an average GST monthly connection. And surprisingly, I tell you to the audience who are here that the data is 1,63,000 crore is the last month collection, and 1,60,000 crore is the average of financial year 23-24 which we are currently running up. Now, sir, I pose this pointer that whether in 6 years the economy has grown that enormous that we are talking about a jump of more than 60% in terms of collection, or 70% in fact I say, or there's something interesting about this law, because we all know that this is a merger of various state and central duties. So, but still, how come there can be such a substantial difference in during this period of 6 years? So, sir, kindly give us some thought process, because I understand now there's a lot of data mining which is being done at the department level also. On that also we will discuss with you. But we want to really understand that why such a difference has happened during this period of 6 years. So, your view on this, sir, please.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Actually, what data he has stated, I also completely concur that the collection of revenue during the initial phase of the GST implementation was below 1 lakh crore rupee.
Hello.
So I will concur with him that yes. So I will concur with his view that initially, during the implementation phase of the GST, the collection of revenue was below 1 lakh crore rupee most of the months. And now it's almost average 1.6 lakh crore rupee per month. So last even highest collection was 1.87 lakh crore rupee in a particular month. And now average is almost 1.6 lakh crore rupee per month. So if you take into account the growth, then definitely growth is around 14 to 15% per annum. And our economy must have not grown more than 7.5 or 8% in GDP terms. So definitely there is a growth in revenue collection. So we should say that it may be because of the certain reasons like change in the tariff rates. Sometimes there are change in rates. Rates have been increased. There is inflation factor also. And also because of the GDP growth, and to certain extent, if you see that recently there has been a news that there was large scale evasion in the service sector and even GST sector, and large number of units were operating, bogus firms were operating, and they were issuing bogus invoices and fake ITC was being passed on. So department has been able to curb to great extent that fake ITC issue, and that also has contributed in the revenue collection. So I think all these factors must have contributed in the growth of the revenue.
Thank you, Rahul ji. Sabko namaskar. I believe Chetan Jain Sahab has been very diplomatic in his reply. He has to be, no doubt about it, but I need not be. And I can tell you that I am answering this, I'm sitting in this panel not in my capacity as a member of the Central Council, but as a subject expert, which I perceive I am not. A very good question he asked me. He asked, has the economy grown so much, 1,60,000 crores and so much amount, and suddenly you feel that so much business has come up? I'll give you one very real-time situation answer, which I got it. It was about 3 years before, I was meeting some of the chartered accountant friends of mine in a very remote place in the state of Tamil Nadu, the state from where I come. I belong to Rajasthan. My native roots are here, but then I am born and brought up in Chennai. So I was meeting this chartered accountant friend of mine in a deep interior Tamil Nadu. And he told me one question. And he told me one situation. He said, sir, I am so happy that GST is introduced, because he knows that I am practicing indirect taxes, and he said, I am extremely happy, sir, that GST is introduced and my practice has increased. Okay? I said, fine. I mean, your one CEO was coming telling me my practice has increased. I am very happy. So why do you say so? Sir, one client of mine came to me with a ledger sheet in his hand and said, sir, this is my turnover of last year. Last year. I looked at it and I was shell-shocked. I said, what is this? I've been your chartered account for more than 10 years. I never seen your account. I mean, I never seen such a turnover in your books. What has happened suddenly? Has business increased? Have you suddenly quality has increased, or people have known you? He said, no, sir. GST has come. और without bill sales खत्म हो गए, without bill purchase भी खत्म हो गए. Very frank. You not tell. I'm telling. You can tell, but you should be diplomatic. We are on record also. So, in fact, this is the truth. The truth is, the information technology has made such deep inroads into the processes of business that, point number one, it has become extremely difficult for anyone to sell something without the backing of an invoice. Point number two, the ITC has made it so enticing for anyone. And you kept the limits as 20, those days it was 20 lakhs. Now, now it's 40 or so. And the limits are now so less that for anyone to do a business without ITC is going to cost them very much gross. You may not agree with me, but then to do a business without ITC is going to cost the person gross. So this is also one reason why there is a huge increase in turnover. See, excise ke zamane mein to everything entered at the factory gate and everyone was enjoying, the factory guys were enjoying, everyone, it was a different world altogether. Sales tax mein state को जितना revenue चाहिए था वो आ गया क्या, बाकी तुमको जो करना है कर लो, हमको कोई फिक्र नहीं है. I'm telling you this very frankly. State has got monthly इतना revenue target है हमारा, हमने meet out कर लिया, बस खत्म, तुमको जो करना है करो. Then VAT came. VAT brought in the system of input tax again. So that slowly transformed the system. And today, Rahul sir, GST has transformed the system in a much, much better manner, and we will see more such transformations to come. Thank you very much.
Let me add, actually what is telling, in my case, what I gave the example right from the introduction of GST till today. But if you compare with the pre-GST era and the current era, then his reply is correct. Because I also know many of my relatives, when GST was introduced, they told me that we were having turnover of only 5 to 10 lakh rupees. Our actual turnover is 4-5 crore rupees. So how to adjust? What will happen to us? So that was the case pre-GST and post-GST era. But what I replied was in respect of the post-GST era. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So, see, I see the brighter side of it. So, let me put it like this. India shining. India reaching to, right now, 3 trillion, reaching to some 6-7 trillion. That's what we are targeting upon in terms of GDP. Now, to the brothers who are sitting here, they are the one who see the books of the assessees in a very close manner, because they are the one who very well know banana, karna, aage badhana, jo bhi, whatsoever is in there. But I tell you frankly, the shining India will come on account of transformations like GST only. Because when something comes in the book, you can show it as a part of GDP, and there the international image goes up. And going up the international image definitely will get a lot of business opportunities in comparison to the whole world. So many times a discussion happens that, okay, the Indian economy, if the book part, if the otherwise part comes in books, so it's going to be one of the largest economy, can be said, or the second largest economy in the world, we don't know, but it can happen. However, on account of GST, this has reached to a certain level, but it will go more. Now, adding in here, because Rajan sir touched upon a point, the information technology part of it. So, sir, I would say that the information technology always, or better to say, change always comes with a cost. And the cost bearers are the persons who are sitting here in the August audience. भाई, पहले बताया था आपने कि हर महीने 3 रिटर्नें जानी है. हमने सोच रखा था 3 रिटर्न जाएंगी, साल की 36 रिटर्नें जाएंगी, GSTR 1, 2, 3, उस हिसाब से कुछ काउंटिंग पहुंचेगी और हमारी फीस बनेगी. तो पहले तो वो रिटर्न कम करी. अच्छा, रिटर्न कम करी, काम कम नहीं किया, ध्यान रखना. काम चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट का बिल्कुल कम नहीं किया. उसे वो लगा के रखा है. ये जो सिस्टम है जो अटक जाता है उसके संग जूझते रहो. डेट्स आ रही है, ड्यू डेट्स आ रही है, उसमें लगे रहो, उसमें डेटा फाइल करना ही करना है. मैसेज आ गया 1.5 लाख assessees आर डूइंग इट बिकॉज इन फ्यू ऑफ द मैटर्स वी लिटिगेटेड कि GSTR एनुअल रिटर्न की लास्ट डेट थी, वो मैसेज पॉपअप कर देता था 3 हफ्ते पहले से. राइट नाउ 1,50,000 यूजर्स आर फाइलिंग द रिटर्न, सॉरी ट्राई अगेन लेटर. रात को 12 बजे तक यही आ रहा है, एंड दिस गोज ऑन कंटिन्यूड. So information technology was there, and the curse is that the people who are sitting here had faced it. But my dear friends, you all will admit that over a period of time, the efficiency of the system has increased. And at least now there are not that much challenges which we have faced at a point of time. Now, let's understand it. ये GSTN ने किया क्या? I would take the view of the panelists also, but prior to that I would give a background. इसने इंडिया को एक ERP सिस्टम में डाल दिया, एंटरप्राइज रिसोर्स प्रोग्रामिंग आई से, जहां पे लाइव बेसिस पे गुड्स के मूवमेंट चालू होने से पहले ई-वे बिल था, अब ई-इनवॉइसिंग भी है. मतलब पहला डॉक्यूमेंट पोर्टल पे हिट करता हो, गवर्नमेंट के पास इंफॉर्मेशन है कि आपने कुछ किया है. द टाइम यू एंटर बिजनेस स्टार्ट ट्रांजेक्टिंग, अभी उसके बैंकर को, स्टॉक एक्सचेंज को, सबको बाद में पता लगेगा, सबसे पहले GST पोर्टल पे पता लगेगा. क्यों? देयर वुड बी ए ई-इनवॉइस, then it has to be backed by an e-way bill, then there is a monthly return which have line item wise data of your sale, and it correspondence and it get tagged. I would say tagging. There's such a good tagging feature is there that our PAN based number, buyer, supplier, everyone who's registered, every transaction can get tagged. Now with this information technology at place, they are also planning that tomorrow the data, because now those who are closely following how the return is filed, ऑटो फिलिंग आती है काफ़ी सारी चीज़ों की. वो कैसे आ रही है? क्योंकि डेटा उनके पास इकट्ठा हो गया है. आई थिंक ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम you might get your income tax return turnover also auto-filled from the GST return. There's no big deal in that. Why? Because you have a PAN number. They will consolidate your PAN India data and will give you see, this is the data. And the discrepancy is going to be there. They would say that kindly report and give us a reason for that. They would reach to that level. And few days back, we were discussing that there's a government paper which says that it is going to be like this, that they are trying to work on that how and why there is something addition to be done by a tax practitioner. कि भाई हमने तो जो डेटा दे दिया था उनको, चाहे इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न में ऑटो फिल करके दिया, चाहे GST रिटर्न में ऑटो फिल करके दिया, यार उसमें ऐसा क्या रह गया हमसे कि उसकी वजह से उसको कुछ और चेंज करना पड़ता है. उसके ऊपर काम करो. और अगर वो भी आपने काम कर लिया तो मुझे लगता है रिटर्न फाइलिंग वुड बी अ वेरी easier task in terms of execution on account of this information technology phase. Now here my question to the esteemed panelist, and I would again request Jain Saab to answer it first. So ये जो system बनाया information technology का CCM साहब ने हमको बताया कि because of that it has happened. So do you concur to this? My first question. And second, if you concur, can you give us some of the examples that how the data mining happens? Because my dear friends who are sitting here are your टॉर्च बियरर्स. इफ यू कैन गिव देम सम आइडिया कि डिपार्टमेंट कैसे डेटा निकालता है, कैसे उस डेटा पे एनालिसिस करता है, तो दे कैन गिव एन गाइडेंस टू दी बिजनेसमैन, क्योंकि उनका माइंडसेट हमको बदलना है. उनको समझाना है कि नहीं भाई देखो, अब डिपार्टमेंट बहुत अलग तरीके से काम करता है, ये जैसा आप सोचते हो वैसे काम नहीं करता. सो कैन यू गिव अस सम इनसाइट कि कैसे डेटा माइनिंग होती है एंड हाउ द थिंग्स मूव ऑन सो दैट दे कैन लर्न इट फ्रॉम योर एक्सपीरियंसेस ऑन दैट, सर प्लीज.
सबसे पहले तो मैं बताना चाहूँगा, इन्होंने बोला कि कैसे डेटा माइनिंग होती है और कैसे उसको डिसिफर किया जाता है. तो बेसिकली आई थिंक दोज आर द बेसिक सीक्रेट्स. मैनी टाइम व्हाट हैपन्स, यू डिस्क्लोज दोज थिंग्स एंड द पीपल विल फाइंड सम वे आउट दैट हाउ टू बेसिकली इसको स्किप कैसे किया जाए. तो मैं आपको सिंपली ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि देर आर सो मेनी पैरामीटर्स, ऑलमोस्ट यू कैन से दैट कि ऑलमोस्ट 50 more than 50 पैरामीटर्स आर देयर, based on which all the data of all the taxpayers which are basically filed in the returns, based on that applying artificial intelligence and all other parameters and all algorithms, the taxpayers data are analyzed, and if the taxpayer is falling under the red flags more than certain number, like suppose 6 or 7 red flags are flashing in respect of certain taxpayers on certain points, then that taxpayer is selected for certain type of activities, like it might be selected for direct anti-evasion activity, direct audit, or it may be selected for scrutiny or for verification, like that. So those are the things which are basically happening in many kind of organizations Like in our case, central government, we are having GSTN, we are getting certain information from GSTN. There is a DG ARM office which are who are selecting and studying the data. Then there is Advait, BIFA tool, even e-way bill portal is there. So many this type of analysis are happening, and over a period of time, basically we have become wiser, and now we are basically able to find out in which type of industry where that this misappropriation of the funds is happening, evasion of tax is happening. So definitely now I think we are pinpointing that which associate is indulging in irregular activity, and if any action happens, it is not simply that we get the data from the organization and we simply start taking action. We also at our level analyze all the data of the taxpayer based on their returns. Many times it is possible that suppose a taxpayer is not paying any amount of tax in case, it is possible because they are having export turnover, they are having inverted duty structure, or they are carrying large stocks. So those are the reasons because of which we don't take any action. So this way we are analyzing the data, but I am telling you that now department is far ahead in analyzing the data, and if any taxpayer indulges in any irregular activity, definitely that is in our knowledge. It's only the time when we come to you.
Us this insight, because this gives an idea that अब पहले की तरह रेकी करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. डिपार्टमेंट अपने यहाँ बैठ के अपने कंप्यूटर सिस्टम से वो डेटा माइन कर सकता है, जहाँ से उनको एटलीस्ट ये आइडेंटिफाई हो सकता है कि ये वो लोग हैं जिनके यहाँ एक चक्कर लगा के आने की ज़रूरत है. So thank you so much for that insight, sir. Now to Bharat sir, let's, because we have discussed 2 or 3 pointers we raised regarding this fake ITC thing, sir. So sir, I give you 2-3 situations because that has again come from the audience when we discuss among us. देखिए बहुत सिंपल सी बात है सर. बिजनेसमैन ये समझता है जीएसटी क्या है, माल आएगा, मैं उस पर पेमेंट करूँगा, उस पर जो मैंने पेमेंट किया उसका मुझे आईटीसी मिलना चाहिए. अब देखिए ट्रेड कैसे होता है, आई टेल यू. देयर आर पीपल, मार्केट में बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो माल बेचते हैं, हो सकता है उनको मैं नहीं जानता हूँ. ब्रोकर्स होते हैं जो कहते हैं कि आइए देखिए साहब मैं आपको माल पहुँचा दूंगा, ये भाव है, आप मेरे को इतना टका कमीशन दे देना, या फिर आप कमीशन भी मत दीजिए, मैं बायर से कमीशन ले लूँगा. नाउ आई एज अ एसएससी रिलाई ऑन द डेटा विच इज़ अवेलेबल ऑन द पोर्टल. मैं एक ऐसे व्यक्ति से माल खरीदता हूँ जो डिपार्टमेंट में रजिस्टर्ड है, एंड देयर इज अ जीएसटी नंबर, ही हैज़ ऑल द डिटेल्स अवेलेबल, एंड आई पे हिम. Later on, what I find after 3 years, that there's a notice coming at my office which says the person from you have purchased has been deregistered, or that person on inspection has been found bogus, and accordingly your ITC is disallowed. Now where I am, is it not my vested right when I have paid Article 300A, which talks about that if no one can part away your property, is not the time I have paid him, it becomes my property, because that's only what businessmen understand. Just leave about the jargons of the law. Or being a lawyer, I would request you that if such a situation comes, how and what remedy is available. I give you one such example wherein they say that there is some problem at the end of the supply chain. Kindly take that also. Then another example I gave you, I wanted you to enlighten the audience upon, कि मैंने एक ऐसे व्यक्ति से माल खरीदा जो एग्जिस्ट तो करता है, सब कुछ ठीक है, मैंने उसको पैसे दिए, 1 लाख का अमाउंट दिया, 18% जीएसटी का पेमेंट किया, उसने उस महीने की अपनी रिटर्न नहीं भरी, अगले महीने की भी रिटर्न नहीं भरी, और फाइनली उसको शायद इंसॉल्वेंट डिक्लेयर करना पड़ा अपने आप को ऑन अकाउंट ऑफ सम फाइनेंशियल ट्रबल्स ही इज हैविंग. नाउ आई हैव पेड हिम इन गुड फेथ, ही इज स्टिल रजिस्टर्ड विद द डिपार्टमेंट. डिपार्टमेंट वहाँ गया, उसने फाइंड आउट किया कि हाँ वो एग्जिस्ट करता है, लेकिन डिपार्टमेंट कहता है अच्छा वो तो दिवालिया हो गया, उससे क्या रिकवर करेंगे, छोड़ो आप आ जाओ. भाई मैं क्यों आ जाऊँ, मैंने तो पैसे दे दिए और मैंने उस पर आईटीसी ले लिया. So whether in these cases also the department can invoke, precisely I want to raise a question with respect to section 16, so clause 2, read with clause C. Bharat sir, please enlighten us on that, please.
Very good evening, namaskar everybody. Okay, you know the subject, आज का क्या subject है, black hole, इसीलिए मैं black pen के आया हूँ. Okay, Rahul ji told me black hole, we are the black holes. So sorry Jain Saab if, okay. No, I'll tell you, I speak only and only as per the statute. As per the statute that I see and I read. And please note, this statute governs all of us, each one of us sitting in this room, whether it is a taxpayer, whether it's a chartered accountant, whether it's a lawyer, whether it's the court, or whether it's the revenue. All of us are bound by the statute. Okay. First, Rahulji pointed out input tax credit. Okay. What is input tax credit? Everybody knows. Okay. And fake credit. Okay. Now, what is this fake credit? First, let us understand. What do you mean by fake credit? There is no such terminology in the statute called fake credit. This is a commercial jargon or a management jargon which is being used in newspapers and media. Okay. Fake credit essentially means that condition of section 16(2)(c) has not been satisfied. Correct? Okay. What is that condition? There are two conditions. One, there should be purchase of goods and services. You have purchased, there is no problem. Your supplier has not paid the tax. Now, the statute does not provide for any classification for what reason he has not paid. One. Two, he has paid. There can be situations, please note. Okay. I don't want to criticize the portal also. I don't want to criticize the system also. Okay. Infosys should not beat me. Okay. The system, I'll tell you the portal, the system. The system says unless you pay your tax, you cannot file your return. This is the sole reason why people are not able to file returns called GSTR 3B, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong, sir. I have no difficulty in being wrong. I've been told by all my chartered accountant friends and all my clients that unless you pay the tax, you are not able to file your return. Is that the law? According to me, answer is no. The statute does not require you to pay the tax for filing your return. The system requires this. The portal requires this. This requirement of the portal first, according to me, is incorrect. The portal cannot create a condition which is not there in the statute, which is not there in the law. One. Two, please take it from me, the majority of the litigation that you are going to see in this country starting from 2017 is going to be related to input tax credit and input tax credit alone. Please take it from me. The major disputes, the major litigation that you're going to see in the country between the revenue and the assessee is input tax credit. Those two sections, 16 and 17. Third, to answer what Rahulji has asked, that I have paid the supplier. Why should I not get credit? Why should I not get credit? I have paid it to him. He doesn't pay, you go after him. You go after him. Let me first point out here, okay, don't hit me or hate me, Rahulji. Okay. What is input tax credit? Is it your birthright? Is it your birthright? Answer is no. Is it your fundamental right? According to me, again, answer is no. Input tax credit is a statutory right. It's a right allowed to you by the statute. Tomorrow, assume for a minute they were to delete section 16. Forget what statements they have made. Forget what circulars they have issued. Forget what statements they have made to the world at large that we are joining the VAT regime. Let us assume for a minute. And they delete section 16 from the act. And we go back to the pre-1984 era where there was no such thing. There was no set off, no credit. ModVat was introduced for the first time in 86. We had called pro forma credit. It was called pro forma credit at that time in 88. Okay. Assuming we go back to that era, can you step in the court and say, how can you delete it? According to me, answer is no. It's a legislative policy. It's a matter with the legislature. And therefore, according to me, input tax credit is a statutory right. It's your right. Please note, there are views, people have opinion that it's a concession, it's a benefit. No. It's a statutory right that the assessee has. Now coming to the condition that if the supplier has not paid, you will recover the tax from me. What is this condition? According to me, it's a condition in law. And if the legislature has power to give you a right, it is within the powers of the legislature to impose conditions. They can impose conditions. No right can ever be unconditional. The person who gives you a right has power to impose conditions. You tell your children, no, बाहर जा रहे हो लेकिन 7 बजे तक वापस आ जाना. What is that? It's a condition attached to the right that you give them. It's perfectly valid. Now coming to the question of what is this condition imposed. Now there I will like to agree with Rahulji. This condition according to me cannot be complied with. It is impossible in law. And when I say law, I mean GST law, not contract. Please don't tell me you go and recover from your supplier or your vendor. Please don't tell me you file a civil suit against him. Please don't tell me you file a criminal case against him. No, don't tell me. I know my rights in law. Under the GST law, there is no mechanism, there is no statutory provision which allows me to comply with this condition. And let me make one more statement. There was such a provision. When the legislature introduced GST for the first time, and they promised us, they promised 1.4 billion of us that this is the fundamental basis of the GST law, input tax credit, and I will give you this credit. And you, Mr. Purchaser, will have a right under 42, under 43, to correct it, to control it. You had power not to pay this man unless he pays the tax. That power never came into force. It was only in the statute book and now it has been omitted also. In absence of that, according to me, this condition fails. In absence of 42, 43, this condition fails, and therefore the condition is bad. It is impossible of being complied with by the purchaser. And therefore, again, this I must point out, as long as the conditions remains, it's valid. This is the ground on which you must challenge this condition before the court, and you have to persuade the court. It is for the court to accept or not. You have to persuade the court this condition is bad. Okay. Now coming to the second point, what Rahulji pointed out. I am not on the cases of fake suppliers. There are suppliers who are vanished. They are not there. When their department goes, I was okay, Mr. इतना बड़ा business है, क्या करते हो? What do you manufacture? He asked him. He said invoice. So I'm not supporting those people. You should condemn such people. Okay, but I am not on those points. The second point that Rahulji pointed out was, there is a vendor. He is existing. He is paying his taxes. There is no dispute about it. There is no dispute about his genuineness or his existence. For whatever reason, he is unable to pay. In that situation, what happens? Can the recovery lie against me? Their answer is slightly different, and there's a legal answer. And nobody has pointed out this. This must be pointed out to the court, because I must tell you, when this was being argued before the Andhra High Court, these points were not being raised, or before even by the Patna High Court. There is another provision called Section 76, which says that whether you are liable, not liable, payable, not payable, if you have collected tax from anybody in this country, you have to remit it to the government. That provision needs to be invoked first against the supplier. That provision is a provision for recovery against the supplier. In absence of that, 16(2)(c) cannot be invoked against me. If that is done, then this is an issue relating to CPC, sir. Under CPC also, under the Civil Procedure Code, when you file suits, there is a plaintiff, there is a defendant. Okay. A suit can be rejected, according to me, on the ground of non-joinder of parties. Non-joinder of parties. So if he is the answering respondent, the suit can be dismissed on the ground. Here what is happening is, the revenue says that this man is not traceable. And therefore we issue show cause notice to you. According to me, there should be a common show cause notice. There should be one show cause notice issued to him and me. We are both necessary parties to that suit, in absence of which the show cause, according to me, should go. And this is the line of argument that the assessee needs to take when such a notice is issued where no fake supplier is involved.
What Bharat Saab has said, it's true. But एक हिंदी में कहावत है कि गेहूं के साथ धुन भी पिस जाता है. So basically what happens that कि so many operators of fake entities and fake invoicing is happening. So probably that law also, I doubt that it may be, government may think of amending the law unless and otherwise we completely root out all these fake entities. That law is definitely, basically if the buyer has paid the tax, then definitely he is entitled for the ITC. But law is like that. So it is a policy decision. But I think that there should be some change in the, first that working of the trade, that we should not have any fake entities, and probably that time will come then when this law will also be amended.
I'll just add to that. Who is the author of this brainchild? Who is the brainchild of this section is? Maharashtra. I'm telling you, state of Maharashtra. When the GST was on the table, the state of Maharashtra said we will not sign it unless this section is there. Okay. Why? Reason. No, there is a reason behind it. There is a logic also. I must give full credit to the draftsman also. There is a logic that what credit should I give you? I have not got anything. What credit should I give you? If I have not got it, what credit should I give you? We are only here talking about the mechanism. But the argument for putting this section by the state of Maharashtra was that what credit will I give you if I have not got the money?
So the government treating itself also one of the party. The parliament is making the law. The revenue who's sitting there saying that पैसे दो तब तो आगे credit मिलेगा.
Yes, exactly, exactly.
Please sir.
वो वहाँ से हेलो सब निकल गए वहाँ पे अपना टॉक लंबा हो गया तो वहाँ से उठ के चले गए लोग बोले पैनल डिस्कशन नहीं हो रहा है करके I agree with you, Raichandani ji. See, in central excise, this was not there. In service tax also, it was not there. So central government is not the villain.
Service tax was there. Unless you make the payment, credit has to be reversed. There was a
Credit नहीं, वो अलग से था sir वो, and not to this thing. So it is not that the central government never wanted this type of a provision. Rightly he said Maharashtra, but please include my state also, sir. Tamil Nadu also is responsible. Karnataka is also responsible. Gujarat also is responsible. Let me put it like this. These are the 4 states which stood their ground. And of course, the most economically powerful states in India. They stood their ground saying that no. So when these 4 states are doing like this, other states are like, sahi hai, correct hai, hum bhi karte hain phir. So it is the state governments which said that no, because they were all apprehensive pehle to. The new tax system is coming, whether we'll get revenue, we won't get revenue, we have to stand before the center with a begging ball, bhik mangna padega. All those apprehensions were there. So that's the reason why they said, no, I will not sign and please do this. And of course, the visionary that when FM was there, Jaitli ji, he also bowed to their pressure. Thank you. Very nicely put it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving an insight. So I hope that the audience here got some clue from the point that, yeah, this litigation go on, but at least the strategy need to be clear. Now, moving ahead, the another point which I would like to discuss, sir, again to Bharat, sir. So, see, there's a provision called 16.4 in the law. It says that if you want to avail the credit, then there's a certain date available for a financial year. I understand the genesis is on account because the government wanted to complete its settlement exercise. So for financial year, they have wanted to have a closure date. Fine. Now, for the year 17-18, taking into account the problems on the so-called filing system, they have extended the date. That, okay, we allow you for taking the credit till this particular date. Now, my problem is, the problem of the portal was there even in 1819 and 1920. Lately, the media will accept it. The query what we send to the GST and help desk, from there data can be collated. The problem was there. No one will deny that. Now, is not this arbitrary to do it only for 17, 18. And let me quote the VAT which was introduced in the Gulf countries around the very same year. So I was involved in implementation there also. So there they have a provision of giving a relaxation for a period of 3 years at least. That no penalty for a period of 3 years. Because this is how it happens. Your portal is not working. Why you are putting me to punishments? There's a time wherein I am trying but it's not happening. Kindly give me some relief out of it. So now the problem is the amendment need to be there in the law. What remedy do the assessees have? I know at least 4 high courts with a divided view, not having any single view that the condition of giving credit for the 18-19 is subject to filing of return. So what remedy you would suggest if there are assessees for 18-19, they have not filed their return within the timeline? First of all, the return has not been filed within timeline. Then what remedial measures they can approach for? I would request you to give a little light on that.
Thank you, Rahulji. I think Rahulji's question is in 2 parts. One is what is the legal answer, and one is what is the remedy available. Now first, as far as 16.4 is concerned, okay, the section has been challenged in the High Court saying that it is unconstitutional. What is the time limit? By 6 months of the end of the financial year. Effectively, it's 18 months. Correct me if I'm wrong, sir. Effectively, it is 18 months. Okay. Is any time limit bad in law ever? Is any time limit ever bad in law? According to me, answer is no. And if it is bad in law, okay, you must show it is unreasonable. You must show, you must prove it to the court that this is unreasonable, it is impossible of being complied with. Then and then alone the court will interfere. Otherwise they will say, if you want extension, go and ask the government. There's no difficulty. Whatever you're asking, go and ask the government. To say that the condition is bad on this ground, according to me, is not correct. But having said so, please read 16.4. Again, nobody has ever argued this before the Andhra High Court and before the Patna High Court. Please look at language of 16.4. Does 16.4 bar you anything? Is there a bar? It's a time limit in law. A time limit for complying with something. Complying with what? Or taking of credit. According to me, please note, this is a very subtle point, 16.4 does not bar belated credit. Even if you have filed your returns belatedly, but you have taken the credit, you are eligible for credit. 16.4 does not bar that. 16.4 only bars stale credit. Stale meaning you have never looked into that invoice. If you have forgotten, then you forget it if it is beyond the time limit. But if it is a part of your books, it's a part of your system, it's a part of your GSTR 1, then 16.4 doesn't depend upon your filing of your GSTR 3B. That's a question of interpretation.
That's a question of interpretation.
That's a question of interpretation. That's how the section should be read. Now, answering your question saying that they extended for 17-18, why they are not doing for 18-19?
And even 19-20.
And 19-20 because the portal doesn't function properly.
For 2-3 years, there are challenges.
We understand. It's a new law. No,
it's a new law.
It's expected. Please don't think that something new has come which is going to affect 1.4 billion of us to work wonders overnight. It takes time. It takes its own time. Therefore, I'm not saying we are quick. This could have been better. I'm not saying it could have been better, but there is improvement. Things are happening. We don't face the technological challenges that we were facing in 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20 that we are not facing today at least. At least it has become better. Okay. Now, as far as these challenges were concerned for 18, 19 and 19, 20, there is no extension. That answer only government can give you. Why they are not giving you extension, you have to make a representation to them seeking an extension. Because unless and until there is an amendment in the statute, okay, or by way of a special order under 168, okay, the time limit remains as per 16.4 is concerned. But again, based on the interpretation, for 18, 19, 19, 20, even if you have not filed your returns today, but if you have taken the credit, according to me, 16.1, 16.2, 16.4 is satisfied. And you will be eligible for credit. Please don't give up that credit.
Okay. So what I am getting from you, that first of all, there is a remedy available by getting the law read in a manner by filing appeals out there. But so far, so good. The arbitrariness is concerned that I would say that this was impossible for me because your return portal was not working. I was saying representation would be a better approach to go. Instead of going to the writ court, saying that in my case, I can prove that see, by this way I was not able to find it, will not be that a proper remedy available. Saying that in my individual case.
Correct. No, certainly. I never said court is not the remedy. Unless, that's what I put, unless you can show,
I request for the dice here, let's be a little lesser voice.
unless you can show that it was not possible for me to file the return. I'll give you a live example. We are fighting in Gujarat High Court. An assessee's registration was cancelled for whatever reason. Reasons are not relevant. And it is impossible for him to file a return unless he gets his registration back. What does this assessee do? Is he hit by 16.4? According to me, answer is no. 16.4 cannot be read in isolation. You have to read 16.4 with 16.2 and 16.1. You have to read 16.4 with 37. It cannot be read in isolation. Therefore, if you can show it was impossible for me or it was unreasonable for me to file return, and therefore, can I approach the court? Can I knock the doors of the court? Answer is yes.
Thank you. Rajan sir, again a very interesting topic I would like to take now. See, one nation, one GST, simple thing. Now what is the problem I am finding out? That there is an assessee. He is in a state jurisdiction. Now being in a state jurisdiction, the officer can do a scrutiny of his return. That is the power available him under the respective section, which provide that under section 61 you can do the scrutiny. He can send me a letter and that can be done. Now the state itself, there is a separate department which is called these audit. So they can do my audit. Under 73, the state itself find out some information on account of mismatches, 73, 74, they have power to issue show cause notice. Additionally to this, if required, the state enforcement based action, they have common information they can carry out. Now this is state part only I am telling, under 4 different provision how assessing can be approached with the state itself. Now moving to, under enforcement, the center also has power to do this. And when we talk about center, then also there are 2 things. One is Center Anti-Evasion and other is Director General of GST Intelligence. Now we say one nation, one tax, but I have given you 6 different things under which a letter can come to the assessee. Now I tell you, there have been instances where they have been challenged on account of XYZ reason. That okay, one matter, other matter. Recently in one of the matters, very large cement company, I can name it because we have argued that's now a reported thing, in She Cement. Exactly this thing happened. That first enforcement came of the cross jurisdiction, then the audit happened with the state. They are trying to take up same points. No one is thinking even that, okay, there's a race that who is going to take the point first. Now, problem to me is that to a bigger corporate, it is very easy because they have a good armory of lawyers where they can fight it out, they can spend money. But whenever a letter comes to an office of a small businessman, they are worried. So, what is your view in terms of that, okay, to what extent these notices are proper? And to my friends who are sitting here, what remedial action they should approach whenever these kind of things happens? So, I want you to enlighten upon the cross-empowerment as well as the powers within the particular side that state can exercise in a particular matter within SSC. Please, sir.
Thank you, Rahul. In fact, you have actually caught the nerve, I should say. It is now happening that every businessman or any businessman for that matter is getting GST queries from various authorities, whether it is center or state or both. In fact, first is your jurisdiction, where you are. So the jurisdiction takes the power to initiate the inquiry. Now, having done that, I don't think any other authority for that matter should encroach upon the jurisdiction of the officer unless and until there is a valid reason. So you are talking about ease of doing business. All these 4 departments which are there, 4 or 5 or 6, whatever it may be, each of them is formed to do certain particular role. Now, in the concept of ease of doing business, let us see whether we can merge these things somewhere. The states also should take initiative, the center also should take initiative. In fact, I'll tell you, Dr. Parthasarathi Shom gave a report on the tax administration reforms, where he said that why you should have direct taxes, CBDT separately, and Central Board of, those times it was Excise and Customs, CBEC separate. Merge both into one authority and have Directorate of Taxes. In many other countries, it's like that. It's Directorate of Taxes. You don't have separately income tax separate. Now, see, if that happens there, it should happen from the top. These decisions cannot happen from the lower level. It should happen from the top. It was discussed also, but then by the time the report was discussed and then it was submitted, the new finance minister, Mr. Jaitley, had taken over, and I don't know where the report is currently now. It's a wonderful report of 500 plus pages. Sir, you are talking of this. I should tell you one more thing. When IGST is paid, it is paid where, sir? It is paid into the... No. Why are you talking of importing? Let us talk about local, interstate. If a Rajasthan supplier is supplying goods into, let us say, Tamil Nadu, IGST is paid where? Which state gets the jurisdiction, sir? You are talking too legally. Which state the revenue is? The revenue goes to which state? Currently, where it goes, sir? It goes to Tamil Nadu, na? That is what I am telling. See, when the revenue goes to Tamil Nadu through a central portal. The Tamil Nadu government gets the revenue. Because the consumption has happened in that state, IGST is there, so they get the revenue. Sir, what is happening in Europe today? I am drawing that parallel, sir. In Europe, assume there is a supplier from France who has sold goods, who has supplied goods to Germany. The tax is paid into Germany. Of course, they are two different countries. You know what is happening in Europe for quite years together? Germany picks up all those supplies received into its region where taxes have been paid within that region. It goes to France, to that supplier, and does the audit of books of accounts of that supplier, saying that, look, you have paid the tax in my country, in Germany. Why I should not verify your books of accounts to find out whether the taxes you have paid into Germany, the valuation that you have done, the rate you have applied is correct or not? Sir, I visualize the situation. In India also. Rajasthan tax officer will come to Tamil Nadu, to that businessman's door premises and say, भाई तुमने राजस्थान में टैक्स भरा था, हमको सिर्फ वो ट्रांजैक्शन की इनवॉइसेस हमको बताइए.
सर रेवेन्यू है हमारे साथ, प्लीज आप ध्यान रखिए. ये सजेशन कहीं चला गया, that would be a problem.
I agree. Please take it from me. This is going to happen. This marriage between the states and the center is like Surupanakha marrying Lakshmanji. Please take it from me. Today, tomorrow, the states will show their true color. Please wait. Please wait. It is going to happen.
I will get equal opportunity of welcoming Rahul ji to Chennai and hosting him there. भाई आइए बैठिए पधारिए हमारे यहाँ का इडली डोसा खाइए. Thank you.
On this topic, can I add something?
Please, sir.
Actually, what happens, that what Rahulji is saying, that audit is conducted simultaneously by the two agencies, one is center, another is state. It will never happen. Audit will be done by only the jurisdictional officer only.
I agree to that, sir. Yes.
And as far as anti-evasion action is concerned, if suppose one agency has initiated action, and suppose some other agency also comes into picture, then you can simply say that already this agency is investigating this matter. So please let them investigate. I will not submit or supply any document or information to you. Because this is the legal provisions prescribed in the law.
And whether the same is extended to audit also, sir. If say Anti-Vision has taken up a matter to me, can I say audit kindly don't do it?
Audit generally we consider that audit is basically random basis. So many times it happens that audit is conducted, but sometimes they might have not detected some evasion which might have taken place. So audit and anti-evasion, simultaneously these two things can happen.
So to Bharat sir, I tell you practically, even though sir is saying correct, that's how it can happen. But I tell you what is the challenge. There is my book of accounts. Fine. During the audit, I have submitted to them. They have verified everything. Now, unless there is something out of the books, why a authority of anti-vision nature should be even entitled to do some examination? I would like to answer you in constitutional perspective. I understand this happens, but when my books have been given to them, the way we have it under income tax, if you have done 143, 148, you cannot do, because you have everything available in the books of accounts at that particular point of time. Unless you find a reason to believe that there's something which has been escaped, why not the same regime under GST they need to follow upon? I just want your view on that.
So as far as this is concerned, okay, now going legally, as far as the statute is concerned, as far as jurisdiction is concerned, according to me, in my humble opinion, once you are registered with either state or center, I am not on state or center, okay, that is for them to decide. It's not a race. One, these are not revenue targets, please. We are not concerned with revenue targets. I am only concerned with the law, the jurisdiction. Whether you have jurisdiction to ask the very same question to me, which has already been asked to me by somebody else. The answer, according to me, is no. It's constitutionally bad. Under Article 20, subclause 2 of the Constitution, you cannot be vexed for the same cause twice. So you cannot ask me the same question again. It had actually happened. This is actually happening. DGGI is asking the same question. Anti-evasion is asking the same question. State authority is asking the same question. Central authority is asking the same question. The client came and told me, sir, मैं पांचाली हूँ क्या? What is going on? And rightly so. According to me, as far as jurisdiction is concerned, the jurisdiction lies with the authority with whom I am registered. One. Two, now the dispute between, the second question is audit vis-a-vis anti-evasion. Okay. Now this is an issue relating to 65 versus 67. It is an issue relating to 65 versus 67. Okay. This is what I am arguing before the Guwahati High Court also. The High Court had called for the files from DGGI also on this ground. Whether 65 and 67 go hand in hand, or can 65 having been invoked, can you resort to 67 or no?
Okay.
The answer, according to me, in my respectful submission, is this. 65 and 67 are independent provisions. What is a subject matter of audit can never be a subject matter of 67. 67 is information specific, information based. 67 has been borrowed from, if you see the provisions erstwhile, now even the CRPC and IPC have been changed, are going to be changed. But if you see the earlier provisions of 165 CRPC, 67 refers to that. Those are information specific. It's not that anti-evasion comes to your office and says, now I want to do audit, which has been done already by somebody else. Answer is no. They cannot do that. They cannot do that. That is information specific. That I know, like a police officer comes to your house, sir. When a police officer comes to your house, he asks, I have information that this gold is hidden in this locker. And I am come to search that. Not that apne sab almari kholo. Aap kya kaam karte ho? Kya books hai? Kya on? No. 67 is that. That is the role, limited role of an anti-evasion officer. Now to answer your question that audit has already been conducted, therefore can 67 be applied?
Correct.
Okay. Once audit is done, okay, there I will have a slightly different opinion, okay, or rather I will say a divided opinion, that is audit the be all and end all, or does 65 override 67? According to me, their answer is no. If it is information based, if it is information specific, they can ask you that question. And specifically pointed saying that I have information that these three invoices are non-genuine. Please show me that. That's it. They cannot ask you saying that give me details of all your purchases.
But that doesn't happen.
All your sales. No. It happens. but that is illegal. That's what I'm pointing out. That is illegal. If they have specific information that these 3 vendors, let us assume, or these 3 suppliers, have given you 30 invoices, which according to me are bad. According to the officer.
Officer, reason to
According
believe.
to the officer,
Reason to believe.
He has reason to believe. That's what 67 says. He should have reason to believe, and therefore it has to be very specific. The anti-evasion officer is a specialist. He's like a brain specialist, heart specialist, knee specialist. He's not like a general physician. कि आ जाओ आप examine करते क्या हो रहा है. No. That is where, according to me, the line or the border should be drawn between 65 and 67. Subject to that, I don't think 5 people can ask you the same question.
Okay, thank you. So I would request the backstage to be ready with the mic because I will be taking 2-3 questions from the audience if they are interested. Before that, I would be taking my last question of the day. Again, Bharat sir, I had a question. Now here, I am stuck up with the point of compensation cess. See, that was a levy under the constitution which has been provided, and under the constitution they say that the compensation will be given for the loss which is happening for a period of 5 years. Now here I am, 5-year loss. Now we are running 6.5 years, is still being recovered from an assessee. So whether there's an automobile engineer, whether it is a coal person who, or there's a cement manufacturing entity where a coal is being used, or finally, I being a consumer, I feel pain. That if there's something which center has promised to the various state, कि भाई तुम्हारा जो भी loss होगा 5 साल तक हम संभालेंगे, तो 5 साल तक वसूल लो. Why you are moving even after that and charging me that amount? Is this correct? If that is correct, then where I am? They would be keep on charging it till infinity. Now, the promises which they have given, they are not fulfilling it. That comes to me. I would request you to give an enlightened view, or what is your view on that, please, sir. That still they can do it or not. Constitutionally, I'm asking. Yeah.
Constitutionally. Sir, we are aware, all of us are aware, there is a separate compensation act. Okay. Of course, assessees are not, we don't read it because we are not concerned with that, because it's a matter between the state and the center. So we are not bothered. The Compensation Act was framed saying that the center, because the loss of VAT, like sir pointed out in the earlier session, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, they are progressive states. They earn a lot of revenue. So they said, why should I share it with one Bihar? Okay. I'm not taking names, I'm just for ease of understanding, because these are 30, as sir pointed out, according to me, these are 30 countries. We are 30 countries rolled into one.
And it is happening even now.
वही सर. अच्छा, आपका ये कहना है सर, एक सेकेंड, मैं आपका ये, नहीं, यहाँ पे मैं आपका थोड़ा हेल्प करता हूँ. With the due commissioner sir sitting here, सर वो नहीं, कोऑर्डिनेशन क्या लेवल पे हो सकता है सर? इतना सा है कि सर्कुलर अवेलेबल है, लेकिन उसको भी ग्राउंड पे इम्प्लीमेंट और अच्छे से हो पाए. मैं आपकी बात से जो वाकिफ रखता हूँ.
प्राण का जहाँ तक इश्यू है, अब तो खत्म हो चुका 17 था.
नहीं सर, अभी वेरिफिकेशन हो रहा है. What he is asking, सर, मैं
you know, in December, because it was the time barred, so it is.
दिसंबर 3rd सर क्या हुआ, उनको एकदम से निपटाने, we understand कि ऑर्डर्स पास कर दिए, तो उसमें चैलेंज यही आ रहा है, या फिर सर कोई अपीलेट लेवल पे भी डायरेक्शन, अगर ऊपर से, मतलब मैं वही सर्कुलर के माध्यम से बताना चाहूँगा कि आपने इंटर डिपार्टमेंट होने की वजह से अगर कोई डिमांड आ गई है तो अपीलेट अथॉरिटी को कि अब आप वेरीफाई करा दो एंड द सॉल्यूशन कैन कम. बिकॉज दिस इज सिंपल वेरिफिकेशन व्हाट आई अंडरस्टैंड.
Simple verification. Why the assessee should now go to the center for getting the verification?
Completely I agree with you. Department को खुद को कराना चाहिए.
And the query is that while filing this GSTR 9, there is a table 7A which takes the 2A, whereas the all reconciliations takes place through 2B. So there is always a variation. The client always speaks about it that I am losing so much credit. Why it is not available to me? So why disparity? The reconciliation should be done with the 2B, whereas the result, the return is filed through 2A. So this inconsistency is there in the form.
Fine, sir. We agree to this. So any suggestion on this if you want to give one line to that?
Sir, this is a practical solution, practical answer that you need to tell them, sir. Why this is being done vis-a-vis 2B and 2A, you have to make a representation, sir.
With this, thank you so much to the esteemed. Yeah.
One suggestion I have to make to Honorable Principal Commissioner. Sir, if you look at the rate notification in GST, notification 1/2017, if you go at the end, the notes, it says that the first schedule of the Customs Tariff Act, the section notes, chapter notes, everything is applicable mutandis to this particular notification and the HSN codes also. Sir, now we already crossed 5 years. My suggestion is that rate notification creates a lot of confusion, and Bharat Rai Chandaniji is going to get a lot of business in future for classification. People like me also who deal in this. So my request is, sir, please replace this rate notification in its entirety in toto with the first schedule of the Customs Tariff Act. Be done away with it.
That would
That's
be
my humble
simplest
request.
solution.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So with this, we are end of the today's session. And I just wanted to recall that what was the topic? Black holes in GST. Not solution of black holes in GST. The idea was clear, to tell about the black holes in GST. And I hope so with the esteemed panelists, we are able to highlight those issues and also give a slight view which can be taken in all of them. Thank you so much, and over to the MCs, please.
A big round of applause for all our esteemed panelists and moderator for providing such valuable insights into the intricacies of black holes in GST. As we wrap up, let's remember that addressing these challenges is crucial for maintaining an efficient and adaptable tax system. Thank you all for being part of this insightful session. Thank you so much.
We take this moment to thank the Committee for Members in Practice ICAI for organizing and the Jaipur branch of CIRC of ICAI for hosting this conference.
We further extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed panelists and moderators and everyone present today for having taken out their precious time to be with us.
We'd also like to take a moment to thank all our sponsors. Our knowledge partner, Chiramrit.
Our platinum sponsor, AU Small Finance Bank.
Our gold sponsors, Avas Financials Limited, State Bank of India, KDK Software, Zoho, NAV, Tally, Holani Consultants Private Limited, and Haim Securities.
Our silver sponsors, Punjab National Bank, Bank of India, Central Bank of India, RSWM Limited, Punjab and Sindh Bank, New India Assurance Company Limited.
And lastly, our bronze sponsors, Wonder Cement, Computax, Vidya Sagar Institute, Mittal Commerce Classes, Bank of Baroda, Kokta Financials, Jai Vilas, Kotak Mahindra Bank, and Saral. We thank you all for your support.
We are thrilled to give you a sneak peek into what awaits us tomorrow. Brace yourselves for an invigorating session.
We will be joined by respected Jaya Kishori ji, a renowned and an eminent motivational speaker who will share invaluable insights on harnessing motivation for personal and professional growth.
So see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. for a session that will leave you motivated and ready to conquer new heights. And with this, we mark an end to the first day of the 2 days National Conference Vedaa. Thank you and have a fantastic day ahead. See you all.
ये